Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. If you choose the latter, it doesn't help that I accidentally dropped the key into the banana gator's den, he added smugly. Just then, a large gator appeared and swallowed the key. Oh no! A banana gator ate the key. Vivi exclaimed, looking down the hole. Luffy's crew began to lose hope of escaping while their captain remained calm, as if everything was fine. I am terribly sorry, Crocodile said as he walked towards the staircase with Ms. All Sunday. But we must be going. Time is of the essence, he stated as they moved towards the exit, the doors opening for them. Oh, and speaking of time, this room will be destroyed in exactly 1 hour, he added, causing several eyes to widen. It's either 1 million innocent citizens or a group of mere pirates with no future. It's time to choose, but to be honest, the odds are quite low for both, he said, looking at the distraught princess. I hope you enjoy gambling, Ms. Wednesday. Wednesday was a day of chance, much like the dice rolling on the tables upstairs. Crocodile chuckled as he spoke, reflecting on his easy manipulation of the country and its foolish inhabitants, including the rebels and an old man digging in Yuba. Luffy's attention sharpened at the mention of the old man, his eyes narrowing as he confronted Crocodile. Are you talking about that dried-up old guy? Luffy asked, his tone dangerous enough to make Zoro shift away from him. Of course, Crocodile replied smugly. That old fool keeps digging at a dead oasis, even as sandstorms plague him. Luffy clenched his fist and stood up, staring at Crocodile with cold, emotionless eyes. You should quit while you're ahead, Crocodile, Luffy warned, his voice calm yet menacing. Or I'll make what Whitebeard did to you look like child's play. Crocodile's smile faded, and he instinctively grabbed his golden hook, though a smirk soon returned to his face. Let me ask you a question, Straw Hat, he said, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ever wondered how a sandstorm can hit a town perfectly every time? Just then, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking Crocodile in his left eye and causing chaos. The sudden flash left everyone puzzled, including Crocodile, who felt a strange emptiness where part of his head should be. The wound began to heal slowly, a testament to his Logia powers. He warned you, Ryuma observed from the prison cell, watching Crocodile with a knowing look. The warlord chuckled and turned to leave, snapping his fingers to activate a trapdoor. A massive alligator emerged, its eyes fixed on Vivi, while smaller trapdoors opened, flooding the room with water. We're going to drown. Usopp and Johnny cried, clinging to each other in fear. Crocodile laughed at their panic as he and Ms. All Sunday walked away. The alligator advanced toward the helpless princess, but Luffy, seeing her danger, unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki. The beast collapsed, unconscious, leaving the crew surprised but not shocked. Smoker, however, was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the alligator had fallen without any visible action from Luffy. Crocodile and Ms. All Sunday turned back, expecting to see the princess in peril, only to find the alligator lying defeated. Just then, a transponder snail in Ms. All Sunday's possession began to ring. It seems someone is calling, she said, holding it up. Hello, she answered. Hello. Can you hear me? A familiar voice came through, prompting Luffy and Ryuma to smirk. Yes, we can hear you. You're a million, right? Ms. All Sunday asked. Hurry up and state your business, Crocodile urged, growing impatient. Now I know I've heard that voice before, Sanji said, causing Crocodile to frown in confusion. You've reached the Crap Cafe, he added, eliciting a chuckle from Luffy. Crap Cafe? Crocodile echoed, still puzzled. Yeah, if you don't remember, maybe this will jog your memory. Little garden. Sanji continued, and realization dawned on Crocodile. Ah yes, who are you? The warlord inquired. Just call me Mr. Prince, Sanji replied. Well then, Mr. Prince, where are you? Crocodile asked. Before Sanji could respond, Ryuma shouted from the cell. Hey, Mr. Prince. We have a lovely princess here who needs saving. Ryuma called out, prompting laughter from Zoro and Nojiko. Who knows, she might give you a kiss if you save her, he added, trying to entice the chef. Vivi-chan. I'm coming. Sanji yelled, causing more chuckles. Oh, and take care of anyone who gets in your way. Luffy added seriously, silencing the conversation on the other end. Aye, Captain, Sanji replied, his tone shifting. Suddenly, the sound of chaos erupted from the transponder. Help, a man cried. Please. Spare us, another begged. It's a monster, someone screamed. Stop them before they get inside the rain dinners. Chopper's voice chimed in, pretending to be one of the Baroque Works agents, making Luffy smile. Come on, let's go pay Mr. Prince a visit since he's right outside, Crocodile said, turning away from the straw hats. When he was far enough away, Luffy spoke to his crew. He suggested it was time to leave the prison, walking over to the side of the wall. Smoker caught his attention, mentioning a woman associated with Crocodile. Luffy confirmed her identity, explaining that her presence indicated Crocodile was after the information on the poneglyph held by the Nefertari. As Luffy and Ryuma prepared to escape, they coated their fists in armament Haki. Luffy pointed out that a proper prison for devil fruit users should have prism stones throughout, not just in the bars. With a powerful punch, they struck the concrete wall, causing it to vibrate and crack before crumbling down. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp were shocked to learn that Luffy and Ryuma could have escaped at any time. Luffy replied casually, but before Nami could respond, the building shook violently. Nojiko questioned what was happening, while Yasaka noted they had bigger issues as the sound of shattering glass filled the air. Water began pouring in as Nami activated her powers to fly up. Luffy sighed, realizing the shockwave and water pressure had broken the windows. He lamented their inability to swim just as Sanji rushed down the staircase, looking for Chopper. Sanji explained that Chopper was busy acting as Mr. Prince, prompting Luffy to insist they needed to escape. As the water level rose, Luffy fell to his knees, prompting concern from his crew. Though he was still conscious, he lacked the energy to act. He noticed Smoker was in a similar state. Zoro and Sanji grabbed onto them as the room filled with water. Luffy instructed Zoro to help Smoker, and despite Zoro's protests, he dove under the water with Ryuma to find the marine captain. The crew managed to swim out through a broken window into the lake outside rain dinners, resurfacing with a weakened Luffy and Smoker. Sanji laid Luffy down, and he coughed up water. Nami and Nojiko flew in, dragging an unconscious Usopp, while Vivi, Yasaku, and Johnny emerged unscathed. Zoro followed, bringing a weakened Smoker to shore. Nami questioned Zoro about Smoker, but Zoro simply stated it was Luffy's orders. Smoker, recovering, asked Luffy why he had saved him. Luffy chuckled, explaining that if Smoker were gone, no one would chase after them. He and Ryuma then surrounded themselves with lightning and fire, evaporating the water from their clothes. Smoker, still catching his breath, asked if Luffy would have any objections to him arresting him later. Luffy smirked and replied that they had bigger problems to deal with. He emphasized that Crocodile was causing chaos in the country, and they needed to work together to stop it. Smoker questioned the need for collaboration, but Luffy pointed out that he didn't have enough men to handle the situation alone and that reinforcements would take too long. He proposed that they team up, which Smoker reluctantly accepted, although he warned Luffy that he would be coming after him next time they met. Luffy welcomed the challenge and agreed to Smoker's request to keep Crocodile alive for justice. He explained that they knew Crocodile had plans for both armies in Alyabarna, but the details were unclear. Luffy suggested that his crew handle Crocodile and quell the rebellion while Smoker and his marines uncovered Crocodile's plans. As they reached an agreement, shouts from behind them interrupted the moment. When everyone looked behind the marine captain, they saw a group of marines being led by the swordswoman who was always with Smoker, rushing towards them. Zoro's face turned panicked. Before anyone could react, ropes of lightning emerged from Luffy's fingers, wrapping around his crew as he teleported them away from their current location. On the outskirts of Rain Base, a bolt of lightning struck the desert, kicking up a dust cloud and turning the sand at the point of impact into glass. As the dust settled, Luffy stood there with his crew members hunched over, looking unwell. "Hey Sanji," Luffy called, catching his attention. "How are we going to find Chopper?" The crew suddenly remembered that Chopper was still missing. "Oh right," Sanji replied, turning to Nami. "Nami-san, could you spray that perfume I bought for you?" Nami shrugged but pulled out a small bottle and sprayed it on herself. "Now we just have to wait for him to find us," Sanji said, then began to swoon over Nami. Luffy ignored this and looked up at the sky, summoning the thundercloud he usually used as his throne. After a couple of minutes, the cloud descended rapidly. The crew thought Luffy had summoned it to take them to Alyabarna. As the cloud arrived, Luffy walked up to it and pulled out his captain's coat, commanding the cloud to leave. The coat shot straight up into the sky, puzzling everyone. "Isn't that cloud going to take us to Alyabarna?" Nojiko asked, looking confused. "Considering that cloud has all our money and treasure stored inside, traveling through the desert would risk it being destroyed." "So no, it's not taking us to Alyabarna," Luffy explained, causing Nami to gasp in shock. "I wholeheartedly agree," Nami exclaimed. "Of course you do," Zoro, Ryuma, and Usopp muttered, earning a light hit on the head from Nami. Luffy then removed the blue wrap around his hat and face, along with the desert robes he wore, throwing them to the ground. "Enough games," he said, putting on his captain's coat and adjusting his straw hat. "It's time to get serious," he declared, the wind blowing across the desert as his coat billowed. "We're ending this now, understood?" "Aye aye, Captain," his crew responded. "Hey, look over there!" Yasaku shouted, drawing their attention. When they looked, they saw something approaching. As it got closer, they realized it was Chopper riding on the back of a giant crab. "What is that?" Luffy, Zoro, and Nojiko exclaimed in unison, staring at the scene. "That's a moving crab," Vivi said with a smile. "All aboard!" Chopper called as the giant crab stopped in front of them. "I guess Chopper found us a ride," Luffy said, walking towards the crab. The giant crab lowered its claw, allowing everyone to step on before raising it to let them walk onto its back. "Time to move out," Chopper said, taking the reins. "Hang on everyone. Let's go." The crab took off towards Alyabarna. Everyone sat down, except for Luffy, who stood looking back at where they had come from with a smirk. "Ryuma," he said, catching his vice-captain's attention. "You're in charge," he instructed, tossing a transponder snail to Ryuma, who caught it with a puzzled expression. "Where are you going, Luffy?" Vivi asked, worry etched on her face. "To end this," he replied. Just then, he stretched his hand forward and caught a golden hook, which everyone recognized as Crocodile's, before it could reach Vivi. Luffy held onto the hook tightly as it struggled to escape his grip. He then covered his hand and the hook in lightning, shocking Crocodile and forcing him to pull away. "I'll see you guys in Alyabarna. Make sure to take care of your business," Luffy said before transforming into lightning and teleporting off the crab. "Luffy, no!" Vivi cried, trying to jump off the crab to stop him, but Nami and Nojiko held her back. "Relax, Vivi," Nojiko said, keeping the princess from jumping. "Yeah, no one has ever faced Luffy and walked away when he's like this," Nami added, trying to calm her down. "Trust me on that. Crocodile will fail, and Luffy will win. It's that simple," Ryuma added, and everyone else nodded in agreement. "So stop worrying about him and focus on stopping the rebels," he urged, raising his voice slightly. With Luffy. Lightning struck down in the desert, kicking up sand and blinding the view of the impact. When the sand settled, two figures saw the elemental demon himself standing there, hands in pockets, staring with cold, emotionless eyes. "I'm going to make you wish you never interfered in my business, Straw Hat," Crocodile yelled, nursing his left hand. "And I'll make you wish you never crossed paths with me," Luffy replied, his tone equally emotionless. The sun was setting over the deserts of Alabasta, and standing in the middle of the desert outside Rain Base were Luffy, Crocodile, and Ms. All Sunday. Luffy and Crocodile were locked in a serious staring match. All Sunday stood off to Crocodile's right with a smile that was clearly fake, observing the two men. "It seems the princess has slipped through our fingers once again," she said, breaking the tense silence among the group. "It doesn't matter," Crocodile replied, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "The agents are still scheduled to meet in Alyabarna. Contact them at once," he ordered, glancing at his subordinate. Luffy chuckled lightly, catching their attention before speaking in a calm tone. "It doesn't matter where your agents are," he said confidently. "There's no way they are getting past my crew." "That's a lot of faith to place in a group you've only known for about a month," Ms. All Sunday remarked, looking at Luffy. "No one knows a crew better than the captain," Luffy replied, turning his attention to her. Ms. All Sunday chuckled at his response. Just as Luffy was about to say more, a blade of sand shot up from the ground beside him, attempting to slice through him. He caught it effortlessly and looked down at the blade of sand, sighing before addressing Ms. All Sunday again. "It seems I must cut our conversation short. Your boss is apparently getting jealous. We'll continue once I'm done, Ms. Robin," he said, surprising her by using her real name. She simply smiled and nodded. "I'll give you boys some room to play," she said, stepping away from the duo. Crocodile, feeling ignored, growled and raised his hand into the air, sand swirling around it, covering his wrist. "Desert Spada," he yelled, bringing his hand down and stabbing it into the ground, sending a sand blade racing toward Luffy, who stood unmoving. The sand sliced through Luffy and a rock behind him effortlessly. "So, I was right," Luffy said, destroying the sand blade in his hand and dusting off his clothes. "You don't know Haki," he added, slightly disappointed. "I guess it was wrong of me to assume you could pose a challenge." "You bstrd." Crocodile growled in frustration. "Take this," he yelled, letting his anger take over as he transformed his hand into a spearhead of sand and stabbed it into the ground, shouting, "Desert Girasol." Luffy expected an immediate response but nothing happened at first. Just as he was about to mock Crocodile for his failed attack, the sand beneath him collapsed, forming a giant pit of quicksand about 30 feet wide, causing Luffy to begin sinking while Crocodile stood smugly on the edge. "Ever heard of quicksand?" Crocodile asked arrogantly. "It makes for an easy burial when you need to get rid of someone in a hurry," he smirked. "With my sand fruit, I am unbeatable in the desert." Luffy, however, showed no panic, merely staring at Crocodile with a bored expression. "Is that so?" Luffy asked from within the sinking pit. "Well then, let's just see about that." Suddenly, his entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight out of the pit toward Crocodile. Just before reaching the warlord, Luffy reverted back to his form, fist reared back and covered in Haki. He delivered a Haki-infused punch to Crocodile's face, sending him tumbling back. "Would you look at that? Guess you're not that unbeatable," Luffy said nonchalantly as he adjusted his straw hat. "Why you?" Crocodile growled, struggling to stand. Blood trickled from his nose and the side of his mouth as he glared at Luffy. "It's time to die, vermin," he declared, holding his right hand in front of him. "Sables," he yelled, causing a mini sand tornado to form in his palm, which grew into a giant sandstorm. Luffy saw the tornado heading for him but remained still, narrowing his eyes as he raised his left hand into the air, covering his palm in lightning. "Thunderclap bolt strike," he shouted, bringing his hand down swiftly. A large bolt of lightning shot from the clear sunset sky, engulfing the sand tornado and leaving behind a glass statue of it. "Funny thing about lightning," Luffy said, walking toward the statue. "It's 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun." He punched the glass statue, shattering it into millions of pieces. "I think I've messed around enough." "Don't you think so?" he asked rhetorically, tilting his head. It's time to get serious, he added in a cold tone. Crocodile felt a twinge of fear at Luffy's words. He had just witnessed Luffy handle one of his most powerful attacks with ease, and now Luffy was saying he hadn't even been serious yet. Luffy narrowed his eyes at Crocodile before kicking off the ground and dashing toward him with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Luffy appeared in front of Crocodile, burying his knee into the warlord's gut, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to cough. Luffy then raised his left hand, made a fist, and delivered a powerful Haki-infused punch to Crocodile's back, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. "Beg," Luffy said coldly, looking down at the defeated warlord. "Beg for your life, Crocodile." Crocodile coughed before attempting to stand. "Never will I beg you for anything," he rasped, but his words were interrupted by a swift kick from Luffy, sending him tumbling back into the sand. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that," Luffy said mockingly, glancing down to see a tooth stuck in the sand. "Huh, would you look at this," he added, picking it up. "It seems you're missing a tooth," he chuckled before dropping it back and stepping on it. "Now beg." His amused smile faded, replaced by a cold, emotionless expression. Luffy unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki directed solely at Crocodile. He knew it wouldn't knock Crocodile out, but it would instill fear in him. The wave hit Crocodile, sending a chill down his spine. He raised his head from the sand, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes as he watched Luffy approach. With each step, it felt as if someone was walking across a wooden floor in heavy boots, the sound echoing in Crocodile's mind, amplifying his fear. When Luffy stopped in front of him, Crocodile looked up, terrified, meeting Luffy's intense gaze. "Beg," Luffy commanded, his tone sending chills through Crocodile. He struggled to speak, but no words came out. Seeing Crocodile's silence, Luffy narrowed his eyes, a dangerous look crossing his face. He raised his leg, enveloping his foot in lightning, and brought it down forcefully. "I said, beg. Now beg. Please stop." Crocodile finally managed to yell, his voice hoarse, prompting Luffy to halt. "There, now that wasn't so hard," Luffy said, placing his foot on Crocodile's back. "Bind," he commanded, causing ropes of lightning to sprout and restrain the warlord. "That should hold you," Luffy remarked before signaling to Nico Robin, who approached with a slight sway, eliciting a smile from him. "You continue to impress me, Straw Hat," she said, returning his smile. "I aim to please," he replied, glancing around the desert. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "Someplace to sit down," he answered, making her smile widen. "I think I can help," she said, raising her hand to her lips and whistling loudly. A creature soon appeared from Rain Base, surprising Luffy. It resembled a banana gator but was smaller and had a saddle on its back. "What is it?" Luffy inquired, examining the gator. "It's an F-Wani, or Excelligator," Robin explained as she hopped on, gesturing for Luffy to join her. "It's a subtype of banana gator, less ferocious and capable of high speeds in the Sandora Desert." "This is quite comfy," Luffy said as he settled in. He then pulled out a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses, handing one to Robin. After pouring their drinks, Robin took a sip but immediately regretted it, coughing as tears welled in her eyes. Luffy chuckled, "You're supposed to sip it, not gulp it down." "Thanks for the advice," she replied sarcastically. "Why are you so relaxed? Aren't you going to help your crew stop the war?" "I'll stop the war," Luffy assured her. "But my crew needs to fight their own battles. Except Ryuma, he's already a good fighter," he added, prompting her nod. She opened her mouth to speak again when suddenly, someone landed between the gator and Crocodile, catching everyone off guard. Luffy turned to see a man in a long white robe with brown star-like motifs. "Who are you and where did you come from?" he asked, feeling uneasy about being surprised. "That is Pell, one of the head guards in Alabasta," Robin explained, and Luffy nodded. "Who are you, and why are you with that woman?" Pell asked, placing a hand on his sword, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. I'm the one the princess hired to save this country, Luffy replied calmly. If you're here to save the country, what are you doing with her? Pell pointed at Robin. Didn't your mother teach you it's rude to point, especially at a lady? Luffy retorted, making Robin chuckle. As for your question, she works for me, he added smoothly, surprising both Robin and Pell. She was my spy inside Crocodile's organization. Now that Crocodile is out of the picture, she's come back to rejoin my crew. Where is the princess? Pell asked. I sent her and the rest of my crew to Alyabarna. If you hurry, you can catch up to them, Luffy said, pointing in the direction where the giant crab carrying everyone had gone. Pell looked off in the direction Luffy was pointing, ready to take off, but he paused and turned back to Luffy. Aren't you coming? He asked, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. I'm a lot faster than you, so you go on ahead, Luffy replied, then glanced at the restrained crocodile. Plus, there's still something I have to do, he added, his voice taking on a serious tone that sent chills down Pell's spine. Pell nodded and transformed into a falcon, soaring away. So, I work for you now? Robin teased, causing Luffy to laugh. Well, I was going to ask you to join my crew, Luffy said, turning to face her. And why would I do that? She inquired. You won't have to be running anymore, Luffy answered, making her smile fade. You want to read the poneglyph that the Nefertari family has, right? He asked, surprising her. How did you know? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Come on, it wasn't that hard to guess, Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. Once this is all over, Alabasta will be my territory. I can ask the king to take us to the poneglyph for you to read, he explained, watching as she considered his words. Why is it that all of you Ds always cause so much trouble? She asked, not expecting an answer, but was taken aback when Luffy replied. It is our will. It is the will of D, he said, causing her to look at him with wide eyes. You speak as though you know the meaning of the D, she remarked, intrigued. I do, he replied, surprising her further. Let's just say two friends who know the full history of the Void Century had a few drinks one night and shared some stories, he said, making Robin tremble with excitement. I barely managed to escape before they could tell me everything, he added with a chuckle. Why did you run away? Robin asked, her voice slightly raised. Because if they just told me, it would have taken all the fun out of discovering it for myself, Luffy explained, and she understood. I'm sure you don't want me to tell you what I know right now. That would just take away the satisfaction of finding out on your own, and it would make what your people died for feel meaningless, he said, causing tears to well up in her eyes. So, it does exist, she whispered, realizing the truth. The Rio poneglyph does exist, she said, tears streaming down her face. Luffy smiled and wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into a comforting hug. Yes, it does exist, he whispered back, and she began to sob into his chest. I had given up hope, she said between sobs. If this poneglyph in Alabasta had turned up nothing, I was going to give up, but you. You just said you know someone who knows the full history, right? She asked, still in disbelief. Yes, if you join my crew, I'll let you meet him when we get to the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy promised, wiping away her tears. Robin released him and began to dry her eyes, her tone shifting to one of excitement. I have to go, she said hurriedly. If what you say is true, I need to start searching for the rest of the poneglyphs, she said, adjusting her clothes. Calm down, Luffy said, gently grabbing her shoulders. You need to slow down. Don't rush this, the poneglyphs aren't going anywhere. Take it one step at a time, he advised seriously. O'Hara was too impatient, and that led to their downfall, he added, causing her to flinch at the mention of her hometown. You need to take your time. Don't rush into danger, take a moment to enjoy the world. If you keep going at this pace, you'll only attract unwanted attention, he warned, a slight growl in his voice at the thought of the government. How can I stop and smell the roses when everywhere I go, people try to kill me," she exclaimed. "That's why I asked you to join." "My crew," Luffy replied calmly. "I can protect you from anything the government throws at you." "Even an admiral," he assured her, trying to ease her worries. "Yeah, right," she said, skeptical. "But seeing as my current employer is out of business," she said, glancing at the restrained crocodile, "I think I'll join your crew," she decided, smiling at Luffy. "Perfect. Now it's up to you to convince the crew you won't harm them," Luffy joked. "Sounds easy enough," she replied confidently. "So, what are we going to do with him?" she asked, nodding toward Crocodile. "I promised Smoker he'd get him when I'm done," Luffy said, finishing his drink. "I'm surprised he hasn't tried to escape yet," she noted. "He can't," Luffy explained, confusing her. "The lightning is infused with Haki, and while it's binding him, it's also sending small amounts of the same Haki-infused lightning through his nervous system," he said, glancing at the defeated warlord. "That's a bit overpowered," Robin remarked, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. "Everything about me is overpowered," he replied, making her laugh. Just then, his transponder snail began to ring. "Hello?" Luffy answered. "We're all set here, Captain," Jem's voice came through the phone, catching Robin's attention. "How many did you get?" Luffy asked. "We managed to gather all the money from the various towns in Alabasta. The only ones left are the ones Crocodile has as rebels and royal guards," Jem reported, shocking Robin further. "So, all that remains is for us to recruit the numbered agents," Luffy said with a smirk. "I'll leave them to you, Captain," Jem replied, causing Luffy to chuckle. "All the fun begins at daybreak, I'll make my move on them then," he said before turning to Robin. "Do you know of a secret location where I can hold a meeting?" he asked quietly. "Yeah, the Spider's Cafe," she whispered back. "It's in the desert between Nanohana and Alyabarna," she added, and Luffy nodded, turning back to the snail. "Listen," he said, getting Jem's attention. "I want you, Makita, Marianne, and Jiro to head for the Spider's Cafe in the desert between Nanohana and Alyabarna," Luffy commanded. "And wait for me there." "Aye, sir," Jem replied. "We'll head over there now." "Good, I'll see you then," Luffy said before putting away the transponder snail in his coat. "Who was that?" Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. "You would know him as Mr. 5, Luffy replied with a smirk, causing her eyes to widen slightly. "So that's why many of our agents haven't been responding," she said, prompting Luffy to chuckle. "So, what's the plan now?" she inquired, glancing at Crocodile. "Now we wait for the fun to begin," he said, then turned to Robin with a curious expression. "You wouldn't happen to know what he has planned in Alyabarna, would you?" "He has a bomb set to go off in the plaza, but I do not know where he hid it," she explained. "That's helpful," Luffy said, deep in thought. "Now if only there was a way to tell Smoker that," he mused aloud. "Are you two working together?" she asked, amusement in her tone. "It's more like a temporary ceasefire," he replied, making her chuckle. "I'm sure he'll figure it out somehow," Luffy said before jumping off the gator. "It's time we made our way to Alyabarna," he declared, looking up at the sky as he began to summon a thundercloud. "Well then, hop on and let's go," Robin said, a slight smile on her face. "I've got my own ride," he said as the thundercloud descended, surprising the former Baroque Works members. "It's a lot cooler at night, and there's more moisture in the air." "It should be enough to sustain a cloud," Luffy explained as he approached the bound crocodile. He picked the warlord up and tossed him onto the cloud before hopping on himself. "Aren't you coming?" he asked, noticing Robin's surprise. Sure," she replied, slightly hesitant about sitting on a cloud. She stepped off the gator and walked over to Luffy, who stretched out his hands for her to grab. Once she held on, he carefully pulled her up onto the cloud. Luffy then mentally commanded the cloud to form 2 chairs, leading Robin to the seats. As they settled in, 3 bolts of lightning shot out from the cloud, wrapping around Crocodile's body like safety belts. "Wouldn't want him to fall," Luffy joked. The cloud then shot off, ascending to about 3,000 feet. "Wow, this is amazing," Robin said, gazing at the cloud and the world below. "Yeah, it is," Luffy replied, taking in the view. They were traveling at about 40 miles per hour above the deserts of Alabasta. "The night is so calm," he said, leaning back to look up at the stars. "It's a shame the deserts will be dyed red tomorrow," he added with a dark chuckle. "I thought you were going to stop the war before anyone could cast the first blow," Robin said, looking at him in confusion. "I was. But that princess is too much of a pacifist," he said seriously. "I think it will do her some good to witness the harsh realities of the world," he added. "So, you're just going to let them fight to teach the princess a lesson?" she asked, raising her voice slightly. "Yes," Luffy replied, causing her eyes to widen. "If she is going to be the queen of this land, it's something she needs to learn," he said, adjusting his hat and looking down at the world below. "She spent her entire life at the beginning of the Grand Line, she has no idea how cruel this world can be," he expressed with frustration. "The deeper you go into the Grand Line, the worse it gets," he added. Robin sensed his deep-seated anger and chose to remain silent. Just then, something caught Luffy's eye below. "Would you look at that?" he said, leaning slightly over the edge of the cloud. "What is it?" Robin asked, leaning closer to see. "It's my crew," he said with a slight smile. "And they're riding on ducks," he added with a chuckle. "That must be Alabasta's supersonic duck squad," Robin noted, causing Luffy to look at her in disbelief. "Supersonic ducks?" he asked, incredulous that something so ridiculous could exist. "Yeah, they're the fastest in all of Alabasta," she explained, returning her attention to Luffy's crew. "Are we going down to meet them?" she asked. "No," Luffy replied, gaining her attention. "As I said earlier, this is their battle. If things go sideways, I'll step in," he said, and she nodded in understanding. As dawn broke, Luffy and Robin followed his crew through the desert on duck-back. At last, the capital city of Alabasta, Alyabarna, came into view. As they approached, Luffy noticed every member of his crew donning matching robes that covered their bodies. "Smart," Robin said with a smile, glancing at Luffy's crew. He simply smirked at their decision. Looking up, he noticed a large dust cloud moving through the desert toward Alyabarna. "And that must be the rebel army," Luffy said, observing the dust cloud. "It seems the party is about to begin," he added, turning his attention back to his crew. "Your crew is about to have company," Robin pointed out, indicating the capital. Luffy squinted to see what she was referring to. After a moment, he discerned the outlines of 5 individuals standing by the city walls. "I take those are the agents Crocodile sent here?" he asked, looking at Robin. "Yes, that is Mr. 5, she confirmed. Luffy and his partner, Robin, observed their crew as they approached Alyabarna. Luffy noticed 3 members of the crew slowing down and hiding behind some rocks. Curious, he stopped the cloud they were riding on and hovered between the two groups. "Now, what do we have here?" he wondered, using his observation Haki to get a better look. "Why did those 3 stop?" Robin asked, also standing up to get a better view. "Those 3 are the princess along with Johnny and Yasaku," Luffy explained, then pointed out the rest of the crew as they split into smaller groups, each drawing the attention of Baroque Works agents. "That's Nami, Nojiko, and Zoro heading for the West Gate with Mr. 1 and Ms. Double Finger following them. Usopp, Ryuma, and Chopper are heading for the South Gate with Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas behind them. And that's Sanji with a camel," he added with a hint of amusement. "Quite the interesting crew you have," Robin chuckled. "You have no idea," Luffy replied, then turned his focus back to the princess and the bounty hunters. The 3 of them peeked out from behind the rock to ensure the coast was clear before heading toward the approaching dust cloud. "So, they are heading straight for the rebel army," Luffy observed. "Who are you going to follow?" Robin asked. "Are you going to check on your crew or the princess?" As much as I want to see what the princess does, I want to see how much my crew has grown since entering the Grand Line, Luffy said, surprising Robin. You know, you're really hard to figure out, she remarked, causing Luffy to laugh. Don't feel bad. Sometimes I have a hard time figuring myself out, he replied with a smirk. Then, with a serious expression, he added, let's go see if my crew's training paid off. The cloud then shot off in the direction of Zoro and Nami. Luffy and Robin arrived near the center of Alyabarna, where his crew members were scattered throughout the city. Luffy found a position where he could sense each crew member, then stopped the cloud and sat back on his throne. Robin looked at him, puzzled. All of your crew members appear to be in completely different locations, and their battles seem to be happening simultaneously, she noted, glancing at Luffy, who smiled back and crossed his legs. How exactly are you going to observe all their fights, she asked. You'd be surprised at the amazing things Haki allows you to do, Luffy replied, closing his eyes to focus. He located each crew member and their opponents, blocking out any other life forces. Now then, let the games begin, he said, ready to observe. Zoro, Nami, and Nojiko versus Mr. One and Ms. Doublefinger. Zoro stood across from Mr. One and Ms. Doublefinger, hand on his swords. Nojiko was to his right, holding her three-section staff, while Nami stood a bit behind, cheering them on. Go get M, big sis, she yelled, pumping her fist. Show M, Zoro. Zoro and Nojiko exchanged glances, both slightly annoyed. We don't need a cheering squad. Just help us. Zoro shouted back, but Nami continued to cheer, undeterred. The Baroque Works agents approached with calm confidence, seemingly unfazed by the straw hats. Zoro and Nojiko readied themselves, but to their surprise, the agents walked past them toward Nami. The primary rule of assassination says all weaker targets are to be eliminated first, Mr. One stated gruffly. We'll show you how professionals handle this, Ms. Doublefinger added coolly, swaying her hips. What, you mean me? Nami asked, looking around for help, only to find her cheering squad had already fled. Hold on a minute. Getting rid of me won't accomplish anything, she said nervously, raising her hands in defense. Yes, we know, it's fairly obvious, Ms. Doublefinger replied with a smirk. Picking off the weak ones first is the fastest way to work. Suddenly, Nami smirked back, transforming as she released a gust of wind that sent both agents flying away. That's my sister, always causing trouble, Nojiko sighed before dashing after the agents, with Zoro and Nami right behind her. Luffy and Robin. That girl needs to grow up and realize she isn't in the East Blue anymore, Luffy said with a sigh as he opened his eyes. She still has time, Robin reassured him, turning to look at Luffy. You just need to have a little patience, she said with a smile. That's one thing I don't have, Luffy muttered under his breath before closing his eyes again, focusing on the battle below. Just as he was about to concentrate on Usopp, Ryuma, and Chopper's fight, his observation Haki alerted him to someone approaching the city at incredible speed. I'll be right back, Luffy told Robin before transforming into lightning and teleporting from the cloud before she could question him. In the desert outside Alyabarna, a bolt of lightning struck down, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Luffy stood there with an indifferent expression, watching a large dust cloud and the sound of a motorcycle growing louder. As the dust cloud approached, Luffy recognized Smoker riding towards him. Smoker slowed down and came to a stop about 15 feet away. What are you doing here? Smoker asked, pulling his goggles up. Don't you have a warlord to fight, or did you get scared? Luffy chuckled at the remark. I already took care of that, Luffy replied, surprising Smoker. Besides, it's usually the Marines who run away, he teased, causing Smoker's eyes to twitch. Still haven't answered my question, Smoker said, narrowing his gaze. I just came to let you know that Crocodile has a bomb set to go off somewhere near the plaza, Luffy explained, raising Smoker's eyebrow. And let me guess, you don't know where in the plaza, do you? Smoker asked, prompting another chuckle from Luffy. Don't you think that would have been too easy? Luffy said, making Smoker sigh. I guess. Smoker conceded. I'll let you get to your bomb hunting then, Luffy said before transforming into lightning and shooting straight up into the sky before Smoker could ask more questions. DMN pirates, Smoker muttered before revving his engine and speeding off towards Alyabarna. Back on the cloud, Robin was observing the fights when a bright flash of light startled her. Turning around, she saw Luffy standing there with a smirk, causing her eyebrow to twitch. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She asked, and Luffy chuckled in response. Don't know what you're talking about, he replied before sitting back down on his throne and closing his eyes, resuming his observation of his crew through his observation haki. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper stood at the southeast gate, facing Mr. Four and his partner Ms. Merry Christmas, along with their oddly shaped dog. Usopp had his slingshot ready, goggles down, while Ryuma had drawn his sword, and Chopper was in his heavy point form. All three wore serious expressions. From above, Luffy felt a surge of determination from Usopp. While his confidence wasn't at its peak, he was undeniably resolute. Okay, Chopper. Ryuma. Let's not do anything reckless. We still don't know what abilities these two have, not to mention that strange-looking dog, Usopp cautioned, eyeing the agents. Very well, let's finish this, Ryuma said, coating his swords with haki. Right, Chopper agreed. Ms. Merry Christmas smirked at them before jumping into the air and burrowing into the ground, kicking up dust and obscuring their view. What is she doing? Usopp yelled as he loaded his slingshot and aimed at the dust cloud. I don't want to wait and find out, Chopper replied, causing Usopp to nod. He pulled back on his slingshot and shouted, Special attack, exploding star. He fired a pellet into the dust cloud, which exploded upon impact, creating even more dust. Usopp, Ryuma, and Chopper knew they weren't the strongest fighters, so they seized the chance to end the fight before it began. When the dust settled, they saw a large hole in the ground where the agents had been, but no sign of them. Did we get them? Chopper asked, looking around. I don't know, Usopp replied. I don't see them anywhere, so maybe we did get move. Usopp shouted as his observation haki warned him of danger from below. The three quickly jumped away from their previous positions just as a hole opened beneath them. What's happening? Chopper yelled mid-air as he landed a safe distance away, only to jump again as another hole opened beneath him. They're underground. Usopp shouted, leaping away just as another hole formed. Ms. Merry Christmas's laughter echoed from the holes. I am Ms. Merry Christmas, and I ate the mole fruit, so I'm a mole human, she announced quickly. And now, allow me to introduce our fourth batter, she said, waving her hand toward the southeast gate. When Usopp and Chopper looked over, they saw Mr. Four rising from underground, holding a giant baseball bat with the number 4 on it. Mr. Come on, hurry up. Ms. Merry urged. And our star pitcher. Lasso, she added as the peculiar dog emerged from a hole behind Usopp. The dog is a pitcher? Usopp asked, bewildered. Just then, the dog sneezed and launched a baseball at blinding speed, causing Usopp and Chopper's eyes to widen in shock. Usopp quickly dove to the ground, narrowly avoiding the ball. Usopp swung the giant bat and hit the ball with perfect timing and power, sending it flying back towards him while he was still on the ground. Chopper noticed the ball's trajectory and realized Usopp wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Ryuma sprinted towards Usopp, reaching him just before the ball arrived, and sliced it in two, destroying it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ball, causing it to explode. The explosion sent Usopp and Chopper tumbling a few feet away. While the Baroque Works agents were puzzled by the event, Usopp and Chopper understood that the lightning meant one thing: Luffy was watching. As they slowly got up, covered in small bruises and some burn marks on Usopp, Ms. Merry Christmas exclaimed, "Man, the two of you sure are lucky. But let's see your luck save you again." She signaled Lasso to fire another baseball. The dog sneezed, sending another baseball at Usopp, who took off running towards Chopper. Mr. 4 emerged from a hole behind them, ready to hit the ball back. Both Usopp and Chopper jumped out of the way, landing on their feet, anticipating Mr. 4's swing. "Look out!" Usopp yelled as Chopper skillfully jumped high into the air, dodging the baseball. The ball hit some old ruins in the desert and exploded, surprising both of them. Usopp realized that the ball acted like a cannonball. He quickly began to formulate a plan of attack. "Usopp, what do we do?" Chopper asked, keeping an eye on the enemy. Usopp thought for a moment before coming up with an idea. "I got a plan," he said, gaining Chopper's attention. "We are going to turn their biggest advantage into their downfall." Chopper looked confused, but Usopp continued, "All I need you two to do is keep the big guy busy." Chopper nodded and charged at Mr. 4, ready to punch him. However, Mr. 4 dodged, sinking into a hole just in time. Ms. Merry Christmas laughed as Ryoma also evaded the attack. "You guys are a bunch of fools," she taunted. "No, you're the fool," Usopp retorted, pulling back his slingshot. "Special attack, gas star," he shouted, firing 5 small pellets into different holes in the ground. The pellets broke open upon impact, releasing gas into the underground tunnels. "Chopper! Ryoma! Run!" Usopp yelled, prompting the reindeer and Ryoma to flee the area. He launched 5 more pellets into 5 different holes, causing more gas to be released. As he ran, he loaded his slingshot with 1 more pellet and aimed it at a hole with gas. "Special attack, exploding star," he yelled, sending the pellet into the hole, which caused a massive explosion, igniting the gas and enveloping the Baroque Works agents and everything within a 50-foot radius. Usopp was thrown back by the force, but Ryoma caught him before he hit the ground. A dust cloud filled the area, obscuring their view. After a few moments, the dust settled, revealing a huge crater at least 100 feet wide, with the 2 Baroque Works agents and their dog at the center. Usopp and Chopper exchanged wide smiles before celebrating their victory. "We did it," they cheered in unison. They helped each other up and walked to the edge of the crater, looking down at the unconscious agents with pride. Just as Usopp was about to speak, a bolt of lightning struck near the center of the crater, kicking up more dust. When it cleared, they saw Luffy standing there, smiling up at them. "Luffy!" Chopper exclaimed, transforming back into his brain point. "You two did well," Luffy said, binding the agents and their dog in lightning. "I'm impressed with how you handled yourselves." "That was quite the plan, Usopp and Ryoma, good job," he added as he approached them. He pulled out Chopper's medical bag. "Here, treat your wounds and head into the city to help Vivi and the others," Luffy instructed, his expression turning serious. "The 2 armies have already begun clashing. Wasn't Vivi able to talk to the rebels?" Usopp asked, but Luffy shook his head. "No," he replied, causing Chopper and Usopp to look down. Ryoma remained silent. "Don't worry about the past, focus on the future. Treat your wounds and go help Vivi," Luffy said before walking back to the center of the crater. "I'm going to see if the rest of the guys need help with their fight," he added, as ropes of lightning emerged from his hands, attaching to the agents. He then transformed into lightning and shot up to the sky, carrying the Baroque Works agents with him. On the cloud, Robin was startled by Luffy's sudden appearance, but even more surprising was that he had returned with Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas bound just like Crocodile. He tossed the 2 agents and their dog next to Crocodile before moving to sit on his throne. "And what exactly are you going to do with them?" Robin asked, watching Luffy approach his throne. "Recruit them," Luffy replied with a smirk, causing her to raise an eyebrow. "Just like Mr. 5 and the rest?" she asked curiously, to which he nodded. "And may I ask what you are recruiting them for?" she inquired, prompting Luffy to chuckle. "All in due time," he said, closing his eyes to use his observation haki once more. "It's getting heated down there," he noted, sensing the fighting between the rebels and the royal army. "Yes, it is," she said, looking at Luffy with a serious expression. And when do you plan on putting a stop to it all? Her tone made it clear that she was not okay with his actions. Calm down, Luffy said firmly. I'm not just teaching the princess a lesson, I'm also giving her a chance to stop the war, he added, opening his eyes to meet her serious gaze. Besides, I'm the captain. I do as I please, he declared authoritatively. Robin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battles below. Sanji stood opposite Mr. 2, a fresh cigarette in his mouth. Mr. 2 was slightly out of breath from chasing after Sanji and the perverted camel named Eyelash. At that moment, there was no one Mr. 2 wanted to defeat more than the blonde-haired cook in front of him. So, I take it you are the famous Mr. Prince, Mr. 2 stated between breaths. Sanji looked at him and took a puff of his cigarette before replying. My name is Sanji, and I am the best cook in all the 7 seas, he said coolly, placing one hand in his pocket. Really? Mr. 2 asked dramatically, striking a pose. I'm quite the cook as well, but I choose to focus my talents elsewhere, he said with a twirl. I don't care, Sanji replied, narrowing his eyes. I'm going to defeat you, he declared before spinning on his left leg and attempting a roundhouse kick at Mr. I'd like to see you try. Mr. 2 challenged, mirroring Sanji's kick. Their legs clashed in the middle, fighting for dominance. To any onlookers, it would have appeared as if they were clashing swords, only with their feet. They pulled back simultaneously before attempting the same move with the opposite leg. After another clash, they stared each other down. You've got quite good reflexes, Mr. 2 acknowledged. You aren't too bad yourself, Sanji replied, taking another puff of his cigarette. But still, you are no match for my Okama Kenpo. Mr. 2 proclaimed, arching his hands over his head and dancing like a ballerina, causing Sanji to raise an eyebrow. Mr. 2 spun toward Sanji, extending his right hand to punch him. Sanji leaned back and kicked off the ground to dodge the punch. Mr. 2 followed with a kick, trying to stab down into Sanji's chest. To evade the attack, Sanji leaned back and performed a handstand, wrapping his legs around Mr. 2's torso. He spun the agent around before letting him go mid-spin, sending Mr. 2 crashing into the side of a building. Would you look at that, I matched it, Sanji gloated as Mr. 2 kicked rubble off himself, glaring at Sanji with pure hatred. Oh, you think you're so good, huh? Mr. 2 asked rhetorically. Let's see how you handle the powers of my devil fruit, he yelled, bringing his hands to his face. The true essence of love and friendship lies in my devil fruit, he declared, causing Sanji to smirk. I know what you're planning, and it's not going to work, Sanji replied, but Mr. 2 ignored him. The Baroque Works agent touched his face, transforming it into Usopp's face. Now let's see you fight one of your own, Mr. 2 began, but was interrupted by a powerful spinning heel kick to the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. How could you do that? Mr. 2 yelled, sitting up and holding his face in pain. You just attacked your little friend with the long nose. Clearly, you don't value friendship, do you? He exclaimed. You're a real idiot, Sanji said coolly. No matter what you transform your face into, you are still just you, he stated, surprising Mr. Images don't matter to me because a person is their soul, he asserted, pointing to his chest. Mr. 2 backed away, turning his back to Sanji before speaking in a depressed tone. So, it doesn't matter what I do to you, he said, transforming into Nami, which caused Sanji to go wild behind his back. Even if I become her, for instance, it wouldn't matter because images don't matter, he said in Nami's voice before transforming back into himself, causing Sanji to stop acting lovesick. However, Mr. 2 caught a glimpse of Sanji's reaction, narrowing his eyes and transforming back into Nami, making Sanji's eyes fill with hearts before Mr. 2 returned to normal, leaving Sanji flustered. As Mr. 2 transformed back and forth between himself and Nami, he eagerly anticipated Sanji's reaction. He dashed toward Sanji, still in Nami's form, ready to strike, but Sanji merely stood there, mesmerized, with hearts in his eyes, admiring how cute Nami looked. Just as Mr. 2 closed the distance, he reverted to his original form and delivered a powerful kick to Sanji's face, sending the lovesick cook flying through the air. Sanji landed hard on his back, and as he hit the ground, Mr. 2 performed a front flip and landed a heel strike on Sanji's head. With a laugh, Mr. 2 taunted, "I guess you're all bark and no bite." He then placed his foot on Sanji's head, adding, "I must say, this girl has an amazing figure." At that moment, Sanji's anger flared. He sprang to his feet, knocking Mr. 2 over, and glared at him with cold fury. "How dare you lay a hand on Nami?" Sanji exclaimed, his leg instinctively enveloped in armament Haki, though it was hidden by his black shoes and pants. He charged at Mr. 2, shouting, "Mutton shot," as he leaped and delivered a Haki-infused kick to Mr. 2's head, causing him to collapse unconscious. "Freak," Sanji muttered, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He approached the fallen Mr. 2 and delivered one last kick for good measure. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck behind him, prompting him to spin around, ready for an attack. To his relief, it was his captain, Luffy, smirking as his coat billowed in the wind. Sanji relaxed, took a puff of his cigarette, and greeted Luffy. "Hey, Captain," he said. "I see you took care of your business," Luffy replied, walking over to Mr. 2's unconscious form. "The guy put up a good fight, but I managed," Sanji said, hoping Luffy wouldn't ask for details. "Oh, I know. I saw the whole thing," Luffy said with a grin, sending a shiver down Sanji's spine. "We need to talk after this," he added, placing his foot on Mr. 2's back. "Bind," he commanded, and ropes of lightning emerged, wrapping around Mr. "You should head for the palace," Luffy instructed, picking up Mr. 2 and tossing him over his shoulder. "Vivi, Johnny, and Yasaku are that way. Go help them, Usopp and Chopper are also heading over there." "Aye, Captain," Sanji replied, turning to run toward the palace. Luffy watched him for a moment before transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting up into the sky. On the cloud, Luffy appeared in a flash of lightning, tossing Mr. 2 next to the other Baroque Works agents before settling onto his throne. Robin folded her arms and spoke calmly, "Looks like there are only 2 more to go." Luffy smirked in response. "Just 2 more before we can stop this war," he said excitedly, prompting Robin to raise an eyebrow at her captain. He closed his eyes, focusing on the remaining members of his crew. Zoro vs. Mr. 1. Zoro stood 15 feet away from Mr. 1, the strongest agent in Crocodile's organization. He and Nojiko had intercepted Mr. 1 and his partner before they could reach Nami, deciding Zoro should face Mr. 1 while Nojiko and Nami dealt with Ms. Doublefinger. Mr. 1 regarded Zoro with an apathetic expression, seemingly unfazed. "Let's get this over with," Mr. 1 said, bored, as he launched himself at Zoro with his right hand extended. Zoro swiftly unsheathed 2 swords to block the attack, expecting to slice through Mr. 1's hand. Instead, he felt a jarring impact against metal. Looking closer, he realized Mr. 1's fingers were steel blades. Zoro's eyes widened, and he pushed off, creating distance between them. As he did, Mr. 1's hand swung upward, causing a nearby concrete pillar to explode into fragments. "You ate a devil fruit," Zoro said, narrowing his eyes. "That's right," Mr. 1 replied gruffly. "I ate the dice fruit, turning my entire body into blades." Zoro unsheathed his final sword and placed it in his mouth, ready for battle. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Mr. 1 asked, causing Zoro to raise an eyebrow as he untied the green bandana from his bicep. "Yeah, I was one of them. They didn't want to surrender, so we took them down," Zoro said with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Now I'll ask you the same thing we asked them. If you don't surrender, I'll gladly paint the sands of this desert red with your blood." On the thundercloud, Luffy couldn't help but notice that Zoro's bloodlust was starting to reflect his own. "You think you can make a fool out of me?" Mr. 1 shouted angrily, transforming both forearms into blades and charging at Zoro. Zoro anticipated the attack and stepped forward, blocking Mr. One's arms before using the blade in his mouth to slash at Mr. One's neck. Instead of dodging, Mr. One transformed the side of his neck into a blade, successfully blocking the strike. They both pushed off from each other, locking eyes with a fierce intensity. "You know, your face looks familiar," Zoro remarked, studying Mr. "If I'm not mistaken, you were an infamous bounty hunter from the West Blue, an assassin too. What happened? You used to be at the top. Now look at you, you're just Crocodile's lackey," he chuckled, provoking Mr. "Let me show you the difference between our swords and our pride," Zoro declared seriously. "Bull needles," he shouted, holding his swords like a bull's horns and charging at Mr. One took a defensive stance and responded, spider defense, as he clashed his fists together, creating a metallic sound. As Zoro closed in, he executed a rapid multi-hit attack, running past Mr. One and sheathing two swords before turning to address the Baroque Works agents. "So, your entire body is steel, and unless I can cut steel, I can't harm you," Zoro stated, observing Mr. One's back. "That's right. Cutting and smashing attacks won't work on me," Mr. One confirmed, turning to face Zoro. "Then I'll just have to learn how to cut steel," Zoro replied with a smirk, unsheathing his swords again and placing the white one back in his mouth. "Onigiri," he yelled, launching his signature attack in a three-way slash. The impact knocked Mr. One off his feet. Without wasting a moment, Zoro leaped into the air above Mr. Tiger Trap, he shouted, swinging down with a powerful descending slash that struck Mr. One's midsection, sending him crashing to the ground. Zoro landed a few feet away, glancing back to see Mr. One standing amidst the dust cloud. "I told you, a weakling like you could never dream of cutting me," Mr. One declared before kicking off the ground and charging at Zoro. Instinctively, Zoro ducked just in time to avoid Mr. One's kick, which sliced through a nearby building. "Spar Claw!" Mr. One yelled, spinning mid-air and aiming his blade-like fingers at Zoro. Zoro rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack as Mr. One's hand dug into the ground. Quickly getting to his feet, Zoro raised his swords in defense. Mr. One stood up and charged again. "Sparkling Daisy," he shouted, lunging at Zoro. Zoro blocked the attack with his swords, but the force sent shockwaves that split the buildings behind him. Zoro struggled to hold back Mr. One, realizing that his opponent possessed both a powerful devil fruit and impressive physical strength. "Goodbye," Mr. One said, pushing Zoro back into the collapsing buildings. He watched emotionlessly as debris fell onto Zoro. "A couple of wannabe pirates like you could never defeat us," Mr. One taunted, glancing at the rubble. "Your friends are probably already dead, and your captain was likely taken out by Crocodile long ago," he scoffed. As thunder rumbled overhead, Zoro heard it and felt a surge of determination. Suddenly, the rubble exploded outward, revealing Zoro standing with all three swords drawn, bleeding from multiple wounds. "You can say what you want about me, but I wouldn't be a good crew member if I just laid there and let you insult my captain," he said coldly, his eyes filled with resolve. Unbeknownst to him, a dark aura enveloped his blades. Mr. One dismissed it as just another weak attack. "Onigiri!" Zoro shouted, launching himself forward. In an instant, he appeared behind Mr. One, swords spread wide. He began sheathing his swords one by one, the sounds echoing through the empty buildings of Alubarna. With each click, blood gushed from 3 wounds on Mr. One's body, causing him to fall to his knees. "I am impossible," he gasped, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. His eyes rolled back before he collapsed face-first into the sand. "Luffy will be king of the pirates, and I'll cut down anybody who gets in his way," Zoro declared with conviction just as a bolt of lightning struck down between him and the downed Mr. When the lightning vanished, Zoro saw his captain standing there with a satisfied smirk. "Well now, that's reassuring," Luffy commented on Zoro's statement before turning to look at Mr. One, who had a large puddle of blood forming beneath him. "DMN, I wanted to recruit him, but he might bleed out before I can get him first aid," Luffy said, glancing at the beaten agent. Sorry about that, Zoro replied with a nervous chuckle, prompting a smile from Luffy. Don't worry about it, I'm quite proud of you, Luffy said to his first mate. Not only did you handle yourself well in the fight, but you also awakened your armament Haki. Zoro looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Zoro asked, tilting his head. Never mind, I'll explain later. Here, Luffy said, reaching into his coat and pulling out a bottle of sake, tossing it to Zoro. Head for the palace, Luffy instructed, pointing to the giant palace in the center of Alyabarna. Just keep staring at that building and head over there. Do not take your eyes off it, he emphasized. God knows you might end up on another island altogether if you get lost, he muttered to himself. I'm not going to get lost, Zoro replied, overhearing Luffy's mumble. Yeah, and Nami hates money, Luffy shot back, causing Zoro's eyebrow to twitch. Just keep your eyes on that palace, he sighed. Thanks for this, by the way, Zoro said, taking a drink from the sake bottle. What are you going to do with him? He asked, glancing at Mr. I'm going to seal the wounds, Luffy replied, rolling the Baroque Works agent over and placing his index finger over one of the slash wounds, using his lightning to seal it and stop most of the bleeding. For his sake, I hope he doesn't have any internal injuries, Luffy added before binding the agent with his lightning. He then grabbed Mr. One's shirt and lifted him up, looking at Zoro. See you at the end of all this, Luffy said before transforming into lightning and shooting up into the sky. Okay then, time to stop a war, Zoro said, walking towards the palace with his sake in hand. On the cloud. Luffy appeared once again on the cloud, carrying another unconscious Baroque Works agent. Robin looked at this one, noticing he was a bit bloodier than the rest, with 3 large burn marks over the slashes Zoro had given him. You know, this cloud is beginning to get a bit crowded, she remarked, looking at Luffy. I know, Luffy replied, tossing Mr. One onto the pile of unconscious agents. Just one more to go before I drop them off at the Spider's Cafe, he said, sitting down on his throne. And what are you going to do with me? Robin asked, folding her arms. I'll take you to see that poneglyph, Luffy said, causing her to perk up slightly. The king is going to owe me for saving the country, so I'll just ask him to show it to me, he added. Robin smiled, but her expression quickly changed to one of panic. Oh no, she exclaimed, causing Luffy to look at her in confusion. I totally forgot. The king was kidnapped by Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas. It was all part of the plan to have Mr. 2 impersonate him, she explained, sounding alarmed. Relax, we'll find him, Luffy said with a sigh, rubbing his temple. I'm starting to think I should have taken care of that guy a long time ago, he said, glancing at Crocodile. For now, let's just focus on this last agent, then worry about the king, he added. If you say so, Robin replied, watching as Luffy closed his eyes once again. Nami and Nojiko versus Ms. Doublefinger. Nojiko and Nami stood across from Ms. Doublefinger, weapons drawn. Nojiko stood in front of her sister, holding her 3-section staff diagonally across her back, while Nami stood behind her, gripping 3 blue metal rods between her fingers. This was her new weapon, crafted by Usopp. Tired of sitting back while Luffy and the rest of the crew fought, she wanted to contribute and not be a burden. Give it up, girls, it's useless, Ms. Doublefinger said, placing her hands on her hips. Well, from where I'm standing, you should be the one giving up, Nojiko retorted, tightening her grip on her staff. Ms. Doublefinger stretched out her right hand, fingers pointed at the girls, smirking. Your funeral, she said before her fingers transformed into spikes and shot forward. With Nojiko's observation Haki being slightly better than her sister's, she dodged and weaved through the spikes, closing the distance. Nami, however, wasn't so lucky. She dodged most of the spikes, but one managed to stab into her shoulder, though her devil fruit powers prevented any serious injury. Take this. Nojiko yelled as she swung her staff at Ms. Doublefinger's midsection. The impact sent Ms. Doublefinger crashing into the side of an abandoned building. Nojiko turned to check on her sister, who was unharmed but had her metal rod scattered in front of her. She rushed to help Nami. Up. Nami, are you okay? She asked, assisting her sister to her feet. Yeah, I'm fine, Nami replied, standing tall once more. She has devil fruit powers, Nami exclaimed, staring at the hole in the wall where the Baroque Works agent had crashed through. Right you are, little girl, Ms. Doublefinger replied, catching the sister's attention as she emerged from the rubble, slightly bruised. I ate the spike fruit, allowing me to turn any part of my body into spikes, she explained, striding toward them. Wow, that must be quite painful, Nojiko remarked with a smirk, twirling her staff. I don't know about that, Ms. Doublefinger countered, swaying her hips. The male populace finds me quite appealing, she added with a playful grin. Before Nojiko could respond, Nami shouted at them. Would you two stop already? She yelled, her face flushed. The older women chuckled at her embarrassment. I guess my little sister is right, Nojiko said, halting her staff's movement. Time to get down to business, she declared, adopting a serious expression. Nami quickly connected 3 metal rods to form a long blue staff. Nojiko charged at Ms. Doublefinger with impressive speed. Ms. Doublefinger pointed both hands at Nojiko, shouting, "Double Stinger," as she transformed her hands into spikes, attempting to stab Nojiko multiple times. The sisters deftly dodged and leaped into the air. Lotus Shock High Kick, they shouted in unison, bringing their weapons down toward Ms. Doublefinger, who narrowly evaded the attack. The impact created a large hole in the ground, shocking Ms. Doublefinger at the destruction caused by the sisters. Just then, Nami's voice came from behind her. Did you forget about me? Nami asked, causing Ms. Doublefinger to turn, her eyes widening as she saw Nami appearing like an illusion. When did you, she began, but Nami interrupted by swinging her staff. Cyclone Tempo. Nami yelled, and the strike generated a powerful gust of wind that sent Ms. Doublefinger crashing into the side of a nearby building. Nicely done, sis, Nojiko praised, standing beside Nami. Looks like that weapon Usopp made for you is really useful, she added with a proud smile. Yeah, I'm glad I practiced with it beforehand. Imagine if I had to learn it in the middle of a battle. Nami replied, causing Nojiko to chuckle. Just then, they heard rubble shifting. They turned to see Ms. Doublefinger emerging from the debris, covered in bruises and with her clothes slightly torn. You two are really making me angry, she shouted before leaping into the air. Stinger Hedgehog, she yelled, curling into a ball and sprouting spikes all over her body, resembling a sea urchin. She spun rapidly, rolling toward the sisters, who stood unfazed. The giant spike ball rolled right through them as if they weren't there. Ms. Doublefinger stopped and reverted to her normal form, looking around for the girls. Where are they? She wondered aloud. We're right here, Nojiko's voice came from behind her. Before she could react, Nojiko's staff wrapped around her neck, revealing the sisters standing back to back, with Nojiko holding the top and bottom sections of her staff while the third section was under Ms. Doublefinger's neck. Mirage Tempo. Nami's voice called from the front, catching Ms. Doublefinger's attention. When she looked ahead, Nami appeared, smirking confidently. Ms. Doublefinger opened her mouth to speak, but Nojiko acted first. Seismic Toss. Nojiko shouted, stepping forward and using her staff to lift Ms. Doublefinger and slam her down into the ground. The impact created a small crater and a tremor. Nojiko quickly pulled her staff away and distanced herself from the agent. Time to finish this, Nami declared, pulling out one of the metal rods and blowing into it, releasing a flurry of red bubbles. She then took another rod and blew into it, creating blue bubbles. The two colors mixed in the air, forming a rain cloud. Finally, she blew into the last rod, adding yellow bubbles to the cloud. Sparks began to crackle from the cloud, and Nami grinned. Now take this, she shouted. Thunder Tempo, she called, and lightning struck Ms. Doublefinger, who lay in the crater. The sisters high-fived each other, celebrating their victory, but their triumph was short-lived as they heard Ms. Doublefinger growl from the crater. "You two have mocked me long enough," she said, her voice filled with fury. "This ends here," she declared as she prepared to attack. "You're right," Nami replied, stepping forward. "This does end here," she added, focusing her energy as a small fireball began to form in her hand. "Heatwave!" Nami shouted, launching her attack towards Ms. Doublefinger in a whip-like motion. Just as the attack was about to reach Ms. Doublefinger, a bolt of lightning struck in front of her, startling everyone. When the lightning cleared, Luffy stood there, holding on to Nami's heatwave attack, which was just inches away from the Baroque Works agent's chest. "Oh, my, beautiful and deadly," Luffy remarked, dissipating the attack with his water element. He looked at his two female crew members with a smirk. "You two make quite the fierce combination," he added. Nojiko pulled back her staff, looking at Luffy for an explanation. "I can't have you kill her. She's more useful to me alive than dead," he explained. Nojiko was about to respond when spikes suddenly erupted from Luffy's body, courtesy of Ms. Doublefinger, causing Nami and Nojiko to gasp in horror as they saw their captain covered in spikes. Luffy sighed, turning to Ms. Doublefinger. "That's not going to work on me," he said before backhanding the Baroque Works agent, sending her crashing through 5 abandoned buildings. "Now, where was I?" he asked, dusting off his hands as Nami and Nojiko exchanged bewildered glances. "How do you just casually backhand someone through 5 buildings?" they thought in unison. Just as Nami was about to speak, Zoro's voice caught their attention. "Oh, hey guys," Zoro greeted, approaching them. "What's wrong? Are you guys lost?" he asked casually. Nami and Nojiko exchanged looks, sweat drops forming on their foreheads, while Luffy glared at Zoro, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. "What happened to not taking your eyes off the palace?" Luffy exclaimed. "Yeah, I'm heading there right now," Zoro replied nonchalantly. "The palace is in the opposite direction," Luffy shouted, while the 2 girls looked on, amused. Luffy turned to the girls. "You two take him to the palace," he instructed, glancing back at where he sent Ms. Doublefinger flying. "I'll take care of things here," he added seriously, walking through the holes in the buildings left by the agent's crash. After navigating through the debris, he found Ms. Doublefinger lying unconscious beneath some rubble. Luffy bent down, picked her up, and transformed into lightning, shooting straight up into the sky. On the cloud. Luffy reappeared on the cloud, carrying the unconscious Baroque Works agent. He tossed Ms. Doublefinger onto a pile of unconscious agents before settling into his throne and addressing Robin. "That's everybody," Luffy said, glancing at her. "I must say, your crew is very impressive," Robin replied with a smile. "They may be few in number, but they make up for it with their strength," she added, causing Luffy to chuckle. "What can I say, I have an eye for talent," he said, winking at her, which made her blush slightly. "Now then, where is this spider's cafe?" he asked. "It's that way," she said, pointing in the direction they had come from. "It's in the desert between Nanohana and Alyabarna," she explained, and Luffy nodded. "Hold on," he said just before the cloud sped off towards the spider's cafe at incredible speed. It took them about 10 minutes to reach the skies above the cafe. When they arrived, Luffy stood up and looked down to see the cafe nestled in the desert. "So, I take it that's the place?" he asked, turning to Robin, who was fixing her hair. "Yeah, that's it," she confirmed, not paying much attention. "Okay, you wait here. I'll drop them off and be right back," he said, holding out his hands. 10 ropes made of lightning connected to the bindings around everyone except Crocodile. Luffy then transformed into lightning again, teleporting himself and the Baroque Works agents down to the cafe. The Spider's Cafe. Inside the cafe, Gem, Makita, Marianne, and Jiro were sitting at the counter, sipping beverages they had found. They had arrived about an hour ago and were waiting for Luffy. "Where is he?" Jiro asked, frustration evident in his voice. Before anyone could respond, a loud impact shook the cafe as if an earthquake had struck. "Ask and you shall receive," Makita chuckled. They all turned their attention to the doors, which suddenly burst open. Luffy walked in, dragging 5 unconscious and bound individuals behind him. He tossed the agents further into the cafe before speaking. "Gem," Luffy called, catching Gem's attention. "Treat their wounds," he instructed, tossing him a first aid kit. "I'll be back in a few hours," he said before turning to leave. "Wait!" Jiro shouted, stopping Luffy. "Where are you going?" he asked, clearly unhappy about waiting. "I've got a war to stop," Luffy replied, narrowing his eyes. "You don't have somewhere you need to be, do you?" he asked, his tone serious. "No, sir," Jiro stammered. "Thought so," Luffy said before he left, causing Jiro to let out a sigh of relief. On the cloud. Luffy returned to the cloud and looked over at Robin. "Where is the king?" he asked her. Luffy and Ms. Merry Christmas had hidden themselves in a cave just outside of Alyabarna. Luffy sighed, expressing regret that they hadn't gone there first. The cloud they were riding on turned around and sped back to Alyabarna, taking another 10 minutes to reach the capital. Once they arrived, Luffy turned to Robin and asked where to go. She scanned the area and pointed toward the eastern gate. As they approached the location, Luffy teleported off the cloud and landed on the surface, where he noticed the area was deserted. In front of him was a small opening in the rocks, leading to a cave beneath Alyabarna. Luffy suspected that Ms. Merry Christmas had created it with her powers. He checked the cave for any Baroque Works agents and was relieved to find none. Suddenly, a voice called out from the corner of the cave, asking who he was. Luffy turned to see a man bound to the walls. "I take it you're Cobra?" he asked as he approached the man. Cobra looked at Luffy with suspicion and asked who he was. Luffy introduced himself as a friend of his daughter and freed him from his restraints. Cobra recognized Luffy as part of the group that had helped his daughter. Luffy explained that he was the captain and urged Cobra to follow him, as they had a war to stop. Once outside the cave, Luffy placed his hands on Cobra's shoulders, preparing to teleport them both. Cobra looked confused, but before he could ask, Luffy transformed into lightning and they were whisked away to the cloud. Upon arriving, Cobra fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Robin commented that Luffy might have overwhelmed him, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. As Cobra looked around and realized they were in the sky, he exclaimed in shock. Luffy reassured him to relax and pointed out Crocodile, who was also on the cloud. Cobra's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy, with a smirk, acknowledged that he had indeed brought Crocodile along. He then shifted the conversation to the urgent matter at hand, explaining that he needed something from Cobra before they could stop the war. He requested to see the poneglyph that the Nefertari family possessed, which surprised Cobra. Cobra asked how Luffy knew about it, and Luffy explained that the Nefertari family was one of the 20 kings who formed the world government, making it reasonable for them to have one. To Luffy's surprise, Cobra agreed without hesitation, stating he saw no harm in it. Luffy asked where to find it, and Cobra directed him to the royal palace. As they approached the palace, Cobra pointed out an area just outside. Luffy maneuvered the cloud closer, and they teleported down to the surface, leaving Crocodile behind. They found themselves at the royal tomb, where generations of kings rested. Cobra walked over to a statue of a sea cat and revealed a hidden stairway. The poneglyph is kept down there, deep underground, Cobra explained as he led Luffy and Robin down the stairs. He noted that most people were unaware of the poneglyph's existence and asked how they knew about it. Luffy introduced Robin, explaining that she could read the ancient writings. Cobra was astonished, and Luffy added that his mentors had told him about the poneglyphs. Cobra inquired if Luffy could read them, to which Luffy admitted he could not, leaving Cobra confused. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they arrived in a secret underground chamber. Cobra pointed to a door at the back, stating that the poneglyph was just behind it. Luffy opened the doors, revealing the giant poneglyph in the center of the room. Robin's Face lit up with excitement as she entered, while Luffy and Cobra leaned against the door frame. Cobra asked Robin if she could read it, and she confirmed that she could. She explained that the poneglyph contained the history of the country and its former kings, surprising Cobra with the revelation. Cut the crap, Luffy interrupted, surprising both Robin and Cobra. I know it tells the location of Pluton. How did you? Robin asked, her voice slightly trembling. You can relax, I have no interest in that weapon. I have all the power I need, Luffy replied, his expression bored. I thought you said you couldn't read the ancient language, Cobra remarked, eyeing Luffy. I can't, Luffy smirked. It's hard to explain. I don't quite understand it myself. All I know is that I can hear the voice of all things. This left both of them confused. If you think I asked you to join my crew just to find out what's on one of the poneglyphs, you're wrong. I can do that myself, he stated seriously. Now, this poneglyph doesn't have what we want, so can we leave? He seemed a bit tired of waiting. Forgive me for asking, but what exactly are you two looking for on these poneglyphs? Cobra inquired, glancing between them. The missing history of the world, Robin answered, causing Cobra's eyes to widen. Missing history, he echoed, and she nodded. A century-long gap in the recorded and archaeological history of our world. The world government forbids any research into the topic, which is why they made reading the poneglyphs illegal. The missing history is recorded on a few of these poneglyphs. Whatever the government did during that century-long gap allowed them to take political control of the entire world, Luffy explained seriously, looking at the king. This is something, Cobra said, sounding overwhelmed. Forget about it for now, we can talk about it later, Luffy suggested, and Robin nodded. Let's go stop this war, he declared before turning to leave. Robin followed him back up the stairs after they closed the doors to the chamber that held the poneglyphs. At the top, Luffy turned to Robin. What do you want to do, Robin? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I was going to just go to the ship and wait for you there, but that sounds too boring, she replied, causing Luffy to chuckle. Okay then, he said, turning to the king. Go with the king to the palace and wait for me there, he instructed before stepping away. He paused and turned back to Robin. Oh, and I would stay away from the princess if I were you, he added with a smile, making Robin chuckle. I never intended on letting her see me, she replied, and Luffy laughed. Just then, a giant explosion shook the entire city of Alyabarna, causing Luffy to spin around and look in the direction of the blast. A giant ball of light illuminated the sky. Right on, Smoker, Luffy thought with a smirk. Well, I have a war to stop, he said, grinning before transforming into lightning and shooting up into the sky, leaving Robin and the king behind. When Luffy appeared on a cloud, he looked down at Crocodile, bowed and smirked before the cloud sped toward the plaza where the royal army and rebels were clashing. Upon arrival, Luffy noticed that the two armies had ceased fighting, all picking themselves up from the ground, gazing up at the sky where the explosion had occurred. It seems the shockwave knocked them all over, Luffy thought, amused. He then looked at Crocodile and snapped his fingers, causing the lightning binding Crocodile to vanish, freeing the warlord. As soon as the lightning disappeared, Crocodile's eyes snapped open. Huh? Where am I? He asked, sounding disoriented. Luffy didn't respond. Instead, he covered his hand in Haki and grabbed Crocodile by the neck, dangling him over the side of the cloud. Crocodile struggled, gasping for air, but Luffy held him firmly with a smirk. You wanted to be king of this land, Luffy said, pulling back his other hand, which was also covered in Haki. Well, long live the king, he declared before delivering a powerful punch to Crocodile, sending him crashing toward the ground. Luffy looked around and noticed rain clouds forming above Alabasta. Now would you look at that, he said with a smile as he stood on the edge of the cloud, peering down at Crocodile, who lay in a crater surrounded by both the royal and rebel armies. Time for my grand entrance, he announced before transforming into lightning and shooting straight down. Down on the ground. Crocodile lay face down, unconscious in a crater about 20 feet wide, while people from both armies surrounded him, puzzled. "Isn't that Crocodile?" one of the rebels asked. "Yeah, but who could have done this to him?" another replied. "Who has the strength to defeat a warlord?" they wondered. Before anyone could speculate further, they heard the voice of a young woman. "Stop fight!" Princess Vivi shouted from atop a clock tower. But before she or anyone from the armies could say anything else, a giant bolt of lightning struck down, encasing the crater with Crocodile in it and knocking everyone standing nearby off their feet. When the bolt of lightning vanished, Luffy stood there, 1 foot on Crocodile's back, his captain's coat billowing in the wind, a serious look on his face. "This war is over," he declared in a cold voice that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Who are you?" one of the royal guard stammered, trembling. "That's the elemental pirate, Straw Hat Luffy," a random rebel shouted, causing gasps of shock to ripple through the crowd. Luffy ignored the surprised looks around him and spoke up. "Crocodile has been deceiving all of you," he declared, causing confusion among the crowd. He and his organization, Baroque Works, orchestrated this war to seize control of the country. Lies. It's the royal family's fault. We won't rest until every member of the royal family is, a rebel with the Baroque Works tattoo on his arm shouted before suddenly collapsing, causing everyone to back away in fear. "What just happened?" a royal guard asked, bewildered. "Anyone else want to interrupt me?" Luffy asked, his tone dangerous, making everyone sweat. "Good. Now, see that man who just fell?" He pointed to the body. "Look at his right bicep. See that tattoo?" A few people nodded. "That is the symbol of Baroque Works. He was one of Crocodile's people," Luffy explained, causing eyes to widen in realization. Turning to someone behind him, Luffy smiled and said, "I take it you can take it from here, Igaram." The supposed dead man, carrying a small boy, began to explain Crocodile's true intentions and how he had exploited the people of the country for his own gain. By the end of their explanation, everyone dropped their weapons. Just then, thunder boomed overhead, and rain began to fall for the first time in 3 years. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the end of their suffering. Luffy, however, ignored the cheers and walked toward where he sensed his crew. As he moved, the crowd parted, creating a clear path to his friends, who were thanking him and cheering his name. Luffy maintained a stoic expression. As he approached the end of the path, he noticed a group of marines led by a swordswoman entering. Luffy continued walking, seemingly unfazed by their presence. The crowd, however, hurled insults at the marines, believing they were there for Luffy. When Luffy came face to face with the swordswoman, he stopped just a foot away, and they both avoided eye contact, tension filling the air. "I saw the explosion," Luffy said in a calm voice. "Is Smoker all right?" His question surprised the marines behind her. "He is slightly injured, but he'll be fine," she replied firmly. Luffy sensed her apprehension after their earlier encounter with Ace. "Good. Tell him I'm looking forward to our next meeting," Luffy said, turning to her with a slight smile. "All right," she stammered, prompting a chuckle from Luffy as he continued on his way. He paused, looking over his shoulder. "Swordswoman," he called, catching her attention. "Why yes," she replied, her nervousness evident. "What is your name?" he asked, causing her eyes to widen slightly. "Tita-Shiji," she said, adjusting her glasses. Luffy nodded before walking away. Tashigi and her marines sighed in relief and continued toward Crocodile. When Luffy reached his crew, he noticed their tired expressions and dropped his stoic demeanor, smiling. "You look like you need a vacation," he said, stopping in front of them. "You got that right," Nami replied, leaning against a wall. "Well, Princess," Luffy said to Vivi, "think you can find a place for my crew to relax?" His smile made her tear up with joy. "Yes, I can," she said, leading them away. Vivi guided the Straw Hats toward the palace through narrow alleyways to avoid drawing attention. Upon reaching the palace, they ascended a grand staircase leading to the main doors. As they climbed, they spotted a figure at the top of the stairs. Luffy and Ryuma recognized the figure thanks to their keen observation, while the others struggled to see clearly. As they got closer, Vivi's face lit up with recognition, and she sprinted up the stairs, tears streaming down her face. "Daddy," she called, rushing to her father, prompting smiles from the straw hats. "So that's the king," Sanji remarked, taking a puff of his cigarette. "Yep," Luffy replied casually. "Yeah, he is the king," Ryuma added, standing beside Luffy. "You two don't sound surprised," Nojiko noted, looking at them. "I met him already, so there isn't really anything to be surprised about," Luffy shrugged. At the top of the stairs, the father and daughter embraced warmly after their long separation. When they noticed the group behind them, they released each other and greeted the crew. "Dad, these are my friends," Vivi said, smiling as she introduced them. "This is Nami, Nojiko, Ryuma, Zoro, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, Sanji, and this is their captain, Lu," she began, but her father interrupted. "Yes, I met him already," he said, surprising her. "And it is a pleasure to meet all of you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done for my daughter," he said, bowing his head. "It's no problem," Nami replied, slightly uneasy at the king's gesture. "Come on," the king said, lifting his head. "You all must be tired. Come inside and rest while our doctors treat your wounds," he offered, leading the group into the palace. Inside, the royals guided them to a room filled with numerous beds. Luffy believed they were in the hospital wing of the castle. The king assured them, "Our doctors will treat your wounds, and our chefs will prepare a grand feast as thanks for your services to our country. Let's postpone the feast for a couple of days to ensure everyone is properly healed," Luffy suggested, and his crew nodded as they settled onto various beds. "Besides, the two of you have somewhere else to be," he added, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. "What do you mean?" Vivi asked, tilting her head. "The plaza with your people. You should tell them what really happened here," he said, and a look of realization crossed their faces. "You're right," Vivi replied with a smile. "And we can share all about you guys," she added cheerfully. "Actually, Vivi, that might not be a good idea," Sanji interjected, and the other straw hats nodded in agreement. "Actually," Luffy said, capturing their attention, "that would be a good idea," surprising his crew. "But Luffy, wouldn't that draw too much attention to us?" Nojiko asked, confused. "When I asked each of you to join my crew, I said I was going to turn this world upside down," he stated firmly. "I have no intention of doing that from the shadows," he added, causing Zoro, Ryuma, and Nojiko to smile while Nami, Usopp, and Chopper looked a bit downcast. "I'll make sure everybody knows," Vivi said brightly. "Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to," he said, glancing at his crew. "Johnny, Yasaku, come with me. I have a job for you," he instructed, and they nodded, moving closer. "I'll be back in an hour or so," he assured them before heading out with Johnny and Yasaku. Once outside, Luffy summoned a thundercloud for them to ride on. Thanks to the rain and moisture in the air, he didn't have to worry about the cloud disappearing. When it arrived, he looked at the bounty hunters and said, "Hop on." "Aye, sir," they replied in unison, climbing onto the cloud. Luffy formed 2 seats facing him, and without questioning it, they sat down, trusting his judgment. The thundercloud took off, heading toward the Spider's Cafe. As they soared about 3,000 feet above the ground, Luffy slowed the cloud to a steady speed and addressed the duo seriously. "Now, I want you to listen carefully," he said, capturing their full attention. "I'm going to make you an offer, one you can decline if you wish." "What kind of offer?" Johnny asked, raising an eyebrow. "A job offer," Luffy replied, surprising them. They had thought they were already part of his crew. "As you know, I'm starting an underworld organization," he explained. And they nodded. "This organization will have a worldwide reach. My entire crew is from the East Blue, including me, he continued. We have family there and people we care about. That's why I need someone I can trust to oversee my operations in the East. So, you want us to go back to the East Blue and run your operations there? Yasaku asked, beginning to understand. That's right, Luffy confirmed. Not only do I trust you too, but you're also from the East Blue, so you're familiar with the area. Do you accept? He asked, looking at them intently. The two exchanged glances, silently communicating before finally responding, we accept. Luffy's face broke into a wide smile. Wonderful, he exclaimed, pulling out 3 glasses and pouring whiskey into them. He handed 2 to Johnny and Yasaku. Here's to new opportunities, he said, clinking glasses with them. Now, let's talk business. What exactly will we be doing in the East? Johnny asked, taking a sip. I'll explain everything in front of everyone else rather than repeating myself, Luffy said, and they nodded. When you get to the East Blue, you'll need to find a place to set up your main base of operations, he instructed. Where could we find such a place? Yasaku asked, unsure of suitable locations for their dealings. Maybe go to Konomi Islands, where Nami is from, Luffy suggested, causing confusion. I thought you wanted us to stay away from the homes of crew members. Johnny questioned. I do, but as long as you don't interfere with Kokoyashi village, I don't think anyone will mind, Luffy explained. You can take over the spot where Arlong's base was, it has a small port and everything. Plus, I think the villagers will welcome you back. And we can provide them with protection, Yasaku added. Exactly, Luffy said with a smile. However, if I hear of any trouble caused by your men, there will be consequences, he warned, his tone serious. We'll make sure they understand, Johnny replied, a bit apprehensive. Good, but I want to ensure everyone knows you two are in charge, Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. So, we're going to give you a power boost, he added, raising their curiosity. And how are we going to do that? Yasaku asked. Simple, Luffy replied with a grin, waving his hand in front of them as something began to rise from inside the cloud. When they looked down, they saw a familiar chest rising from the cloud, and the two of them realized how Luffy was going to give them a power boost. Luffy smiled and asked, now then, who wants a devil fruit? Johnny and Yasaku exchanged glances before Johnny spoke first. No, I'm fine, Johnny replied, raising an eyebrow. I'll take one then, Yasaku said, prompting Luffy to reach into the chest and pull out a devil fruit. The fruit was gray with black swirls and shaped like an apple. Here, Luffy said, handing the fruit to Yasaku. This is the sickle fruit. What does it do? Yasaku inquired. It's a paramecia-type devil fruit that gives the user long, sharp nails to create slicing air blades, Luffy explained, causing their eyes to widen. The wind generated by this fruit is said to be as sharp as a mito. It can easily tear through anything, he added as he closed the chest and lowered it back into the cloud. Eat it, Johnny encouraged, excitement evident in his voice. Yasaku looked at both Johnny and Luffy before bringing the devil fruit to his mouth. Be warned, devil fruits can have a... Luffy started, trailing off as he watched Yasaku take a bite. Bad taste, he finished. Yasaku's face contorted in disgust, causing Johnny and Luffy to cringe slightly. He managed to swallow the fruit and let out a breath of relief. Luffy quickly refilled his glass and handed it to Yasaku to help wash away the taste. Well, how do you feel? Johnny asked, noticing no immediate changes in his partner. No different, actually, Yasaku replied, examining himself. Maybe you should finish the entire fruit, Johnny suggested. That won't be necessary, Luffy interjected, catching their attention. It only takes one bite, he added, taking a sip of his drink. Give it a few hours, and you'll see the difference, he said, prompting them to nod. Now, my organization will be producing and distributing certain products, he continued, and they nodded, understanding the potential for profit. You will not be selling anything in the East, do I make myself clear? He stated seriously, and they nodded quickly. If you don't mind me asking, why? Yasaku asked cautiously. We won't be selling to everyday civilians, Luffy explained, surprising them. We will be selling to the wealthy and powerful nobles, kings, and queens. They tend to buy in larger quantities than regular people, he said, and they nodded, comprehending the strategy. I do not want to risk selling to a nobleman in the East and having them distribute it to their people, he concluded. Oh, I understand now, Johnny said, nodding. Yeah, me too, Yasaku added. Good, Luffy said as he stood up, and the cloud began to slow down. We're here, he announced, prompting the two former bounty hunters to stand as well. The cloud came to a stop just above the cafe before descending to the surface. When it was about 4 feet above the ground, Luffy and his two new leaders of the East Blue operation hopped off and made their way inside the cafe, with Luffy leading the way. Upon entering the cafe, they noticed everyone was divided into two groups. To Luffy's right were Gem and the rest of the former Baroque Works agents who had already joined him. To the left were the former agents who Luffy's crew had dealt with. The two groups were so focused on each other that they didn't notice Luffy's entrance. There seems to be a lot of tension in here, Luffy remarked, drawing everyone's attention. When they saw him standing there with two of his crew members, the former Baroque Works agents immediately stood up, ready for confrontation, while the other group remained seated but visibly relaxed. You! Mr. One shouted angrily. I thought the boss would have killed you. Luffy chuckled. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it was Crocodile who lost the fight, he said as he walked toward the leader of the group. But if you wish to avenge your boss, go right ahead, he challenged Mr. I will gladly show you your place in this world, he added coldly, causing Mr. One to growl. To Luffy's disappointment, Mr. One backed off and returned to his group. That's more like it, Luffy said, eyeing the former Baroque Works agent. Oh my! Came the voice of Ms. Doublefinger as she approached Luffy, swaying her hips. Such a strong man, she said, brushing against his arm. Why don't you and I go in the back and have some fun? Sorry, but I have other plans, Luffy replied, gently pushing her away. With a waist like that, I might just break you, he whispered back before walking to the counter of the cafe, leaving Ms. Doublefinger momentarily stunned. Now then, he said seriously, getting everyone's attention again. Let's get down to business. What business? Ms. Merry Christmas asked quickly. I have a job offer for all of you, Luffy said with a smile as he surveyed the room. At that moment, he noticed someone among the former agents his crew had dealt with. Who are you? He asked, his smile fading. That's Mr. 11, Gem answered, catching Luffy's attention. Apparently, he followed us here, he added, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. How come I didn't see him earlier? Luffy asked. He was hiding outside. He didn't show himself until after you had already left, Gem explained, prompting Luffy to sigh. Whatever, Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. As I was saying, I have a job offer for all of you, he reiterated, placing a smile back on his face. What makes you think we would want to work for you anyway? Mr. 11 challenged. Luffy folded his arms and smirked, well, it's either that or I hand you over to the Marines. Ms. Doublefinger shifted the topic, asking, what's the job you're offering? It's quite similar to the ones you previously had, Luffy replied, taking a sip of his drink. I am going to create an organization that operates in both the underworld and the legal world. Curiosity sparked in Mr. 2's voice as he asked, what do you mean by both? I mean the organization will produce, buy, and sell both legal and illegal items, Luffy explained, causing their eyes to widen slightly. So, you are going to be dipping your hands in two pots instead of one, Ms. Doublefinger chuckled. Before anyone could ask more questions, Mr. 11 stood up, clearly agitated. No, he exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. I'm not going to be a part of this, he said, walking toward the door. Why not? Luffy asked, genuinely curious about his refusal. I've heard stories about the black market, Mr. 11 replied, his voice trembling. Those are people I do not want to get involved with. Luffy nodded, understanding his fear. Very well, he said, taking another sip of his drink. You are free to leave. As Mr. 11 turned to exit, the sound of gunshots rang out. He collapsed to the ground, causing shock to ripple through the group. They quickly looked to Luffy, who remained seated, holding a smoking gun. Why did you shoot him? Mr. 2 asked, fear evident in his voice. Luffy stood up, a chilling chuckle escaping him as he walked toward the fallen Mr. You didn't really expect me to tell you I'm about to start a crime syndicate and let you walk out of here alive, he said coldly, crouching down to meet Mr. 11's gaze. You should have never followed my people here. He released Mr. 11's hair, letting his head fall back to the floor. Luffy then pointed his pistol down at him. Please, no. Mr. 11 begged, staring up at the gun. Sorry, Luffy replied in an emotionless tone. It's nothing personal. It's just business. He pulled the trigger, and silence followed. Luffy holstered his gun and returned to the counter, where he resumed his drink. So, when you said you were going to hand us over to the Marines, you were lying, Mr. 2 observed, watching Luffy sit down. No, that was just before I told you what I was going to do, Luffy smirked. Now that you all know what I am planning, there is no way you are turning down my offer and walking out of here alive. So devious, Ms. Doublefinger remarked, a playful glint in her eye. I like it, she added with a wink, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. So, who's in? Luffy asked, looking around the room. I'm in, Mr. 2 declared, twirling with enthusiasm. Plus, I quite like your crew. They're a merry bunch. We're in, right Mr. 4? Right? Right? Ms. Merry Christmas asked, bouncing with excitement. Sure, Mr. 4 replied slowly. Well, you already know I'm in, handsome, Ms. Doublefinger said with a wink. Luffy then turned to Mr. 1, who was eyeing him suspiciously. Fine, I'll join you, Mr. 1 said, causing Luffy to smirk. Good, now sit down and let me explain what we will be doing, Luffy instructed as everyone took their seats. The name of the organization is Hell's Company. There will be two main branches, the Hino branch for information gathering and the Keaton branch for black market dealings. What sort of information will the Hino branch be gathering? Ms. Doublefinger asked, intrigued. All sorts of information, world news, shady deals, and needs, Luffy replied, leaving them puzzled. Needs? Marianne asked, confusion etched on her face. Yes, needs, Luffy clarified with a smirk. Information on what people require, things like weapons, jewels, and anything in high demand. The Hino branch will not only gather information but also distribute it. They will spread the word of our company to both the low lives and the wealthy nobles of this world, he explained, walking over to Ms. Doublefinger. And you, Ms. Doublefinger, he said, stroking her cheek, are going to be in charge of the entire Hino branch. Me? She asked, astonished. Why me? Ms. All Sunday told me you have a knack for gathering information, Luffy said, prompting her to nod slowly. You will work in pairs, each pair sent to a separate ocean. You will temporarily oversee my operations in that ocean, choosing someone from your crew to lead the Hino branch there. They will collect information from their subordinates and send it to you, and I will guide you on what to do with it. What do you mean by temporarily in charge? Nikita asked, prompting Luffy to glance her way. Just as it sounds, you are only holding the position of boss in that ocean until I find someone stronger who can protect my people and my merchandise, he explained, surprising them. Who said we need protection? Mr. 4 interjected, a hint of defiance in his tone. Luffy chuckled as he walked back over to the counter, a smile on his face. Trust me, you're not strong enough to deal with the people we're going to encounter, he said, taking a sip of his drink. He pointed at Johnny and Yasaku, adding, the only exception is those two, but that's mainly because they're heading to the East Blue. Jiro looked at Luffy and Asked, if the Hino branch focuses on gathering and distributing information, what does the other branch do? Luffy explained, the other branch is called the Keaton branch. They handle the buying and selling of merchandise both legally and on the black market. The group nodded, understanding the plan. What exactly are we selling? Ms. Merry Christmas inquired, earning a chuckle from Luffy. We'll be selling anything that can fetch a good price like weapons, medicine, high-end artifacts such as paintings and antiques, he said, taking another sip of his drink. And some rare items like devil fruits, he added, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. Are we really selling devil fruits? Mr. Two asked, astonished. That's right, Luffy confirmed as he sat down. I'll have all the devil fruits. You just need to find buyers, and I'll deliver them to you, he said, prompting nods from the group. Medicine and high-end artifacts can be sold legally, but everything else will be on the black market, he continued seriously. For those in the Keaton branch, you're about to enter a whole new world, a secret society with its own rules that most people don't know about. Paula asked, how do we get into this society? When the Hino branch spreads the word and the Keaton branch makes some transactions, you'll be invited to special events in the underworld, like auctions and exclusive viewings. That's where you'll meet the underworld society, Luffy explained, observing their reactions. He was surprised to see excitement in even the usually stoic Mr. That sounds fun, Jiro said with a smirk. At those events, you'll make new contacts and meet future clients, Luffy added, refilling his glass. But there's one rule in the underworld, he said, capturing their full attention. You never reveal what you see, do, or hear while you're there, he emphasized, and they all nodded in agreement. Well, except for me, he added with a grin. I assume that's where my branch will operate? Paula asked. Correct, Luffy replied with a nod. Just as he was about to continue, Mr. Two raised his hand. I have a question, he said, drawing everyone's attention. You mentioned selling all these things, but where will we get them from? Luffy stood up and walked over to the door, summoning his thundercloud. I almost forgot, he said as the cloud arrived. He reached into it and pulled out a black treasure chest that Johnny and Yasaku had never seen before. Before I answer your question, I need to assign your partners and your areas of operation, he said, flipping open the chest. Sounds good to me, Gem said, and everyone else agreed. Okay, Johnny and Yasaku, you're going to the East Blue, Luffy instructed. He turned to Gem and added, Gem, give them the location of the ships heading to the east. Gem walked over and handed them a paper with the location written on it. Got it, Captain. Johnny said with a salute. Mr. 1, you'll operate alone here in the Grand Line as part of the Keaton branch, Luffy said, and Mr. 1 nodded as Gem approached him with a piece of paper. Paula, you and Marianne will also be in the Grand Line, but as part of the Hino branch, he continued, and the two women nodded. Marianne sat down next to Paula as Gem handed them their information. Got it, Paula confirmed. Mr. 4, you and Ms. Merry Christmas will head to the North Blue, Luffy said, and they nodded as they received their paper from Gem. Okay, Mr. 4 replied slowly. Mr. 2, you and Jiro will head to the West Blue, Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. Righty-o, Bossman. Mr. 2 exclaimed, twirling around as Jiro collected the paper and moved over to him. And finally, Gem, you and Makita will head to the South Blue, Luffy said, and they nodded. Got it, they said in unison as they sat next to each other. You're all free to decide who does what for each branch or if you want to work together, Luffy said, and they nodded in agreement. Now, the next thing I need to give you are these, he said, reaching into the chest and pulling out a stack of address books tied together. He untied the stack and passed one to each person. These books contain the names and numbers of people who have sworn loyalty to me, he explained, and everyone looked at the names with interest. I don't understand, Ms. Merry Christmas said, catching Luffy's attention. What do these people have to do with us? As I mentioned, these individuals pledged their loyalty to me years ago. They'll be supplying you with much of the merchandise you'll be selling, he said, surprising everyone, especially Johnny and Yasaku. In that book, you'll find contacts ranging from arms dealers to manufacturers, scientists to suppliers, he said, taking a seat. Whatever you need, you can get it from the people listed in those books. You call them and place an order for the product, and they will inform you when and where to pick it up. Since all of them are in the Grand Line, you'll need to send a ship here to collect it and take it back to the client, understood? He asked, ensuring everyone was following along. How long have they been working for you? Johnny inquired, as this was the first time he had heard of this arrangement. About 2.5 years now, Luffy replied, taking a sip of his drink. They have been stockpiling products for the past 2 years. All they are waiting for is for you to place the order, he explained, causing Johnny to nod. I get it, Mr. 2 said, flipping through the address book. You are your own supplier and distributor, he noted, prompting Luffy to nod in agreement. There are names in here for everything, Mikita remarked, amazed as she flipped through the first few pages of the book. As you may have noticed, only the first 3 pages contain contact information, the rest is blank. It's your job to find new contacts and add them to that book, understood? He asked, and everyone nodded in agreement. Good, now for the next thing I need to give you, Luffy said, reaching into the chest and pulling out multiple stacks of paper. These are the company's logo. You are to put this on every box, crate, and package that you ship, he instructed, handing 2 stacks of labels to each pair. When they examined the labels, they saw it featured a flaming skull. Isn't this too close to a pirate flag? Paula asked, holding up one of the labels. According to the Navy, as long as it doesn't have crossbones, it's not a pirate flag, Luffy shrugged. Isn't there already an organization like this one in the underworld? Jiro asked. Looking at Luffy. There is, but as you mentioned, it's only in the underworld, Luffy replied, taking another sip of his drink. There's no other organization operating in both worlds, he added with a smirk. How much money are we looking to make here? Jem asked, placing the stack of labels down on the table. A whole lot of money, Luffy replied vaguely. A simple paramecia devil fruit can go for a minimum of 100 million berries, while Logias can range from 800 million to 1.5 billion berries, he explained, causing their eyes to widen. That's a lot of money, Paula whispered, prompting a smirk from Luffy. That's nowhere close to what we are set to make, Luffy said, surprising them even more. Mr. 2 and Jiro jumped to their feet, shouting, what are we still doing here? Let's go make some money. Okay, slow down there, boys, Luffy said, calming them down. There's one more thing I need to explain to all of you, he said in a serious tone. What is it? Mr. 1 asked calmly. Rules, Luffy stated, causing confusion. There are some rules that each of you must follow. Break them, and it will change your life as you know it, he said, instilling a sense of seriousness in everyone. Rule number 1, if it's alive, we do not touch it, he emphasized, ensuring they all heard him. I'm not getting involved in slavery. If you see a SLV trader's ship, you are to eliminate everyone on board and free the slaves, understood? He asked, raising his voice slightly. Aye, everyone replied, nodding. What if it's dead? Mr. 1 asked, causing Luffy to sigh. You mean like organs? Luffy clarified, and he nodded. I'm on the fence about that. On one hand, they can fetch a good amount of money, but on the other hand, it feels wrong, Luffy admitted. There's a name of an organ harvester in your address books. He doesn't work for me, I just know him. For now, we are not touching the dead, he concluded, and everyone nodded. Cool, Mr. 1 replied. Rule number 2, you are to only sell to the rich and powerful, like the nobles, Luffy instructed, causing confusion. Why? Paula asked. Isn't that reducing the amount of money we can make? She questioned, prompting Luffy to shake his head. No, it's not, he explained, picking up his glass. The rich always buy in large amounts and tend to overpay, while the poor buy small amounts and know the exact price value, he clarified, and they began to understand. That makes sense, Mr. Two said, nodding. But what about the drags we're selling? Aren't there established dealers who will sell them cheaper? He asked, causing a smirk to appear on Luffy's face. There are dealers, but none will be selling what you're selling, he said, surprising them. The drag you'll be selling was originally created by a scientist who works for me and will only be sold by you, he added with a proud smile. Man, you really thought of everything, Makita remarked, causing Luffy to chuckle. Rule number 3, you are to never use my real name in connection with this organization. Like Crocodile, you will call me by my code name, which is Lucifer Morningstar, he instructed, and they nodded. Does that mean we need code names too? Marianne asked, but Luffy shook his head. No, you can use your real names if you wish. I'm the only one who needs a code name because I'm a pirate, and people tend to avoid doing business with pirates, especially the navy and nobles, he explained, and they understood. The mysterious Morningstar, Paula said playfully. Sounds intriguing, she added with a wink at Luffy, who chose to ignore her and continued. That's about it, Luffy said, rummaging through the chest once more before pulling out a set of transponder snails. The numbers are all on a piece of paper taped to the transponder snail. Take one and exchange the numbers with each other before heading out to your turfs, Luffy said as he closed the chest and placed it back into the cloud while everyone picked up a transponder snail. If any of you run into problems, just give me a call, Luffy added. But we don't have your number, Makita replied, causing Luffy to smirk. It's the first number in your address books, Luffy said, prompting everyone to check their address books. They discovered that the first number wasn't under Luffy, but under Lucifer Morningstar. Now that we got that settled, I'll be off, he said as he turned and began walking out of the cafe, his thundercloud following closely behind. He stepped outside into the pouring rain, but just as he was about to hop onto his cloud, a deep voice stopped him. You're letting your guard down too easily, Lou, the man said, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. He turned to see a tall man with shoulder-length white hair and hazel eyes. The man wore a black and white checkered dress shirt with only the bottom 3 buttons fastened, black cargo pants, and a red and gold captain's coat draped over his shoulders. Strapped to his side was a claymore with a golden hilt and black angel wings acting as the guard. Isaac, Luffy said, narrowing his eyes at the man. The cafe's occupants came outside to see who Luffy was speaking to. What are you doing in paradise? Luffy asked. A lot of people are looking for you, Lou, Isaac replied with a smile. The stunt you pulled in Log Town made world news, and because of that, many pirates are looking for you, he explained, raising an eyebrow. Some want to kill you, and some want to join you, he added, causing an amused look to spread across Luffy's face. And which are you here for exactly? Luffy asked, staring down Isaac. Well, if you manage to still be alive after I'm done with you, I would have no problem serving under your flag, Isaac said. As he spoke, black angel wings sprouted from his back, causing Luffy to smirk while the onlookers gasped in shock. The wings were immense with a gray sheen, and sharp metal blades replaced feathers along the bottom. I can't serve under someone weaker than me, he said, smirking as he flexed his wings. I thought we settled who was stronger many years ago, Luffy replied as the rain clouds overhead began to swirl. A lot has changed since then, Isaac said confidently. Just as Luffy was about to respond, Yasaku interrupted. Big bro Luffy, Yasaku called, getting Luffy's attention. Who is that? He asked, pointing at Isaac. That is the Angel of Death, Franklin D. Isaac, Luffy said with an excited smile. He ate a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the human fruit, model, Archangel, he explained, surprising everyone. Are you done stalling for your clouds to form? Isaac asked, causing Luffy to chuckle. Well, if it's you I'm fighting, I have to take this seriously, he said as lightning flashed across the sky, prompting Isaac to unsheath his sword. Second gear. Luffy shouted. Back at the palace. The entire crew, along with Vivi and a few servants, were still in the medical wing of the palace. Vivi had offered them their own room, but they all declined, wanting to stay together. The king and Vivi had just returned from addressing the people in the plaza and were surprised to see that Luffy was still not back. "Are you guys sure Luffy is going to be fine?" Vivi asked, worry evident in her voice. "Relax, Vivi," Nami said with a smile as she laid down on one of the beds. "Luffy is more than okay. I doubt there's anyone in this world who can beat him," she said confidently. "Yeah, the guy is a monster in human flesh," Usopp added, covered in bandages as he lay in a bed. "Have a little faith in the captain." "He is," Nojiko began, but before she could finish, an extremely loud thunder boomed throughout Alabasta, causing an earthquake to rock the entire island. The Straw Hats and everyone else had to hold on for dear life to avoid falling over. "What the hell is going on?" Vivi yelled as she clung to one of the beds. After 30 seconds of shaking, everything was still again. "That was Luffy," Ryuma said as he helped Zoro pick up Chopper and Usopp from the floor. "Wonder what he is doing," Vivi said, looking out the window at the rain. "It could be one of two things," Zoro said, drawing everyone's attention. "Either someone really set him off, or he is fighting someone much stronger than Crocodile," he said, causing concern among the crew for their captain, except for Ryuma. Nami quickly shook off the thought of her captain losing. "No," she said firmly, raising her voice. "Regardless of how strong they may be, Luffy would never lose," she declared, strengthening the crew's faith in their captain. "Nami's right," Sanji said, lighting another cigarette. "We all know Luffy, and he is not someone who will lose a fight," he added, with everyone nodding in agreement. Vivi, her father, and a few royal aides watching from around the corner were amazed by the crew's loyalty to their captain. "They truly are loyal to their captain," the king whispered to himself. Back with Luffy. Luffy had a satisfied smirk on his face as he looked at the scene before him. He stood on the edge of a giant crate that was sliced right down the middle, as if a supernatural deity had taken a knife and sliced a part of the desert. Standing on the sidelines were Luffy's new subordinates, trying to process what they had just witnessed. The cafe they had been in was now a pile of debris behind them, having collapsed due to the earthquake Luffy had caused. "It seems that you're not the only one who learned some new tricks, Isaac," Luffy said, looking at the person lying on their back on the other side of the crater on the sand. Isaac chuckled, wincing slightly as he spoke. "Yeah, I guess I was getting ahead of myself." "Again," he replied. Luffy chuckled and shook his head as he walked over to Isaac. "You always were a stubborn idiot," Luffy joked. When he reached Isaac, he stretched out his hand, and Isaac took it, allowing Luffy to pull him to his feet. As Isaac stood up, he retracted his wings and looked at Luffy. "DMN, you're still the monster I remember," he said, causing Luffy to chuckle. "Do you need me to grab a first aid kit?" Luffy asked, noticing the deep cut across Isaac's chest. "No," Isaac replied, holding his right palm over the wound. "I can handle it," he said, and his palm glowed yellow as he waved it over the injury, healing it instantly without leaving a scar. "One of the perks of being an angel, I guess," he added, running his hand through his hair. "Very well then," Luffy said with a smile. Their expressions shifted to serious as they began speaking softly, ensuring no one else could hear. "So, what exactly are you going to have me do?" Isaac asked quietly. "I can have you in charge of my operations in one of the blues," Luffy replied in a low voice. "I like the sound of that," Isaac said with a smile. "And what will I need to do while I'm there?" "Just oversee everything I have going on and keep my people and merchandise safe," Luffy replied with a shrug. "And recruit more people to work under you," he added with a smirk. "If I didn't know any better, I would say you're building an army to try and take over the world," Isaac remarked, causing Luffy to chuckle. "One day, we D's are going to have to come out of hiding, and when I find the One Piece, this world will be thrown into a war the likes of which they've never seen before," Luffy said seriously. "Sounds fun," the Angel of Death replied with an excited smirk. "You'll be one of the commanders in my fleet," Luffy said, changing the subject. "The only ones who outrank you are my first mate, my other crew, and me, he added, causing Isaac to nod. Luffy then turned to his new subordinates. Jiro. Bon Clay. Luffy called out, getting their attention. He is now in charge of the West Blue. The two of you answer to him, and he answers to me. Understood? Aye, sir, both shouted in unison. Good, now just add a straw hat to your flag and lead your new subordinates to the West Blue, Luffy instructed Isaac. Sounds like a plan, Isaac replied with a smirk. Those two will fill you in on what I told them, Luffy said, pointing to Jiro and Bon Clay. Cool, Isaac replied. Luffy then turned and began walking toward his thundercloud. It was good seeing you again, Isaac, Luffy said, waving as he walked away. You're only saying that because you won. Isaac shouted back, causing Luffy to chuckle. He hopped on the cloud and gave one final wave before it took off into the sky at blinding speed. The cloud ascended rapidly, and Luffy enjoyed the thrill of traveling at about 200 miles per hour, soaring 1,000 feet in the air. It took him 5 minutes to reach Alyabarna, with the palace in sight. As he entered Alyabarna, the cloud slowed down before coming to a full stop just above the palace. Luffy stood up and teleported down to the main doors, where 2 royal guards stood watch. The guards were startled when a wind cyclone suddenly struck down in front of them, causing some dust to swirl and making them shield their eyes. When the dust settled, they saw the man who had apparently defeated Crocodile and stopped the war. Though they hadn't witnessed it themselves, the rumors they had heard matched the description of the man standing before them. My crew is inside the palace, Luffy said, breaking their silence. Can I go in? He asked, looking at the guards with a bored expression. It's kind of wet out here, he added, gesturing to his soaked clothes. Right, of course, sorry, the guard on the right apologized, bowing his head, followed by the other guard. Luffy raised an eyebrow at their reaction. The guards then opened the giant door, allowing him to enter. Thanks, Luffy said as he walked through the door. He took off his wet captain's coat and hung it over his arm, unbuttoning one of his top buttons to reveal his elemental-shaped necklace. As he walked, a royal aide approached him. Mr. Luffy, the young woman said, bowing again, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. Please follow me, I will lead you to your crew, she said. Thanks, Luffy replied with a smile. And it's just Luffy, he added, not particularly fond of being addressed as Mr. Luffy. Of course, my apologies, the girl said with another bow before turning to lead him toward the medical wing of the palace where his crew was. They walked in silence, but Luffy noticed the girl glancing at him every few seconds, a small blush on her face. Luffy walked in silence, ignoring the commotion around him. As they reached the medical wing, the girl pushed open the large doors, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Luffy's crew noticed a royal aide standing there, slightly blushing, which puzzled them. She stepped aside and bowed her head as Luffy entered the room, his coat draped over his arm. Thank you, Luffy said as he walked in. Before the young woman could respond, the excited voices of Nami, Nojiko, and Vivi broke through. Luffy, they exclaimed, rushing toward him with bright smiles. Luffy, taken aback, found himself enveloped in their hugs. What is going on? He asked, returning their embrace. I was only gone for a couple of hours, he added, still confused. Meanwhile, Sanji was in the background, frustrated and muttering Luffy's name. We heard that massive thunder and felt that giant earthquake, Vivi said, her eyes glistening with tears. And then Zoro said you could be fighting someone stronger than Crocodile, Nojiko added. So, we were just kind of worried about you, Nami finished, making Luffy nod slowly. I see, Luffy said, attempting to break free from their grip. Nice to know you three have the utmost faith in me, he said with a hint of sarcasm. They did a few moments ago, Zoro chimed in as he approached Luffy. By the way, where are Johnny and Yasaku? He asked, prompting the girls to release Luffy and look behind him. They're on their way back to the East Blue, Luffy replied, surprising everyone. What do you mean heading back to the East Blue? Usopp asked from his bed. I needed someone I can trust to manage my operations there since that's where we're all from, Luffy explained, moving to an empty bed and unbuttoning his shirt. I trust those two, which is why I chose them, he added, hanging his shirt on the bed's headboard. They could have at least said goodbye, Sanji remarked as he stood up. Luffy moved to another bed and hung his coat out to dry. Relax, he said, turning to face them. It's not like you're never going to see them again. When I check up on things there, I'll take a few of you with me, he added with a smile, brightening their spirits. So, who were you fighting? Zoro asked, arms crossed. An old friend from the New World, Luffy replied, smiling. He's now in charge of my operations in the West Blue. Luffy, Vivi said, catching his attention. Why are you shirtless? She asked, her gaze dropping shyly. Because I'm soaking wet, Luffy shrugged, not noticing her blush. That's a nice necklace, Luffy, Nojiko commented, prompting Luffy to look down at the elemental pendant around his neck. Yeah, it was a gift from a dear friend, he said warmly. Who is it? Usopp inquired, only to receive a playful punch from Nami. It's from a girl in Amazon Lily. I met her 8 years ago on an island that no longer exists, Luffy explained, his gaze lingering on the necklace. She gave me this as a going-away present, and I gave her a similar one, he added, still lost in thought. If I'm not mistaken, Amazon Lily is the legendary island where only women live, the king said, drawing everyone's attention. The very same, Luffy confirmed, glancing over his shoulder at the king. I must say, Luffy, you continue to surprise me, the king remarked, shaking his head as he approached. I get that a lot, Luffy replied with a smile. How is the kingdom doing? He asked, turning to the king. There's a nationwide celebration, the king said, his face bright with joy. News of you and your crew defeating Crocodile has spread far and wide. Many reporters want to interview you, he added, causing Luffy to smirk. That sounds like it will annoy the Navy, Luffy thought with a grin. That sounds fun, he said to the king. When can they be here? He asked, his crew aware that Luffy had his own motives for the interview. Well, they're already kind of here, the king said with a nervous chuckle. That was fast, Luffy replied, nodding. Well, there's a journalist in every city in Alabasta. The one for Alyabarna is already here, we just need to contact her, the king explained, prompting Luffy to nod. Can we do it today? Luffy asked, looking at the king. That way we can have that feast of yours tomorrow, he added, making the king smile. Of course, I will send someone to inform her, he said cheerfully. Luffy picked up his shirt to put it back on. Captain. Nojiko said, catching his attention. I don't think your shirt has dried yet, she pointed out. Yeah, you're right, Luffy acknowledged, placing his arms through the sleeves. However, I keep forgetting that I can dry them instantly, he said, draping his coat over his shoulders. With a brief flash of controlled fire, his clothes dried completely, steam rising from him. There, perfectly dry, he said, beginning to button his shirt, leaving the top 2 buttons undone. Luffy walked over to one of the beds and laid down, looking at his crew. So, what have all of you been up to while I was away? He asked, prompting his crew to gather around him and engage in conversation. 2 hours later. It had been 2 hours since the king sent word to the reporter about the chance to interview Luffy. The entire crew had spent that time lounging in the medical wing with Vivi, sharing stories of their adventures in the East Blue. Along with a few tales from Luffy about the New World. At that moment, a royal aide entered the medical wing and addressed Luffy. Excuse me, the young man said, bowing to the straw hats. The journalist is here in the palace for the interview with Luffy. Luffy sighed in response. It's just Luffy, he said, getting up and placing his straw hat on his head. I'll be back, he added in a slightly tired voice as he followed the royal aide out of the room. Give them an earth-shaking news story, Luffy. Nami called out, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch while everyone else laughed as they watched their captain exit through the doors. Luffy followed the aide in silence, wearing an emotionless expression. They arrived in front of a large set of doors, and when the aide pushed them open, Luffy saw a grand room with royal soldiers lining the walls. In the center of the room were 2 chairs, and one of them was occupied by a beautiful young woman with a notepad in her hand. She was of below-average height, with long, white hair that curled slightly at the ends and 2 bangs framing her face. She wore a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt, adorned with a large pink bow at the chest. Luffy couldn't help but think she was beautiful. "Hello, my name is Mira Jane, and I am a reporter for the World Economy newspaper." "It's nice to meet you," she said, standing up as Luffy entered the room. Luffy smiled and extended his hand for her to shake. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you," he replied with a smirk, causing her to blush while a few of the royal guards exchanged amused glances. "Right, she said, slightly flustered. "Please, have a seat." They both sat down. "Thank you for doing this interview with me as well," she added. "It's no problem at all," he replied with a smile. "Shall we begin?" he asked, prompting her to nod and open her notepad. "So, tell me, Luffy, how does it feel being the hero of this country?" she inquired. "2 things," Luffy said, holding up 2 fingers. "Number 1, it's just Luffy." "None of that, Mr. Business," he said, making her smile. "And number 2, I am not a hero. I'm a pirate, and a pirate will always be a pirate. The people of this country once called a pirate their hero, and look where that got them," he concluded. "Okay then," she said. "If you are not a hero, explain your selfless actions that helped save Alabasta and its people," she asked, causing Luffy to chuckle. "Selfless," he replied with a laugh. "I didn't do this out of the goodness of my heart. I'm a pirate, I made a deal with the princess to save her country, and I got paid for what I did," he answered, surprising everyone present. "Princess Vivi?" Mira Jane asked, to which Luffy nodded. "How did a pirate and a princess meet?" she continued. "I met the princess when she was a spy inside Crocodile's organization, Baroque Works," he explained. "She tried to rob me and my crew while we were sleeping but failed. When Crocodile discovered she was a spy, he sent people to kill her. I saved her, and she asked me to help save her country, and I named my price for my services," he finished. "And what was that price?" Mira Jane asked. "You'll find out later," Luffy replied cryptically. "Were you scared when fighting the former warlord?" she asked, changing the subject. Luffy started laughing at her question. "Please, as if a mere warlord like Crocodile could pose a threat to me," Luffy laughed. "He didn't land a single hit on me. By the end of the fight, he was on his knees," he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen at the thought of overpowering a warlord so easily. "You and your crew must be really strong to have defeated Crocodile and all of his subordinates," she complimented, making Luffy smile. "My crew may be small in numbers, but they more than make up for it with their power and battle prowess," he praised. "However, I cannot take all the credit. The Marine captain, White Chased Smoker, stopped a bomb from killing both the rebels and the Royal Army," he added. "Was that the explosion that occurred in the sky above the plaza?" Mira Jane asked. "Yes," Luffy replied with a nod. "Crocodile had planned to set that bomb off in the plaza, effectively wiping out both armies and making the country his, but before he could, Smoker risked his life and saved everyone," he said, surprising everyone. "It is strange to hear a pirate compliment a Marine," she noted, causing Luffy to chuckle. "Yeah, well, Smoker is one Marine I can say earned my respect," he said, surprising them. While the rest of the government and the Navy sat back and watched Crocodile tear this country apart, he acted and saved many lives, he added before pulling out a glass and filling it with a drink. "What do you mean by the Navy and the government sitting back while Crocodile caused chaos?" she asked, her curiosity piqued, causing Luffy to smirk internally. "Oh, you don't know?" Luffy asked, seeing her shake her head. The Navy constantly monitors each of the 7 warlords. They know where they are and what they are doing at all times, he explained, surprising her and the royal guards. They knew he was here, and they knew what he was doing, yet they did nothing to stop him, he said, taking a sip of his drink. And yet people say pirates are the evil ones, Luffy remarked, shaking his head. That's horrible, the reporter responded, her tone filled with disbelief. Believe me, based on some of the things I've seen the Navy do, this is nothing, Luffy said, leaving everyone curious about his experiences. But the people of this country can rest assured. Something like this will never happen again, he declared, raising their interest. What do you mean? She asked, raising an eyebrow. From today onwards, Alabasta is under my protection, he announced confidently, causing their eyes to widen. If anyone dares to disturb this country or any of my territories, they will face the consequences, Luffy warned, sending chills down the spines of those present. And what do you get in return for this protection? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The king and I haven't worked out that part of the deal yet, he replied, prompting her to nod in understanding. You mentioned you have other territories. What other places do you protect? She asked as he jotted something down in her notepad. The Drum Kingdom. Or what was formerly known as the Drum Kingdom, he explained, causing her to raise an eyebrow. They're planning on changing the name, he added, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, Mr. Lu. Sorry, Luffy, she corrected herself, making him smile. That is all I wanted to ask you. Thank you for the opportunity to interview you, and on behalf of the people of this country, I thank you, she said as they both stood up. It was a pleasure being interviewed by someone as lovely as you, Luffy said with a smirk, making her blush. Well, thank you, she replied, brushing a few strands of hair from her face. Luffy didn't let her say anything else, he simply turned and walked away, leaving the reporter to gaze at the striking Jolly Roger on the back of his coat. As he exited, he noticed the same aide who had brought him there waiting for him. He nodded to the aide, signaling that he was ready to return to the medical wing. The aide bowed and began leading Luffy back to where the rest of the crew was. They walked in silence, allowing Luffy to admire the castle's interior. Numerous paintings of previous kings and royal families adorned the corridor walls. Upon reaching the doors of the medical wing, the aide pushed them open for Luffy. Luffy nodded slightly to the royal aide before stepping through the grand doors of the medical wing. Inside, he surveyed his crew scattered throughout the room. Zoro was asleep in the corner, his swords resting on his chest, while Ryuma also slept, having removed his mask and kept his swords nearby. Usopp lay on one of the beds with Chopper checking his bandages. Nami, Nojiko, and Vivi were gathered together, chatting, while Sanji conversed with someone wearing a chef's hat in another corner. As Luffy entered, everyone except Zoro and Ryuma noticed him and smiled. He acknowledged them with a slight nod before heading to one of the spare beds and lying down. He removed his straw hat and placed it over his face, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. The next day, Luffy slept soundly through the night. When he awoke, he took off his straw hat and looked around, surprised to find the sun bright in the sky and his entire crew already awake. It unnerved him slightly that he had slept through the entire night and most of the day. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought he had been drugged. Morning, Luffy, came Vivi's cheerful voice, prompting him to look over and see the princess standing beside his bed, beaming at him. It's way too early for you to be that happy, Luffy replied groggily, rubbing his eyes. Vivi tilted her head, looking puzzled. Early. It's evening, she said, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. What? He exclaimed, jumping to his feet. I've never slept that long before, he said, sounding slightly alarmed. What did I miss while I was asleep? He asked, placing his straw hat back on his head. Well, the newspaper arrived, Nami said, handing him the paper. It has your interview in it, she added. Luffy took the paper and turned to the front page, which featured a large picture of him standing on Crocodile's back, surrounded by both the rebels and the royal army. The headline in bold letters read, Straw Hat Luffy defeats warlord and saves country. DMN, why couldn't they have a more intimidating headline, he complained. Now people are going to be calling me a hero, he sighed, flipping to the page with his interview and skipping over the article about Crocodile's organization and the civil war he caused. Why is that a bad thing? Vivi asked, not understanding his concern. It's bad because I'm not a hero, I'm a pirate, he stated firmly before glancing down at the paper and noticing they printed his full interview without any edits. But at least I get to annoy the Navy and government, he added with a smile. Before anyone could respond, the doors of the medical wing burst open, and a woman who resembled Igaram entered with a smile. I heard the captain is awake, she announced, drawing everyone's attention. Dinner will be prepared shortly, I hope you are all hungry, she said. Igaram? Luffy said, confused. No, Luffy, Vivi replied, shaking her head. That's Terracotta, she is Igaram's wife and head of the palace's servers, she explained, causing everyone's eyes to widen. That is way too strange, Luffy thought. Thank you for helping Vivi and my husband, Terracotta said, hands on her hips. I just came to inform you that dinner will be served shortly. Vivi, would you be a dear and escort our guests to the dining room, she asked, and Vivi smiled and nodded. Come on, everyone, follow me, she said, leading the way. You guys go on ahead, Luffy said, catching everyone's attention. I need some fresh air first. I'll be there shortly, he said, prompting everyone to shrug and nod. As they made their way to the dining room, Luffy headed toward one of the doors that led outside. Once outside, he took a deep breath of fresh air and looked around, noticing the remnants of the rain from the previous day. The sounds of construction filled the air as the people of the country began repairing their damaged homes. Luffy pulled a glass from his pocket and poured himself a drink before finishing it in one go. After putting the bottle and glass away, he headed back inside. Unsure of the way to the dining room, he used his observation Haki to locate his crew. Upon arriving, he found 2 royal guards at the door. They opened it for him, and as he entered, he saw the room lined with royal guards and a long dining table at the center, where his entire crew, along with Vivi and the king, were already seated. The king sat at the head of the table, with Luffy's crew on either side. 2 empty chairs awaited, one opposite the king and one to the left. Luffy took a seat directly opposite the king and met his gaze. Your Majesty, I don't think we can begin until every member of my crew is present, he stated, causing confusion among his crew and prompting the king to ponder. What do you mean, Luffy? Vivi asked, glancing around. Everyone is here. Luffy remained silent, continuing to stare at the king. Oh yes, the king said, realization dawning on him. I had already requested for her to be here, he added, signaling one of the guards. The guard opened a door to the right of the table, and Nico Robin walked in, dressed in the outfit she wore when she first met the Straw Hats. Upon seeing her, the crew sprang to their feet, along with Vivi. What are you doing here? Vivi exclaimed. Stand down, Luffy commanded, drawing everyone's attention. But Luffy, Nami began, but Luffy interrupted. I said, stand down, he repeated, narrowing his eyes at his crew. Slowly, they returned to their seats, leaving. Only Vivi standing. Robin smiled and approached Luffy. Have a seat, Robin, he said, glancing at her. Thank you, Captain, she replied as she sat down to Luffy's left. She is our new crew member. Zoro asked from Luffy's right. Yes, Luffy confirmed, watching the servants bring out the food. Luffy, you cannot be serious. Vivi shouted, glaring at Robin. I totally am, Luffy replied nonchalantly, nodding to the server who placed food in front of him. How can you trust her after everything she did? Vivi demanded. The last time I checked, Princess, Luffy said, sounding slightly irritated, she did nothing to me or my crew. I could care less about your feelings towards her. I'm the captain, and I decide who joins my crew, he stated firmly, causing the royal guards to exchange disbelieving looks. "Are you sure they're friends?" the king whispered to Usopp. "Oh yeah," Usopp replied quietly. "They're like this all the time," he added, prompting the king to nod and refocus on Luffy and Vivi. "But Luffy," Vivi said as she slowly sat down. "No buts," Luffy replied decisively. "My decision is final." He then turned to the king. "Sorry about that," he apologized. "Oh no, it's totally fine. Let us dig in," the king said, easing the tension as everyone began to eat. Luffy and the king started first, followed by the others. 5 minutes into the meal, the king looked at Luffy. "So, Luffy," the king began, catching the Thunder Demon's attention, "your interview with the World Economy newspaper is certainly causing a stir in the world," he said, a hint of concern on his face. "That was the plan," Luffy replied with a smile, surprising the king. "Are you not worried about the Navy's response?" the king asked, sipping his wine. "You did portray them and the government unfavorably. The Navy will probably send a few captains from headquarters to try and capture us, but I'm not too worried about that," Luffy shrugged casually. "They tried to stop me from re-entering the Grand Line, and look how that turned out," he added, his crew nodding in agreement. "Well, as long as you're not worried, I guess I shouldn't be," the king said, causing Luffy to nod. "However, I cannot thank you enough for what you did for my country and for Vivi," he added, making Vivi smile softly. "Speaking of that," Luffy said seriously, prompting everyone to quiet down and focus on him. "Did you speak to your daughter about my price for saving your country?" he asked, looking directly at the king. "Yes, she informed me of your request in exchange for your assistance in stopping Crocodile," the king replied, leaving the royal guards puzzled. They had read the papers and knew Luffy didn't save them for free, but they were unaware of his demands. "Then I take it you will meet the demands?" Luffy asked, raising an eyebrow. "As payment for eliminating Crocodile, you wish for Alabasta to become your territory, correct?" the king inquired, to which Luffy nodded. "I don't know how the world government will view that," he added, causing Luffy to sigh. "It doesn't matter what they think," Luffy stated, causing Cobra's eyes to widen slightly. "There are many countries under the world government that are protected by pirates. Take Fishman Island, for example, it is under Whitebeard's protection and still part of the world government. This situation wouldn't be any different," Luffy explained. "I see," Cobra said, rubbing his beard. "And what exactly are you getting in exchange for your protection?" "Nothing much," Luffy replied, taking a sip of the wine beside him. "All I require is that my ships get their supplies restocked for free, and I would like a spot to build my own private port." This surprised the king. "That's it?" he asked, astonished. "Yeah," Luffy nodded. "What do you need your own port for?" Vivi asked curiously. "I want to make Alabasta a hub for my organization," Luffy said, causing the king to raise an eyebrow. "Organization?" he inquired. "Yeah, a shipping organization. If Alabasta has anything they wish to export, my people can ship it," Luffy said with a proud smile. "Also, you will have a chance to purchase the goods they bring into the country." "Sounds like a good trade," the king said, smiling. "So, do we have a deal?" Luffy asked. "Yes, we do," the king replied, raising his glass. "Great," Luffy said, raising his glass as well. "Just hang my flag up around the country to ensure everyone knows not to mess with it," he added before both took a sip of their drinks. Just as Luffy was about to speak again, a transponder snail inside his coat began to ring. Luffy reached into his pocket and pulled out a baby transponder snail with red hair and 3 scars over its left eye. He smiled at the snail, but his expression turned to confusion as he realized which snail it was. "Yo," Luffy answered into the snail. "Luffy," came the joyful shouts of multiple men through the snail. "Well, nice to know all of you are celebrating," Luffy replied with a smile, taking another sip of wine. "How could we not be celebrating on a special occasion like this? Ha ha ha." Shanks's voice came through the snail. And what are you celebrating? Luffy asked, chuckling. Well, you see, Shanks started cheerfully. I have this little protege who just started his own crew a couple of months ago, and today I opened the paper to find out he not only defeated a warlord but also has his first territory. Luffy chuckled and shook his head as everyone around him listened in amusement. Whoever it is must be impressive to do all that, Luffy added, causing laughter on the other side of the line. No, he's actually a bit of a crybaby, Shanks said, which widened Luffy's eyes in surprise while his crew leaned in to hear more. Oh, I can just remember how he used to cry for us to take him out to sea with us, Shanks continued, prompting more laughter from both sides. Shut up, Shanks. Luffy yelled into the snail, feeling embarrassed. Okay, I'm done, Shanks said with a chuckle. Where are you guys? Luffy asked as the laughter subsided. We're on a winter island in the New World, Shanks replied casually. I'm waiting on Rockstar, I sent him with a message to Whitebeard. Luffy leaned back in his chair, his eyes widening. You know the old man is just going to tear that letter up. I know, Shanks laughed, causing Luffy to chuckle and shake his head. But that's not why I called, he said, and Luffy sensed the seriousness in Shanks's tone. What did you call for? Luffy asked, his voice turning serious. How's that plan of yours? Coming along? Shanks inquired. I put it into action yesterday, Luffy replied. Speaking of which, I had a visitor yesterday. Oh, who? Shanks asked. The Angel of Death, Luffy said, confusing most of his crew but causing Zoro, Robin, and the king to widen their eyes at the mention of Isaac's epithet. Isaac? Shanks said, surprised. What did he want? He wanted to join me but didn't want to serve under someone weaker than him, Luffy explained, causing Shanks to chuckle. So, long story short, you showed him who's boss, Shanks said, prompting Luffy to laugh. Yeah, now he sails under my flag, Luffy said, surprising everyone. Well then, I clearly am not celebrating enough, Shanks remarked, making Luffy chuckle. But I seriously doubt you just called me to talk about my little plan, Luffy said, sensing Shanks's seriousness again. You're right, I did call for something else, Shanks said. How about we form an alliance? Everyone, including Luffy, widened their eyes in surprise. You don't form alliances with anybody, Luffy stated. You're not just anybody, Shanks replied, causing Luffy to smirk. I remember telling you before I left that I don't plan on ever sailing under someone else's flag, Luffy reminded him. I'm not talking about an alliance where one party is superior to the other, Shanks clarified. I mean an alliance between equals. A huge smirk appeared on Luffy's face while his crew and everyone else in the room were in shock. A few royal guards even dropped their weapons in disbelief. You do know what line you called me on, right? Luffy asked. I do, Shanks replied, making Luffy chuckle. The government isn't going to just sit back and let us form an alliance, Luffy warned. The government is no threat to either you or me, Shanks assured him, and Luffy nodded in agreement. So, what is it going to be, Luffy? You got your sake there? Luffy asked with a smile, causing cheers to erupt through the transponder snail. Right here. Got your whiskey? Shanks asked, prompting Luffy to chuckle as he pulled out a sealed bottle of whiskey from his coat along with a glass that looked like it was made from diamonds. Right here, he said, placing the glass in front of him and filling it with whiskey. To the Alliance, they both exclaimed simultaneously before tossing back their drinks. The sun shone brightly over the country of Alabasta, where citizens worked diligently to rebuild the structures damaged in the recent conflict. Their efforts were abruptly interrupted by a flock of new coup, delivering freshly printed newspapers across the land. As the papers fell, people hurried to catch them, knowing that such a widespread distribution usually indicated significant news that could impact the world. At the docks of Alubarna, several Navy ships were anchored alongside a large pirate vessel adorned with a crocodile figurehead. The Navy had confiscated the ship and planned to tow it back to headquarters. On one of the Navy ships, Captain Smoker observed his crew restocking supplies. Beside him stood Captain Hina, known as the Black Cage, who lit a cigarette and remarked on the stir caused by Straw Hat Luffy. That interview he did must have upset a lot of high-ranking officials, Smoker replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. Hina agreed, expressing her frustration with the orders they had received. They told me to stand down, she said, her tone revealing her disappointment. Smoker speculated that the government might offer Luffy a warlord position, to which Hina responded with confusion. She urged him to read the morning's paper, and when a marine brought it to them, Smoker's eyes widened at the headline: "The elemental demon Straw Hat Luffy and red-haired Shanks formed an alliance." "What the hell?" Smoker exclaimed. Hina explained that the Navy had intercepted a call between Luffy and Shanks, during which Shanks proposed the alliance. She noted that it was surprising for Shanks, the most peaceful of the four emperors, to ally with someone, especially since he lacked a fleet. This is why the government didn't send him an invitation to join the warlords, Smoker realized, continuing to read the article. His bounty is going to skyrocket. Hina confirmed that it was initially expected to increase by only 50 million but added that the real concern for the government was Shanks stating that their alliance was one of equals, not a superior-subordinate relationship. This could disrupt the balance of power, Smoker said, closing the paper and standing up. Hina revealed that 10 vice-admirals were en route, which shocked Smoker. Just then, Tashigi, who had overheard their conversation, chimed in, realizing the implications. 10 vice-admirals, but that means, she started. That's right, Hina confirmed in a serious tone. A buster call is on its way, targeting Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. The gravity of her words silenced everyone nearby. They had all heard tales of the buster call, the ultimate military action employed by the Marines, embodying their doctrine of absolute justice. The target of a buster call is typically to eliminate anything from a criminal or a group of criminals to an entire island deemed extremely dangerous to the world government. Who ordered it? Smoker asked, glancing at Hina. She took a drag of her cigarette and exhaled before responding. The buster call was ordered by Admiral Akainu, she said, causing everyone's eyes to widen while Smoker narrowed his. Smoker had never been fond of Akainu and his methods. He believed in fair judgment according to the law. If someone broke the law, they should be punished, but innocent people should not suffer for the sake of justice. Unfortunately, Akainu operated differently. He believed that anyone associated with a lawbreaker should also face consequences, regardless of their innocence. What do you need, Tashigi? Smoker asked, breaking the silence. Oh right, Tashigi said, shaking her head. These just arrived. She handed 2 wanted posters to her captain. It's the new wanted posters of the Straw Hats, she added as Smoker took them. He examined the first poster, which featured Zoro just after defeating Mr. One, standing tall with a fierce expression. Behind him were the remnants of destroyed buildings. Wanted. Smoker then looked at the second poster, which was Luffy's. It was the same as before, except for the updated bounty. Another poster depicted Ryuma defeating a Baroque Works agent, both swords in hand. Captain Smoker, Tashigi said, drawing his attention. Look over there. She pointed at a flagpole by the docks. Smoker and Hina turned to see 2 royal guards attaching a black flag. As they raised it, all the Marines and nearby citizens paused to watch. When the flag reached the top, the wind revealed it to be the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, I'll be, Smoker muttered, staring at the flag. He did say this country was now his territory, Tashigi remarked, her gaze fixed on the flag. It's happening all around us, Hina observed, noticing multiple flags with the Straw Hat symbol flying from various buildings. It doesn't matter, Smoker said, placing the wanted posters down. After today, Straw Hat Luffy will no longer exist, he declared as he sat back down. Just then, a Marine rushed toward them, holding a transponder snail. Captain Smoker, the Marine shouted, capturing everyone's attention. What is it? Smoker asked, slightly annoyed. "It's Navy HQ, they wish to speak to you," the Marine replied, holding the snail closer. "With Luffy." Luffy and his crew were at the bank of the Sandora River, loading supplies onto the ship alongside the king, Vivi, and a few royal guards. They had left the palace early that morning. Luffy had brought everyone over on his Thundercloud, along with some members of the supersonic duck squad to escort the king and princess back to the palace. Luffy and Ryuma stood beside the king, watching as Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji loaded supplies. Nami and Nojiko were to Luffy's right, saying their goodbyes to Vivi, while Robin stood behind him with Chopper beside her. "It's a shame you couldn't stay for Vivi's coming-of-age ceremony," the king said, glancing at Luffy. "As I mentioned last night, the government won't just sit back and let the alliance between Shanks and me stand. They will try to break it up before it truly gains momentum," Luffy replied with a sigh, recalling the previous night. Flashback. To the alliance, both Luffy and Shanks said simultaneously, tossing back their drinks. "What just happened?" Nami asked, staring at the transponder snail in Luffy's hand. "I think we just formed an alliance with one of the four emperors," Usopp said, disbelief evident in his tone. The rest of the crew, except for Ryuma, was stunned. Robin, who had only recently joined, was particularly surprised. In just a few days, Luffy had defeated a warlord, claimed a nation as his territory, and now formed an alliance with one of the four emperors. It had been an eventful few days for her. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates celebrated on the other end of the line, cheering for Luffy. "So, what does this alliance grant me?" Luffy asked, ignoring the astonished looks from his crew. "Oh, you know, the usual," Shanks replied casually, causing everyone to sweat drop at his laid-back demeanor. "All the territories under my protection are now also under yours, meaning you reap the same benefits I do," Shanks explained, prompting Luffy to nod as he refilled his glass. "And I take it the same goes for my territories?" Luffy asked. "Yeah," Shanks confirmed. "But the most important part is that if anyone messes with you, they mess with me," he added, his tone turning serious. "That goes both ways," Luffy replied quietly. "Where are you headed next?" Shanks inquired. "Don't know," Luffy shrugged. "Honestly, I go where the log pose points," Luffy said with a carefree attitude. "That's the spirit." Shanks laughed, slamming a jug down. "By the way, that thing you wanted me to look out for on the black market has shown up," he added, making Luffy perk up. "Perfect. We're about 2 islands from Water 7, Luffy said, catching his crew's attention. "Alright, call me if you need anything," Shanks replied. "And you call me if you need anything," Luffy responded. "I will need your help soon," Shanks said, raising Luffy's curiosity. "But that's a conversation for a more secure line," he indicated, hinting at an upcoming call. "I'll talk to you soon then," Luffy said. "Yeah, take care of yourself, Lou," Shanks replied. "You too, and say hello to the guys for me," Luffy smiled. "Will do," Shanks said before the line went silent. Luffy tucked the snail back into his coat and resumed eating without a care. When he looked up, he noticed everyone in the room was staring at him. "What?" he asked, confused. "What do you mean, what?" Nami and Usopp exclaimed. "You just formed an alliance with red-haired Shanks. Don't you think we need to talk about that?" Nami said, causing Luffy to chuckle. "The alliance was always there, just unofficial," Luffy explained, taking a sip of his drink. "This was just to make it official and announce it to the world," he added, taking a few bites of his food. "What do you mean announce it to the world?" Zoro asked, looking at his captain. "You were just talking over the phone, and the only ones who know are in this room," he said, prompting chuckles from Luffy and Robin. "So naive, Marimo," Ryuma said with a laugh. "The government and the Navy intercepted that call without a doubt," he stated, and Luffy nodded. "He's right," Luffy agreed. "Since that call was on an unsecured line, it was likely intercepted. It will be front-page news tomorrow for sure," he said, causing their eyes to widen. However, that does create a problem, he added, leaving them puzzled. What problem? Sanji asked. It means we won't be able to stay in this country as long as I would have liked, he said, causing Vivi to look at him sadly. What do you mean, Luffy? Nojiko asked. The Navy won't just sit back and let me and Shanks form an alliance. It will throw the three powers slightly off balance, he explained, and the king nodded in understanding. They will try to break this alliance up before it gains momentum, and they will target the weakest link, which is us, he said, alarming Usopp and Chopper. What are we going to do? A frightened Usopp asked. Luffy's expression turned serious before he replied. All of you are going to get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow, bright and early, we will begin making our way to the ship, he said, causing the princess to gasp. Do you guys have to leave so soon? Vivi asked, her eyes glistening. Yeah, this entire country will be crawling with marines by tomorrow morning, Luffy replied, looking at her. It will be better to deal with them at sea rather than drag this country into further conflict, especially after it just emerged from one, he said, and his crew agreed. But my coming-of-age ceremony is in a couple of days, Vivi said, tears welling in her eyes. I wanted you guys to be there, she added. Prompting sympathetic looks from everyone. Sorry, Princess, Luffy said gently. As much as we would like to stay, we simply can't, he said before taking a sip of his drink. And you can't come with us either, he added, causing everyone's eyes to widen as he turned to the princess. How did you? She began, looking down and clenching her fists. Anyone who knows you could see you were thinking about it, Luffy said with a smirk. The fact is, I don't need a princess on my ship, he stated, leaving everyone in the room shocked. However, I do need a princess to oversee my operations here in Alabasta, he said with a smile, causing Vivi to look up at him with hope in her eyes. You mean I will get to be a part of your crew? She asked optimistically. Luffy raised an eyebrow before replying. I was under the impression that you already were a part of my crew, he said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal an X. When Vivi saw it, her eyes widened, and tears began streaming down her face. The entire crew smiled, raising their arms to show their marks of friendship. All of you get a good night's sleep, Luffy said, lowering his arm. We leave before sunrise, he instructed, and they nodded in agreement. I understand, Cobra said, folding his arms. When will that contractor be arriving? He asked. I'll contact him once we set sail, Luffy replied, glancing at the king. It shouldn't take him more than a few days to arrive, he added with a nod. Luffy then turned his attention to Zoro and the others, who were loading the last crate onto the ship. We're all set here, Captain. Zoro shouted, and Luffy nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, I guess it's time to set sail, Luffy said with a smile. Although he was slightly disappointed to leave Alabasta so soon, he was excited about what the next island had in store for them. Alright, everybody. Luffy called out, commanding everyone's attention. Prepare to set sail, he instructed, and his crew nodded before those still on shore made their way to the ship. Luffy turned to the king, extending his hand as he spoke again. It was a pleasure to meet you, Cobra, Luffy said as the king took Luffy's hand and shook it. I cannot thank you enough for what you and your crew did for our country, the king expressed with a grateful smile. Luffy smiled and nodded before letting go of the king's hand and turning to head to his ship. As he turned, he came face to face with a smiling princess with tears in her eyes. Captain, Vivi said, trying to hold back her emotions. Princess, Luffy replied with a smirk. As a member of my crew in this country, your first order of action is to oversee the building of my port and give me a call when it is finished, he instructed, looking down at her. Aye. Vivi responded with a salute, tears streaming down her face. Do take care of yourself, Prin, Luffy began, but was cut off when Vivi threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Luffy froze at her sudden embrace. I'm going to miss you guys, the princess said between sobs. You do know I'm coming back here when the port is finished, right? Luffy asked, looking down at her. She peeked up at him with teary eyes. You're coming back, she asked softly. Yeah, I need to see if the port is to my exact specifications, Luffy assured her. Vivi was about to respond, but Nami shouted, catching Luffy's attention. Luffy! Nami called. Marines, she yelled, pointing up the Sandora River. Luffy's expression turned serious as he broke free from Vivi's grasp. Raise the anchor and release the sails. Luffy commanded, then transformed and teleported aboard the ship, leaving a worried Vivi behind. The sails caught the wind just as Luffy arrived on deck. He walked to the front of the ship to assess the situation. 2 standard Navy ships were approaching, and he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What are your orders, Captain? Zoro asked, joining Luffy at the front. Usopp, head below deck and man the cannon in the front of the ship, Luffy ordered, and Usopp nodded before running below deck. Chopper, man the rudder. Nami and Robin, head below deck and man the cannons on the port and starboard sides, he continued, and they nodded, heading to their stations. Nojiko, defend the rear. Zoro, port side. Sanji, starboard. Ryuma and I will handle the front, he instructed, and they all moved to their designated positions. Luffy and Ryuma stood on the figurehead of the Going Merry. Monkey D. Luffy. Ryuma Sakura, a marine captain announced through a transponder snail connected to speakers. You are to surrender and come with us quietly, he commanded arrogantly. Luffy chuckled, unsheathing his sword alongside Ryuma. We refuse, Luffy said with a fierce look, sending shivers down the spines of the marines, except for the captain, who remained arrogant. Then prepare to face the consequences, the captain shouted, signaling for cannon fire. 6 cannonballs were launched from the marine ships towards the Going Merry. Luffy and Ryuma covered their swords in lightning and fire, executing a powerful horizontal slash that sent a wave of energy towards the incoming cannonballs, causing them to explode mid-air. The fire cut through one cannonball, damaging the marine ship. Was that it? Luffy asked, tilting his head with an emotionless expression. The marine captain stared at him in shock, having heard tales of the elemental demon, but never believing them. If that was it, allow me to show just what my crew is made of, Luffy declared, looking back at his crew. Chopper, take us right between those 2, he ordered, and Chopper nodded, steering the ship accordingly. Do you honestly think we will let you pass? The captain yelled. You will feel the wrath of absolute justice, he threatened. I wasn't asking for your permission, Luffy replied coldly as the Going Merry sailed between the 2 ships. Fire all cannons, both Luffy and the marine captain shouted simultaneously, leading to a fierce exchange of cannon fire. Despite being outnumbered, the Straw Hats took less damage thanks to the efforts of Sanji, Zoro, Ryuma, and Nojiko, who managed to deflect or destroy most of the incoming cannonballs. A few did hit the Merry, but the damage was minimal compared to the marine ships. Luffy remained calm, watching as his crew defended the ship during the intense battle. After a minute of relentless cannon fire, the 2 marine ships ceased their assault. They were in disarray, with broken masts, multiple holes, and fires raging on board. Only a few marines remained standing. Badly injured. Well, so much for absolute justice, Luffy mocked with a chuckle, surveying the damage. Any last words, he asked, pointing his sword at the injured marine captain on the ship to his right. Redacted you, the marine captain spat, coughing up blood. How nice, Luffy said with a smirk before raising his sword high and bringing it down in a swift motion. As the sword came down, the eyes of the marines on the other ship widened in shock as the marine ships, along with their arrogant captain, were sliced right down the middle. The 2 halves of the ships crashed into the water and began to sink, taking everyone on board with them. Luffy then turned to the marines on the other ship with cold, emotionless eyes, causing them to flinch at his glance. Light them up, he commanded. Came the voices of Usopp, Nami, and Robin before the sounds of multiple cannon fire filled the air. The marine ship, along with the marines on board, was bombarded with cannonballs, causing the already damaged ship to finally succumb and begin its descent to the bottom of the Sandora River. The Going Merry then sailed forward up the Sandora River once more. Yay! Nami cheered from below deck. We did it. Don't start celebrating just yet. Luffy called out, stopping the cheers. We are not out of the woods yet, he said, staring up the Sandora River. There is absolutely no way that was it. That was probably just the prelude to the main event that is going to happen once we get out of the Sandora River, he added seriously. Do we continue going forward? Chopper asked. Yeah, it's going to happen either way, so it doesn't make sense to delay the confrontation, Luffy replied, looking at his crew. Reload all of the cannons and prepare for battle, he ordered, causing them to scramble around the decks. As the ship sailed up the Sandora River, the tension on board continued to rise. Usopp and Nami were scared, while everyone else was nervous about the upcoming confrontation. The skies above them began to darken with thunderclouds. Luffy wouldn't admit it, but he too felt a twinge of worry. He wasn't concerned for himself or his crew, knowing they could handle themselves, but he was worried about the ship. The Merry had sustained a fair amount of damage in their previous encounter with the Marines, and he wasn't sure it would withstand another encounter with a stronger force. As the Merry exited the Sandora River, Luffy looked around for their foe, but to his surprise, there was no one there. Instead of finding a fleet of Marines, all he saw was the clear blue ocean. Captain? Zoro asked, confusion on his face as he looked around. It's quiet, Luffy said, narrowing his eyes. Too quiet, he added. I don't like this, Sanji said, causing Luffy to nod in agreement. Chopper, follow the log pose and steer us in that direction, Luffy ordered. Aye. Chopper replied, and the ship began to turn toward the next island. As they sailed away from Alabasta, everyone kept their guard up, waiting for an attack. Just as they were about to relax, Luffy shouted, getting everyone's attention. Stop the ship, he yelled, prompting Zoro and Ryuma to run to the front and drop the anchor. The ship jerked forward before coming to a full stop. Why did we stop? Nojiko asked as she walked forward. That's why, Luffy replied, pointing off into the horizon. When everyone looked forward, they saw multiple silhouettes of ships heading toward them. Usopp. Line them up. Luffy commanded. Aye, Captain. Usopp replied as he prepared the front cannon. Luffy stood on the figurehead, staring out at the approaching ships, his captain's coat billowing in the wind and lightning flashing around him. 10 Navy battleships, Luffy murmured to himself. And from the looks of it, 10 vice admirals, he noted before chuckling. It's a buster call, he said, pulling out a glass and pouring himself a drink. I think it's time I teach you government dogs that I am someone who should not be underestimated, he added before tossing back his drink. They're close enough, Captain. Usopp yelled from below deck. Blow these ships to pieces. Luffy commanded, and Usopp fired the main cannon. The ship jerked back, but Luffy stood firm. The cannonball traveled from the Merry and struck one of the battleships, destroying it. Nice one, Usopp. Nojiko shouted from the rear. Yeah. Feel the might of Captain Usopp. Usopp cheered as he continued firing. Tonight, I shall claim victory, he declared, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow and glance back at his crew, who shared the same expression. Take that. Usopp yelled as he fired again, hitting the same ship and causing it to catch fire and sink. I'm a bad influence, Luffy sighed, shaking his head. Okay, Usopp, he called out, signaling for the cannon fire to cease. I'll handle the rest, he said. Just then, the sound of multiple cannon fire filled the air as all 9 Navy battleships opened fire on the Going Merry. As the cannonballs drew closer, Zoro, Sanji, Ryuma, and Nojiko appeared by Luffy's side, ready to deflect the incoming fire. Luffy clasped his hands together as though in prayer, focusing on his powers. Electric blue sparks surrounded him, and the sky darkened with thunder rumbling overhead. Luffy then looked at the marine fleet with narrowed eyes and shouted, 13 heavenly pillars. A loud thunderclap echoed as 9 pillars of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting all 9 ships and causing them to explode. Moments later, 4 more pillars of lightning struck the surrounding water, ensuring no survivors remained. Isn't that the same attack you used on Nelson before we entered the Grand Line? Nojiko asked, standing behind Luffy and surveying the aftermath. Yeah, Luffy replied in a monotone voice before turning to head back to the deck. As he did, he noticed Robin standing by the cabin door with a shocked expression on her face. Luffy hopped off the figurehead and walked toward the rear deck, where he usually sat. As he walked along the deck, Luffy commanded, "Raise the anchor." Zoro nodded and began pulling it up. The ship started moving again toward the site of the destroyed vessels. Just as Luffy was about to ascend the stairs to the rear deck, he noticed Robin staring at him with wide eyes. She stammered, astonished. "I told you I'll protect you," Luffy replied with a reassuring smile, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He continued up the stairs, leaving a teary-eyed Robin behind. Upon reaching the rear deck, a thundercloud descended from the sky, forming his throne. He smirked before sitting down and crossing his legs, then turned to survey the wreckage they were passing. Debris from the marine battleships littered the water, a grim reminder of the chaos. "You made that look so easy, Captain," Zoro remarked as he settled against the side of the ship beside Luffy. "When Ryuma and I are done with all of you, you'll be able to make it look just as easy," Luffy replied, glancing over at Zoro. Navy Headquarters. In the Fleet Admiral's office, the Fleet Admiral and the 3 admirals, along with Vice Admirals Tsuru and Garp, were discussing the vacant position among the warlords. They had initially considered offering it to Luffy, but his alliance with one of the 4 emperors complicated matters. "This is all your grandson's fault, Garp," Sengoku exclaimed, slamming his fist on the desk. "We could have covered this up easily, but he had to give an interview to the media." Frustration laced his voice. "Boo-ha-ha." Garp laughed from the couch. "That's my boy. He's just like his grandfather," Tsuru commented, folding her arms beside Garp. "Always causing trouble." Sengoku was about to respond when a marine officer burst through the door, shouting urgently. "Fleet Admiral! Fleet Admiral!" the marine yelled, panic evident on his face. "It's bad." "What is it?" Sengoku asked, concern etched on his features. "Are we under attack?" "No, we just received word from the scout ship monitoring the buster call," the officer reported, causing everyone to focus intently. "It's gone, the elemental demon and his crew destroyed all 10 battleships." "What?" Akainu shouted, leaping to his feet. "That's impossible. The buster call represents absolute justice, it can't be destroyed by some pirate." "It's true, sir," the marine replied, fear in his eyes. "All that's left are fragments of the ships." "How many survivors?" Sengoku inquired, narrowing his gaze. The officer gulped before answering. "None, sir," he said grimly, causing Garp's smile to fade. "What?" Tsuru gasped, her eyes wide. "There were no survivors," the marine continued. "When the scout ship reached the wreckage, it found only debris and remains," he added, prompting a heavy silence in the room. "I guess Red Hair was right when he called him an equal," Akiji said, breaking the stillness. "I'm starting to think the bounty we set for him is far too low," Kizaru remarked, holding up Luffy's wanted poster. "It is where it needs to be," Sengoku stated, drawing everyone's attention. "If he truly is on par with Red Hair, he deserves a bounty like one of the emperors. However, he won't be getting that," he clarified, leaving everyone puzzled. "I don't understand," Akiji said, tilting his head. "You just said his bounty should match the emperor's, yet we're giving him a much smaller one. The last thing we need is a pirate with a bounty over 1 billion berries in paradise. It could attract weaker pirates wanting to join him," Sengoku explained, making their reasoning clear. If the reports are accurate, the Angel of Death has already joined him. We can't allow him to command a fleet. You'd think that after being raised by Red Hair, he'd be more like him, Tsuru mused, leaning back on the couch. But he seeks conflict and acts without hesitation. Aside from their shared penchant for trouble, he's nothing like his grandfather, Akiji noted, glancing at Garp, who wore a serious expression. Regardless, we have bigger issues to address, Sengoku said, rubbing his temple. We still need to find a replacement for Crocodile. The balance of power is disrupted, we must act quickly before chaos ensues. That alliance between Red Hair and Straw Hat also upsets the balance of the three powers, Kizaru added, prompting a weary sigh from the fleet admiral. Have the warlords arrived yet? Sengoku asked the marine officer who had delivered the troubling news. Yes, sir, the marine replied. Very well, let's handle that first, then address everything else, Sengoku instructed, rising and leading the way out of the room, with everyone following closely behind. With Luffy. The Straw Hats had been sailing for about a day since the Buster Call incident. Luffy sat on his throne, a glass of whiskey in one hand and a transponder snail in the other, preparing to contact the contractor about the port that needed to be built in Alabasta. The rest of the crew was scattered all over the ship. Nami and Nojiko were sitting behind Luffy, with Robin trying to get to know her better. Zoro was off to the right of Luffy, taking a nap, while Usopp and Chopper sat at the front of the ship with their backs against each other. Usopp was working on improving his slingshot, and Chopper was making new medicine. Sanji was in the kitchen preparing lunch for the crew, as Luffy had asked him to prepare a welcome feast for Robin, something the cook had already planned. The crew had been slightly hesitant towards Robin at first, but they all warmed up to her, everyone except Zoro, who still didn't trust her, despite Luffy's reassurance. Luffy took a sip of whiskey before looking at the transponder snail and picking up the speaker end. He dialed a number, and the snail began to ring. Hello, a deep male voice answered. It's Lucifer, Luffy replied in a bored tone. Oh, hey boss, the man responded. Grab your men and head over to Alabasta, Luffy instructed. Go meet the king directly, he is expecting you. The king? The man asked, surprised. Why do I need to meet a king? He wasn't keen on dealing with royals. Because he will tell you where to build the port, Luffy said, slightly annoyed. You do still have the blueprints for my port, right? He added, his tone turning serious. Oh, of course, boss, the man replied, sounding a bit nervous. The design is exactly as you wanted it. Good, now get over to Alabasta and build it, Luffy ordered. The princess of the country is part of my crew, so she will oversee everything on my behalf. You have a princess on your crew? The man asked, impressed. That's new, but okay, we will head over there now. Good, Luffy said, narrowing his eyes. Oh, and Kevin, he added. Yes. Kevin replied. If I hear that you or your men caused any trouble while you're there will be consequences, Luffy said coldly, sending a chill down Kevin's spine. Why yes boss. Kevin replied before Luffy hung up. He placed the transponder snail in his coat and got up from his throne, making his way toward the front of the ship. Just as he was about to walk down the stairs, something caught his attention slightly off to the right of the ship. It was a small island. An island, Luffy said loudly enough for the others to hear. An island? Nami asked, getting up and walking toward Luffy. She checked her log pose and looked back at the island. The log pose isn't pointing to it, though, she noted. It won't, Luffy replied as Nojiko and Robin joined him. It's too small to have its own magnetic field, he explained, staring at the island. That's just what I need, he whispered to himself, but Nojiko heard him. Huh? She asked, confused. Never mind, Luffy said, starting to walk down the stairs. Change our course for that island, he commanded, getting everyone's attention. But wouldn't that mess with the log? Nami questioned. No, like I said, it's too small to have its own magnetic field, so it won't affect the log pose, he clarified, turning to look at her. Usopp and Chopper came running from the front of the ship and headed straight to the cabin where the rudder was. They steered the ship toward the small island. As they got closer, they could see a small canal leading straight into it. "Head for that canal," Luffy shouted to Usopp and Chopper. "Aye," they replied, angling the ship to sail up the canal. By now, Sanji had heard the commotion and came outside to see what was happening. "What's going on?" he asked, standing next to the girls. "We're stopping at this island," Nojiko said, causing him to look over at the island. "Sanji, wake up Zoro," Luffy instructed, prompting the cook to grin mischievously as he made his way up the stairs to the rear deck where Zoro was sleeping. Moments later, everyone heard a loud crash and a cry. "Wake up, you lazy moss head!" Sanji yelled. "Shut up, you twirly eyebrow freak!" Zoro shouted back. "What did you call me?" Sanji retorted. "You heard me," Zoro replied. "Both of you, quiet down and get down here," Nami yelled, causing the two to grumble and walk down the stairs. As they sailed down the canal, they admired the island's beauty. Sandy shores lined the banks, leading into a tropical forest, and beneath the ship, clear blue water revealed fish swimming below. "Wow," Nami said, taking in the scenery. "This place is beautiful." "I have to agree," Luffy said with a nod. "Let's anchor up ahead by that big palm tree," he suggested, pointing at the giant palm tree hanging over the canal. Zoro nodded and walked to the front of the ship, preparing to drop the anchor. When the ship reached the palm tree, Zoro dropped the anchor, causing the ship to jerk slightly before coming to a stop. Usopp and Chopper emerged from the cabin, and along with Sanji and Nojiko, they began raising the sail. "What are we going to do here, Luffy?" Nojiko asked as she approached her captain. "We're going to spend just over a week here," he said, surprising them. "We'll use the time to repair the ship," he added, gesturing to the damaged parts from their recent encounter with the Marines. "I think I can patch her up pretty well," Usopp said with a smile, rubbing his hand against the Going Merry, which made Luffy grin. "Good, and we can also use that time for a vacation," he added, earning an excited squeal from Nami. "But it will only last for one day," he added, bringing an end to Nami's celebration. "But why?" she asked with a pout. "For the next week or so, you all will be training with me," he said with a playful grin, causing a shiver to run down their spines. "But for now, let's just relax," he said as he hopped onto the side of the ship and jumped off to the shore. "We can have our lunch out there on the shore," Sanji said as he headed to the kitchen. "That looks like a good place to catch up on some reading," Robin said, jumping off the ship with a book in her hand. "I'm looking to soak in some sun," Nami said, while Nojiko nodded in agreement. "I'll help Usopp fix the Merry," Chopper said as he transformed back into his tiny form. "I'll probably just sleep," Zoro said with a shrug. Next day. All the Straw Hats were currently standing in front of Luffy, waiting for him to explain what exactly they were going to be training in. They had spent the previous day relaxing and enjoying the island, bonding together as a crew. It was nice for Robin, who was new, to see just how well the crew gelled together and to get to know them better. "Alright, listen up," Luffy said, gaining their full attention. "You are going to be training in groups for the next week or so," he announced, and they nodded. "One group will be training in armament Haki, while the other will be training in observation Haki," he explained, and they nodded again. Robin said, catching his attention. "I've heard you talk about Haki before, but I don't know what it is," she admitted, looking at Luffy. "That's fine," Luffy replied. "You will be in the observation group, just have one of them explain the basics to you," he said, prompting her to nod. "Okay," she replied with a smile. "Good," Luffy said, adjusting his straw hat. "Zoro, Sanji, and Nojiko will be training to better learn armament since they are the only ones who have unlocked it already," he said, and the three of them nodded in agreement. "The rest of you will train your observation Haki together," he added, and the rest of the crew nodded. Are we still using the BLNDFLDS? Usopp asked, rubbing his head. Yes, until you have that part down, you can't move on to the next step, Luffy said, causing the observation group to groan. Don't worry, that is only for half of the time we are here, he reassured them. Halfway through the training, the two groups will switch. The ones currently doing armament will work on observation, and the ones doing observation will work on unlocking their armament, he explained, and they nodded. How exactly are we going to be training our armament? Zoro asked, a curious look on his face, prompting Luffy to grin. The three of you are going to fight Ryuma, he said, causing their eyes to widen. Armament is only improved through battle. So instead of you three going to battle, you're going to war instead, he said with a grin, making them reconsider their choices. I have a question, Nojiko said, and Luffy nodded at her. You said that some people can train their observation haki so much that they can see slightly into the future, right? She asked, and Luffy nodded. Then what about armament? Does it have some advanced form? She inquired, prompting Luffy to smile and walk over to a nearby tree. It does, he said, placing his hand on the tree. His hand glowed as it normally does when he uses armament haki. The next moment intrigued the Straw Hats. A crimson aura began to form around his hand, moving into the tree, and a few seconds later, the tree burst apart. It allows you to use your haki to reach inside the target's body and destroy them from within, he explained, causing their eyes to widen. Wow, Usopp said, looking on in amazement. So cool. Chopper squealed with stars in his eyes, prompting Luffy to chuckle. I had the exact reaction, he said as he walked towards them. But do not focus on that now, he cautioned, getting their attention. It will take years of training to reach that level, he added, causing some of them to look downcast while others, like Zoro, wore determined expressions. That's disappointing, Nami said with a pout, making Luffy chuckle. Well now, let's start training, he said with a grin. Chapter end. The Straw Hats stayed on the tropical island for 2 weeks. They underwent an intense training program thanks to Luffy and Ryuma. The once beautiful island they had enjoyed 2 weeks ago now looked like a wasteland. Clouds of smoke rose from various parts of the island, and the lush tropical forest was reduced to ash. The Straw Hats had completely transformed the island during their training, but if you asked Luffy, he would say it was all worth it. The 2 weeks of training paid off nicely for the crew. He could now say that everyone on his crew had unlocked both observation and armament haki, though only a handful could control it. Zoro, Sanji, and Nojiko were now aware that they possessed armament haki and could summon it to some extent. Sometimes they could summon it at will, while other times they could not. Zoro and Nojiko seemed to favor armament over observation haki, while Sanji leaned more towards observation. He felt a bit disappointed when Luffy told him he seemed more talented with observation haki, but Luffy reminded him that he could still learn both. Chopper also showed signs that armament would be his specialty, along with Robin, while Usopp and Nami seemed to favor observation haki. It was still too early for Luffy to determine how they would use their designated types of haki, but they were on the right track. Everyone stood on the main deck of the ship, staring at the wasteland they were about to leave behind. Man, I can't believe this place used to be a beautiful island 2 weeks ago, Nami said, gazing at the smoking island. It'll fix itself, Luffy said, staring at the island. Nature always finds a way, he added. Captain is right, Robin said with a nod. The ashes will rejuvenate the soil, and the beauty will return even better than before, she added. Anyway, Luffy said as he turned to leave. Raise the anchor and release the sails. It is time we get on our way, he announced, prompting everyone to nod in agreement as they began to move around the ship. As the vessel sailed up the canal and away from the island, Luffy settled into his throne, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and let out a comforting sigh, leaning back into the clouds. Once the ship was underway, the crew dispersed across the deck. Zoro and Nojiko were training at the front, while Nami was in her room drawing a map of the island they had just left. Sanji busied himself in the kitchen, packing away supplies gathered from the island, and Usopp sat behind Luffy, tinkering with some explosives. Chopper and Robin relaxed on the main deck, engrossed in their books, and Ryuma joined them, reading the book Robin had given him. Luffy found the bond between Robin and Chopper amusing, especially recalling how shy Chopper had been when Robin first approached him. It took some time, but once he warmed up to her, the two became nearly inseparable. "Hopefully, it will be smooth sailing from here," Luffy said, transforming his throne into a lawn chair and pulling his straw hat over his face. "Nami. You're in charge," he called out as he closed his eyes. Nami, curious about her captain's command, stepped outside to find him lounging on a cloud-made chair, hat covering his face. She replied with a smile, checking the log pose on her wrist. Meanwhile, on the Moby D Dash, the flagship of the legendary Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the captain sat on his large throne, a barrel of sake in hand, surrounded by his crew. "Oi Pops," called out Marco as he approached the giant man. "Marco, you're back," Whitebeard said, noticing his second-in-command holding 2 newspapers. "Did you get everything?" "Yeah, we got everything," Marco confirmed with a nod. "Did you read the newspapers for the past 2 weeks?" "No, the news coup hasn't come this way yet," Whitebeard replied, narrowing his eyes. "Why?" "That's strange, considering some world-shaking news has happened," Marco said, capturing the crew's attention. "Here, see for yourself," he added, handing over the newspapers. Whitebeard placed the sake barrel down and began to read. The first paper reported on Luffy's victory over Crocodile and his subsequent interview. "That boy is already causing trouble," Whitebeard chuckled. "Just wait till you see the second paper," Marco said with a smirk. After finishing the first, Whitebeard picked up the second, his eyes widening at the headlines. "What are those brats up to?" he muttered to himself. "What is it, Pops?" asked a crew member. Red Hair and Luffy formed an alliance, Marco explained, allowing Whitebeard to continue reading. The older members of the crew were surprised, while the newer ones looked puzzled. "What's so bad about that?" one of them asked, prompting a chuckle from Marco. "If you knew Luffy, you'd understand he can match one of the 4 emperors in power," Marco replied, surprising them. "This alliance is essentially between 2 emperors. It says here that Shanks calls him an equal," Whitebeard noted, causing Marco to nod. "Yeah, that's what's causing a stir. A lot of people in the government are nervous about this alliance," Marco added, concern etched on his face. "They should be," Whitebeard said ominously. "By the way, did you hear any news about that wayward son of mine?" "Yeah, both of them are in paradise," Marco replied. In Tato Land, Mont Dior burst into Big Mom's chambers, holding 2 newspapers. "Why are you shouting?" Big Mom exclaimed, looking down at her son. Inside were the 3 sweet commanders, Paraspero, Bruley, and Smoothie. "Yes, please stop shouting," Smoothie added. "That is interesting news," Katakuri commented coolly, drawing everyone's attention. "All of you be quiet," Big Mom commanded, silencing the room. "What is the news that has you so excited?" "It's about Red Hair," Mont Dior replied, capturing their full attention. "He formed an alliance," he announced, surprising everyone. "He did what?" Big Mom yelled. "With who?" With a new rookie pirate," Mont Dior stammered. "The elemental demon, Straw Hat Luffy," he added. "Give me that," Big Mom demanded, snatching the paper from him. "I asked that brat to join me a long time ago, and he turned me down. Now he has the nerve to join someone else," she fumed as she read. "You asked Straw Hat Luffy to join our crew?" Paraspero questioned, surprised. "Not that rookie," she snapped. "I'm talking about Shanks." She continued reading. "Who is this rookie anyway?" "Apparently, he is Red Hair's apprentice," Smoothie said, recalling stories of the new rookie causing trouble in paradise. "There are rumors that the Navy sent a buster call to eliminate the rookie after the alliance news broke," Mont Dior said, looking around at his siblings. And? Snack prompted, waiting for him to continue. All 10 Navy battleships were completely destroyed by Straw Hat Luffy, he revealed. If anyone in the room was surprised by the information, none of them showed it. Montdior mentioned another rumor, prompting Big Mom to ask what it was. He revealed that the rumor suggested a young pirate was trained in swordsmanship by her old rival and lover, Miyamoto D. Musashi. Big Mom, seemingly unfazed, pondered if this young pirate was truly his equal. Montdior confirmed that Shanks had referred to the rookie as his equal, which caused a surprised reaction among the gathered crew. "That's surprising," Smoothing remarked. Big Mom laughed heartily, folding the newspaper with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Let me know when this brat enters the new world. I'll give him a nice welcome," she declared, unaware that Luffy had already spent time there. In Wano country, a member of the Beast Pirates rushed through the halls of Kaido's mansion, calling out for Lord Kaido. When he reached King and Queen, 2 of Kaido's second-in-command, he handed them a newspaper, eager to share the news. King quickly dismissed it, stating that the captain was drunk and it didn't concern them. Queen agreed, and they decided to wait until Kaido was sober to share the news. Meanwhile, 2 days had passed since the Straw Hats left the island, and their journey had been smooth sailing. They had encountered a few marines and pirates, but the crew handled them easily. Luffy stood on the rear deck of the Going Merry, gazing out at the clear blue sea while his crew enjoyed their downtime. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, hitting Luffy's straw hat and drawing his attention. As more pieces of wood began to fall, Zoro questioned if it was rain. The Going Merry continued around the coast of Jaya, heading toward the home of a man named Cricket. Luffy sat silently on his throne, his expression emotionless, but his crew could sense his anger. Ryuma, who had just completed an intense training session, sat quietly beside him. The brewing storm over the island mirrored Luffy's mood, with flashes of lightning and loud thunder. Zoro and Robin had explained the events that transpired while they were docked in Jaya, including their encounter with Blackbeard, the man Ace was hunting and who had attacked Chopper's home. The crew gathered at the front of the ship, leaving Luffy alone at the back, trying to control his frustration over letting Teach escape. "Captain!" Usopp shouted, breaking Luffy's concentration. "We are approaching a pirate ship," he announced, pointing toward the front. Luffy squinted at the ship, asking if it was the salvagers. Sanji replied that it was a different group, prompting Luffy to rise and head to the front. Upon reaching the front, he saw a large ship with a giant tree blocking their path. "I don't have time for this, just get them out of our way," Luffy said, sounding uninterested. A voice from the ship called out, demanding their attention. The crew looked up to see a large man resembling an orangutan with long green hair sitting on a throne. "What an ugly creature," Luffy muttered under his breath. The man shouted back, asking if Luffy knew who he was. Luffy replied that he didn't care, stating he was in a bad mood and suggested the man move his ship if he didn't want trouble. The large man growled in response, but before he could say more, a crew member interrupted, informing him that Luffy was known as the Elemental Demon, the one who had defeated Crocodile and formed an alliance with one of the 4 emperors. The captain's demeanor changed as he realized who he was dealing with. "What are you all standing around for?" he shouted to his crew. "Didn't you hear him? We are in his way." His crew scrambled to move the ship, while the captain turned back to Luffy, apprehensive yet determined. "Terribly sorry for the inconvenience," he said with a large smile while scratching the back of his head. Luffy didn't respond, he simply turned around and made his way back to his throne as the Going Merry sailed past the group of pirates. "Well, that was easy," Nojiko remarked as they sailed on. "Guess allying with one of the 4 emperors means there are more pirates who are afraid of us now," Sanji said, lighting a new cigarette. "I think Luffy is scary on his own," Chopper added, causing everyone to chuckle. The Going Merry sailed around the northern coast of Jaya before the sight of what looked like a palace came into view. "Whoa! Amazing!" Usopp and Chopper exclaimed as they stared at the palace. "That's where he lives." Usopp shouted in amazement. It's a huge palace, he added. I've never seen a house that big before, Nojiko commented, gazing up at the palace-like structure. This Mont Blanc cricket guy must be wealthy, she added. Zoro scoffed as he looked at the house. Look closer, he said, his voice tinged with frustration. That's really unattractive, Sanji remarked, still smoking his cigarette. This guy must have some guts to build a house like that, he added. Luffy couldn't help but agree with his cook. As the ship drew closer to the shore, the true appearance of the house began to reveal itself. That's no palace, Robin said, folding her arms as she walked out onto the deck. It's a facade, the actual house is only half that size, Zoro said as he approached the anchor, picked it up, and dropped it into the water. This guy is even more vain than I thought, Sanji said, staring at the house. Why exactly did Cricket leave his home to come live all the way out here? Luffy asked Robin as he moved to the front of the ship. I don't know all the details, but it has something to do with his belief that there is a large amount of gold somewhere in the hills of Jaya, Robin replied, leaning against the banister. Gold! Nami and Usopp shouted, while Luffy and the rest raised their eyebrows in interest. Do you think he is here searching for some form of buried treasure? Nami asked excitedly. I do not know, Robin replied with a shrug. An excited Nami leaped off the ship along with Chopper and Usopp to begin the search for the gold. Well, let's go see if he is home, Luffy said, teleporting off the ship in a flash of lightning. As everyone else disembarked, Luffy walked up to the door of the house and knocked a few times. Hello. Luffy called out, knocking again, but no one answered. It doesn't look like anyone is home, he said, grabbing the doorknob and turning it. Surprisingly, it was unlocked. What are you doing? Yelled a startled Usopp. You can't just open people's doors like that, he said to Luffy, who ignored him and walked inside the house. After a few minutes, Luffy came back out to speak with his crew. It doesn't look like anyone is home, he said as he approached them. We'll wait here in case he comes back, he added, causing them to nod in agreement. Huh? Nami said, noticing something. What's this? She asked, walking up to a tree stump with 3 chairs around it and picking up a book. A book, she said, holding it up. Looks pretty old, she commented as she examined the cover. It's called Nolan the Liar, she said, catching Sanji and Luffy's attention. Did you say Nolan the Liar? Sanji asked, looking at Nami. Yeah, have you heard of it? She asked, glancing at the cover. It says here that it was published in the North Blue, she added. Yeah, I was born in the North Blue. I'm certain I must have told you guys that, Sanji said, surprising everyone, especially Luffy and Robin. No, that's new to me. I always thought you were born in the East, Usopp said, while Luffy nodded in agreement. I grew up there, Sanji continued. It is a famous story in the North Blue about the life of Nolan, who supposedly lived there a long time ago, he explained before Nami began to read it aloud. While she read, Luffy stared at Sanji with narrowed eyes, still processing the fact that his cook was from the North Blue. Just as Nami finished the story, a man jumped out of the ocean and landed on the island in a fighting stance, capturing everyone's attention. Who are you? The man demanded, glaring at the straw hats. You all have some nerve relaxing at someone's house without permission. This is my land, and I suggest you leave, he warned. Sanji, Luffy said in a bored tone, causing his cook to nod before rushing forward at the man. I know why you're here, the man said, preparing to fight Sanji. You're after my gold, he declared, ducking under Sanji's kick. He immediately retaliated with a punch aimed at Sanji's chest, forcing the cook to jump back to dodge. The man then rushed forward, raising his right arm to chop Sanji, who defended by raising his leg to block the attack. The man reached behind his back, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Sanji's head before pulling the trigger. Sanji! Usopp, Nami, and Chopper yelled in fear for their crew member. Relax, came Sanji's voice, causing them to ease up. He's a terrible shooter, he said, dodging multiple shots from the man. Idiot, Zoro said, unsheathing one of his swords. Never underestimate your foe, he admonished Sanji before dashing forward, preparing to slice the man in two. Before he could reach him, the man began to stagger, dropping the gun before collapsing on the ground, confusing everyone. Chopper, Luffy said with a sigh. Go treat him, he ordered, prompting the little reindeer to rush forward with his medical bag. Hey! You too! Luffy called out to Zoro and Sanji. Take him inside, he instructed before turning around and walking toward the house, with Usopp, Nami, and Nojiko following behind. After Zoro and Sanji brought the man inside, they placed him in bed for Chopper to start treating him. I don't see why we need to treat him, Nami said, folding her arms. He attacked us, she added with a huff. We are treating him because he is Mont Blanc cricket, Luffy said, drawing their attention. Didn't you hear him call this place his home when he jumped out of the water, he asked, prompting a few nods from the crew. Well, it's clear that if we want to know about the knock-up stream, we need him to be alive, he concluded, and they all nodded in agreement. Okay, I need more towels, Chopper said to the crew. He has caisson disease, the little reindeer explained. What is caisson disease? Nojiko asked, looking at Chopper. It's something divers can get. It's not long-lasting, but it can become serious if the person exerts themselves too much. It's caused by a lack of decompression when surfacing from the seabed, Chopper explained, a proud smile forming on Luffy's face. The nitrogen in the blood is released too quickly, causing gas bubbles to form in the circulatory system. When those bubbles expand, they can cause serious damage to the muscles and joints and decrease blood flow, he added, placing a wet cloth on Cricket's forehead. Think you can help him, Chopper? Nojiko asked. Chopper considered the question for a moment before responding. I'm not sure, he said quietly. My guess is that he continued to dive every day without allowing his body to recover, and it finally caught up to him, he explained, causing them to nod in understanding. That's why he passed out during the fight. If anything, he's lucky to be alive, he added grimly. Just then, Masira and the pirate they had bumped into before reaching Jaya appeared in the doorway, calling out. Hey, old-timer, are you alright? They yelled as they peeked inside. Everyone stared at the two ape-like men, blinking in surprise. After a moment, the two men shouted at the straw hats, What are you monsters doing to the old man? We're trying to help him, Nojiko replied, folding her arms. So you can either help us or leave, she said firmly. The two men stared at her for a moment before tears streamed down their faces, and they began to weep uncontrollably. Thank you, guys, they said between sobs, causing everyone to look at them in confusion. Are they crying? Luffy wondered as he observed the two strange men. Once Masira and his friend calmed down, everyone except Chopper and Nami went outside and sat by the tree stump where they had found the book about Noland. Luffy and the two men began chatting while waiting for Cricket to regain consciousness. They talked for about half an hour before Chopper came running out of the house. Luffy! Chopper called, capturing their attention. He's awake, he announced, prompting Luffy and the two monkeys to head back inside. When they arrived, they found Cricket sitting on the bed, smoking a cigarette. I'm sorry I attacked you, Cricket said. I thought you were here to steal my gold, he added. Luffy walked in and sat down on one of the chairs, pouring himself a drink before speaking. It's all good, Luffy said. We're only here for information on how to get to Sky Island, he stated, causing Cricket to raise an eyebrow and then burst into laughter. Sky Island? That place doesn't exist, he said, laughing again. Noticing that Luffy and his crew were serious, he stopped laughing. There's only ever been one man who claimed to have been to Sky Island, and he's somewhat of a notorious liar, he said, causing Zoro, Ryuma, and Chopper to glance at Usopp. It's not me, you idiots. Usopp yelled, prompting Luffy to chuckle. Cricket then began to share the true tale of Noland, revealing that he was a descendant of Noland himself. After finishing his story about his destiny to restore his family name, he reached for a book on a shelf and handed it to Nami. It was Noland's logbook, detailing his journey. Luffy and Robin's interest peaked at the sight of the ancient book, over 400 years old. Nami began reading from it, sharing tales of Noland's adventures and the sky fish, which excited Usopp, Chopper, and Nami even more. "That's all nice and all, old man," Luffy said calmly, drawing everyone's attention. "But you still haven't told me what I wanted to hear," he stated, looking directly at Cricket. "Captain," Robin interjected, smiling. "Maybe you should be a bit more specific about what you're asking for," she suggested. Luffy pondered for a moment before responding. "You're right," he agreed, turning back to Cricket. "Tell me where I can find the knock-up stream," he said seriously, causing Cricket and the Monkey Brothers' eyes to widen in shock. "Why you know of the knock-up stream?" Cricket asked, surprised as he stared at Luffy. Luffy nodded, taking a sip of his drink. "Why risk your lives for a place that you don't even know exists?" Cricket inquired, leading Luffy to chuckle. "Adventure," Luffy replied with a smirk, making his crew smile as well. "And as for whether or not Sky Island exists, it does," he asserted confidently. "I've been to numerous Sky Islands in the New World, and I know someone who has been to the one we're looking for," he added, widening Cricket and the Monkey Brothers' eyes even further. "Why you've been to a Sky Island?" Masira asked in astonishment, to which Luffy nodded. "Why you know someone who has been to the Sky Island that Noland went to?" Cricket asked, and Luffy nodded again. "Who?" Cricket pressed. "Red-haired Shanks," Luffy replied, taking another sip of his drink. 20 years ago, the now-named king of the pirates, Gold, Roger, went to Skypiea on his journey to conquer the Grand Line. Luffy casually revealed to everyone in the room, including his crew, that he was a member of Shanks's crew, leaving them all in astonishment. His friends, particularly the Monkey Brothers, looked at him with admiration. Curious, Luffy asked Cricket how to find the knock-up stream. Cricket stood up from his bed and invited Luffy and the others to follow him outside. They gathered around a tree stump as Cricket explained, the knock-up stream is the only way to reach Sky Island. It shoots straight up, potentially taking you into the sky if you're lucky. Nojiko, sounding skeptical, questioned, "So, you're saying this current can actually send ships flying? Wouldn't we just fall back down and break apart?" Cricket folded his arms and replied, "That's usually true unless you get the timing just right. It's easy to think it's simple from here, but the knock-up stream is as dangerous as any hurricane and should be avoided at all costs." His words made Chopper and Usopp uneasy. As Cricket detailed what causes the knock-up stream, the crew exchanged worried glances, hoping to see Luffy reconsider. Instead, he wore an excited smirk. "Sounds fun," Luffy said enthusiastically. "But Luffy," Usopp interjected, trying to get his captain's attention. "I don't think the Going Merry can handle something like that," he pointed out, causing Luffy to sigh in agreement. The Merry wasn't built for the challenges of the Grand Line. "The boy is right," Cricket confirmed. "Even a brand new ship would be destroyed by the knock-up stream." "See, Luffy?" Usopp urged, clearly anxious. "It's best we don't go." "Don't worry, I'll have Masira and Shuju refit your ship to withstand it," Cricket reassured Luffy, who smiled, while Usopp's expression fell. "Luffy, what about the log pose?" Nami chimed in, trying to support Usopp. "We can only stay here one more day before it resets," she reminded him, holding up the log pose. "That's right," Usopp added, his smile returning. "We don't even know when the knock-up stream will happen." "The next one should be tomorrow around noon," Cricket informed them, prompting Luffy to chuckle while Nami and Usopp exchanged worried looks. "Now, let's go have lunch," Cricket said, leading the way back inside, with Luffy following closely. Later that night, Luffy, his crew, and the Tsurima Alliance were gathered in Cricket's house, enjoying drinks and stories from Noland's logbook. Everyone was captivated as Cricket showcased gold he had found on the seafloor. However, when he revealed a large golden statue of a bird, the mood shifted, and Cricket and the Monkey Brothers suddenly looked serious. "Listen up," Cricket urged, his tone urgent. "You need to go to the southern shores of this island and capture a south bird." "Why do we need to do that?" Zoro asked, taking a sip of sake. "At noon tomorrow, the knock-up stream will appear directly south of here. Since compasses don't work in the Grand Line, you need something to guide you, and that's where the south bird comes in," Cricket explained. "Certain animals have an innate sense of direction, like this bird, which always faces south." "Alright," Luffy said, getting their attention. "Usopp, you stay here and help get the ship ready," he instructed, and Usopp nodded. "The rest of you head to the southern shore and catch that bird," he added, leaving some crew members puzzled. "What about you, Captain?" Zoro asked. "I'm going to make a few calls and check in on my organization. Plus, you have Robin with you, so catching one of these birds should be easy," he said with a reassuring smile. "Aye, Captain," they all shouted before rushing out of the house. Luffy stepped outside and called for his thunder cloud. When it arrived, he hopped on and sat down on his throne, addressing Usopp and Cricket. "You should start on the refitting." "I'll be back soon," Luffy said before the thundercloud took off, leaving behind 3 stunned faces. Ascending to about 5,000 feet, Luffy reached into the cloud and retrieved a small chest. Inside were several transponder snails. He carefully selected 6 specific snails and arranged them in 2 rows on the cloud. He then pulled out 2 larger snails, one pure white and the other purple with multiple holes for wires. After connecting the cables, he picked up the microphone on the purple snail and pressed the red button, waking up the other snails. "Hello," came a voice. "Hello," Luffy replied. "Lu," another voice chimed in. "Captain," came another response. "Yes," Luffy said, smiling as he spoke into the microphone, ready to give his orders. "Give me a status update on what you've all been doing," Luffy ordered. "Well, we just arrived back in the East Blue," Johnny replied, prompting a nod from Luffy. "We're on our way to the Baratai to inform the old man about your organization and drop off a few guys from the Hino branch to work as waiters before heading to Kokoyashi village." Luffy smirked at the plan. "Sounds like a good idea. They can gather information from the customers while working at the floating restaurant. Let me know if you need someone to help build the base in Kokoyashi village," he said to Johnny and Yasaku. "Aye, Captain," both responded through the phone. "Isaac, what do you have to report?" Luffy asked. Well, I have good news and bad news," Isaac said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. "Which one do you want first?" "Give me the bad news," Luffy replied, leaning back in his throne. "You remember that Mr. 2 guy?" Isaac asked. "Yeah, the one with the clone fruit," Luffy confirmed. "Well, he got captured by the Marines when we left Alabasta and is likely in Impel Down," Isaac explained, making Luffy growl through the phone. "Explain!" Luffy yelled. "The 3 of us were on our own ships heading for the West Blue when Black Cage Hina showed up with her fleet and Smoker," Isaac continued, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "Smoker?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Yeah, he and I had a standoff while Jiro and Bon Clay held Hina back. I managed to handle Smoker thanks to my Haki, but Bon Clay and his crew sacrificed themselves so the rest of us could escape," Isaac explained, prompting another sigh from Luffy. "If you had Smoker beat, why did they need to sacrifice themselves?" Luffy questioned. "What was I supposed to do?" "They already made their sacrifice before I finished with Smoker," Isaac replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Fine," Luffy said, a serious expression settling on his face. "But Isaac," he added in a stern tone, "if something like this happens again, I'll personally pay you a visit." The warning sent chills down Isaac's spine. "Alright," he stuttered. "Now, what's the good news?" Luffy asked. We found a town occupied by a group of weak pirates. We defeated them and added them to Hell's company before setting up shop on the island, Isaac reported, causing a smirk to appear on Luffy's face. Good, very good, Luffy said. Ms. Merry Christmas, how are things in the north? Good, good, the woman replied quickly. We just reached the North Blue and haven't found a place to set up a base yet, but once we do, I'll use my mole fruit to create an underground base, she said more slowly. That sounds promising, Luffy nodded. Gem, have you reached the South Blue yet? Yeah, we arrived a few days ago and set up shop on Karate Island, Gem said, prompting another nod from Luffy. We've already begun spreading out the Hino branch to gather information, he added, making Luffy smile. Nicely done, Luffy said, satisfaction evident on his face. Paula, what do you have to report? We found an abandoned island not far from Alabasta and are setting up shop here, she said. Good. I have someone building a private shipping port in Alabasta. Send someone there to meet the man in charge, Paul. Tell him Azura sent you, Luffy instructed. He has the blueprints for the headquarters of the Hino branch, so you won't have to worry about building a base. Very well, I'll send someone to Alabasta to act as a spy and have them meet with him, Paula agreed. Now, Daz, what do you have to report? Luffy asked. We haven't found a base yet, but some of the guys from the Keaton branch have started looking for things to sell, Daz said, causing Luffy to nod. If you're looking for a base, you can go to the island of Jaya. There's a town called Mock Town, filled with pirates and all sorts of scum, Luffy suggested. Sounds like a good idea. I'll find out how to get there, Daz replied, and Luffy nodded. Alright, keep me updated on any developments, he said. Aye, sir, they all responded before hanging up. After the call, Luffy leaned back in his throne and gazed up at the stars. I wonder if they caught that bird yet, he pondered before deciding it was time to head back. The thundercloud obeyed his command and turned around, making its way back to Cricket's house. It took about 10 minutes to reach there as Luffy enjoyed the calm night. When the house came into view, his eyes widened at the sight of destruction. He quickly ditched the cloud and transformed into lightning, teleporting to the ground near a badly wounded Masira and Cricket. Old man, Luffy said to a barely conscious Cricket. What happened here? He asked, surveying the wreckage. There was a giant hole in Cricket's house, the ground was torn up, and the bow of the Going Merry was broken off. It was Bellamy, the old man said weakly. He came for my gold. He beat us, took the gold, and took your long-nosed friend as well, Cricket explained, causing a blank, emotionless look to appear on Luffy's face as thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. I'm sorry, Cricket said. It's not your fault, Luffy replied in a monotone voice, turning to look in the direction where his crew had gone to search for the South Bird. I'll be back, he said before transforming into lightning and shooting up into the sky. With the crew. The entire crew stood in a circle, sweating and breathing heavily. Since they started looking for the South Bird, the Straw Hat crew faced opposition from all directions. It was as if the bird sensed their intentions and rallied the forest animals against them. They encountered various creatures, which was quite frustrating. Their thoughts were interrupted by the sudden arrival of lightning and thunder in the sky. What's going on? Nojiko asked, looking up at the darkening clouds. Before anyone could respond, a bolt of lightning struck down in the center of the group, startling everyone. When the flash faded, they saw Luffy standing there with an emotionless expression, but his eyes revealed his anger. Chopper, Ryuma, come with me. The old man and the monkey brothers need medical assistance, he instructed, surprising them all. What happened? Sanji inquired. They were attacked by that fool from Mock Town, and Usopp was kidnapped, Luffy explained, his voice tense as the storm intensified, reflecting his growing frustration. The crew was stunned by the news of Usopp's abduction. Come on, Chopper, I need you to heal the guys while Ryuma and I go get Usopp back, he said, prompting Chopper to step forward. Right, Chopper replied as Luffy placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As for the rest of you, Luffy said, addressing his crew, hurry up and catch that bird. With that, he transformed into lightning and shot up into the sky, accompanied by Chopper and Ryuma. Well, it's going to be a tough fight, Zoro remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. At Cricket's house, Luffy, Ryuma, and Chopper arrived next to Masira. As soon as they landed, Chopper sprang into action, treating Masira's injuries. Luffy transformed his hand into lightning, extending it into the water to pull Shuju, who was floating unconscious, back to shore for Chopper to attend to. After that, Luffy teleported to Mock Town. Mock Town. A bolt of lightning struck in front of the bar where Luffy and Ryuma had encountered Teach earlier. When the light faded, Luffy and Ryuma stood there, Luffy with his hands in his pockets, staring at the lively bar while Ryuma unsheathed his swords, ready for a fight. The noise inside drowned out the thunder above. Using his observation Haki, Luffy sensed Usopp was still alive, which relieved him. He and Ryuma approached the saloon-style doors and stepped inside, causing the bar to fall silent. They locked eyes with Bellamy, who was sitting with his back to them, while Usopp was tied to a chair nearby. Hearing the silence, Bellamy turned around and was met with the furious gazes of Luffy and Ryuma. You messed up. Big time, Luffy said in a chilling tone. I will make you pay for this, Ryuma added, his swords glistening ominously. Usopp, sit tight, Luffy instructed, trying to reassure his friend. We'll be there in a second, but first, we need to deal with some things, he said, his gaze shifting to the patrons of the bar, making them flinch. Outside, now. Luffy commanded, turning to leave the bar. Bellamy smirked confidently and rallied his crew. Come on, guys, he said, standing up. Let's teach this rookie a lesson, and bring our hostage too. I want to see him fight us while we have his friend, he taunted, leading his crew outside to confront Luffy and Ryuma. The crowd followed, eager to witness the confrontation. Once outside, they were met with the ominous sky filled with thunderclouds and lightning, then turned their attention to Luffy and Ryuma. Let me explain how this is going to go, Bellamy, Luffy said, commanding their focus. You're going to let my crew member go and hand over all of Cricket's gold, he stated coldly. Then one by one, we will take you down, he added, sending chills down their spines. Bellamy laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. You. Kill me, he scoffed. I'll admit you surprised me earlier, but now I'm ready for you, he boasted. If you even think about fighting back, we'll harm your friend, he threatened, gesturing to Usopp, who was flanked by two of Bellamy's crew members holding guns. Before the guns could be aimed, the heads of the two men suddenly fell, blood spraying everywhere as their bodies collapsed. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Who's going to deal with him? Ryuma asked, drawing their attention. He stood there, his sword stained with blood, revealing who had taken down the two men. He killed them, a spectator stammered in fear. I warned Bellamy not to mess with him, but he wouldn't listen, a drunken man muttered. You'll pay for that. Bellamy shouted in fury, glaring at Luffy. Boy, you still don't get it, do you? Luffy replied, his voice steady. Even Doflamingo knows I am not someone to be trifled with. You think you can mess with me and my crew and get away with it? His anger was palpable, setting the stage for the confrontation to come. You are nothing more than an insignificant little fool who follows Doflamingo blindly, and you have the audacity to challenge me, he said, angering Bellamy and causing everyone around to gasp. You're going to see just why people call me a demon, he added in a menacing tone before he raised his right hand, grabbed the left shoulder of his captain's coat, and tossed it aside. Bellamy turned to his crew and shouted, Get him. Two of his crew members rushed at Luffy, swords drawn, intent on avenging their fallen comrades. One of the men swung his sword at Luffy, who dodged the attack and countered with an uppercut, sending the man flying. Spinning on his heel, Luffy delivered a roundhouse kick to the back of the other man's head, causing a loud thud. Luffy then charged his palm with electricity and shouted, "Lightning cutter." A crescent-shaped arc of lightning shot from his hand, striking the man as he fell. Turning back to Bellamy, Luffy noticed the shocked expressions of those around him. "Why, you monster," yelled Bellamy's vice-captain as he lunged at Luffy with a knife, a bandage wrapped around his face from a previous encounter. Luffy shook his head. "You fools never learn," he sighed, dodging the attack and delivering a knee to the man's stomach, causing him to double over. With a swift motion, Luffy slammed his foot down on the man's back, pinning him to the ground. "You seem to like these arms quite a lot," Luffy remarked, pulling the man's arms back, eliciting cries of pain. "You know what, I like them too." "You don't mind if I have them, do you?" he asked, tilting his head. The vice-captain begged for mercy, but Luffy ignored him, giving one final pull that resulted in a shocking outcome. As the man screamed, Luffy looked up at Bellamy, still holding the severed arms. "You shouldn't have messed with me," he said coldly, before he unleashed a powerful blow that silenced the man. Bellamy whispered the name of his fallen comrade, and a blonde-haired woman rushed forward, followed by a man with a log pose strapped to his wrist. Luffy dropped one of the severed arms, covering the other in Haki. He swung it at the man, knocking him back into the woman, who fell on top of him. Luffy approached, repositioned the severed arm, and moved it through both of them with ease. "You know something, Bellamy," Luffy said, glancing back at the pirate captain. "I really thought you would jump in at some point, but instead, you just stood there and watched me take down your crew." Bellamy, frozen in fear, realized the gravity of his mistake. "But don't worry, I'm not going to kill you," Luffy said, surprising everyone. Before Bellamy could react, Luffy appeared in front of him and delivered a powerful uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Luffy then vanished, reappearing above Bellamy with his leg extended. "Stormbreaker," he shouted, slamming his heel down onto Bellamy's chest, creating a massive crater upon impact. Luffy stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at Bellamy. "As I said, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll let you live, so you will never forget what happened here today," he said coldly. "Every time you close your eyes, you will see the faces of your fallen crew, whose deaths are on no one but yourself." Turning to Usopp, Luffy asked, "You alright?" Usopp replied in a somber tone, apologizing for getting captured. Luffy chuckled, "Don't worry about it. Besides, I see you got some good shots in," he pointed out, indicating the fallen enemies. "Come on, let's head back," he said, picking up his coat and putting it back on. "Now, who wants to tell me where Cricket's gold is?" he asked, surveying the crowd. Not wanting to face the consequences, everyone pointed to the bar where Bellamy was drinking. Luffy chuckled, walked inside, grabbed the gold, and returned outside. He approached Usopp, placed a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they transformed into lightning, shooting up into the sky, leaving behind a stunned audience staring at the battered form of Bellamy. Cricket's house. The crew, along with the entire Tsurima alliance, was busy repairing the ship. It had been an hour since Luffy and Ryuma had left, and they had only 2 more hours to prepare the ship for departure. "Man, these guys sure can work," Nojiko remarked, pausing to watch the Monkey Brothers hauling large amounts of lumber. "Yeah, they are pretty strong," Sanji agreed, nodding. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, revealing Luffy, Ryuma, and Usopp. "Usopp," the Straw Hats exclaimed, dropping their tasks and rushing to their captain and sniper. Luffy smiled as he watched his crew check on Usopp. He then turned to Cricket and handed him a small bag containing his gold. "Here's your gold, old man," he said, placing it on a tree stump. "How are the repairs coming along?" "Everything is on schedule," Cricket replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Well then, no reason to slow down now," Luffy declared, turning to his crew. "What are all of you standing around for?" he asked, noticing they were still talking to Usopp. "Get to work. We have a schedule to stick to." His words prompted them to rush back to their stations. 2 hours later. After 2 hours of hard work, the ship was finally ready. Luffy had made the mistake of letting Usopp, Masira, and Shuju design the refitting. In simple terms, they had transformed the Going Merry into something resembling a chicken. Luffy hoped that no one from Shanks or Whitebeard's crew would see him aboard the Going Merry, flying mode, as they were calling it. I don't know why they made it into a chicken, Zoro said, standing next to Luffy and staring at the new ship. Chickens don't even fly, they should have made it into a pigeon instead, he remarked, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch. Alright, enough. Luffy shouted, gaining everyone's attention. Grab the South Bird and prepare to set sail, he commanded, and his crew nodded, making their way to the ship. Luffy approached Cricket and stood in front of him. Thanks for refitting our ship, old man, he said. Don't thank me, Cricket replied, gesturing toward Masira and Shuju on their respective ships. Thank them. Luffy took a few steps toward them. Thanks, fellas, he shouted. Don't mention it, Straw Hat. Masira called back. Yeah, don't mention it. Shuju added. Luffy smiled before teleporting to his ship. Is everything set? He asked his crew from the upper deck, with Nami beside him. Aye, Captain, they replied. Good, then raise anchor, he ordered, causing Zoro to walk to the front of the ship and pull up the anchor. You guys just follow us, Masira said as their ship pulled up alongside the Going Merry. Luffy nodded and signaled Nojiko to take the helm. The Going Merry pushed off from the shore and began sailing south, flanked by Masira and Shuju's ships. Okay, it is currently 7 a.m. We need to arrive at our destination no later than Cricket told us. The location of the knock-up stream changes every time. We need to get there early to pinpoint its exact location. Masira shouted from his ship to Luffy's. Got it. Luffy replied, walking to the rear deck and sitting on his throne. If everything goes according to plan, we should arrive on schedule, he added as he poured himself a drink. The crew relaxed for the next 3 hours, with little else to do. However, their calm was interrupted when a member of Masira's crew shouted in panic. Boss! The Cumuloregulus has appeared to the southwest, he yelled, causing Luffy to stand and walk to the front of the rear deck. There, he spotted a large dark cloud in the distance. What time is it? Masira shouted. It's only 10 o'clock. It's a full hour early, the man replied, panicking. The rest of the Straw Hats gathered to see what was happening. Is that the Cumuloregulus? Nami asked, to which Luffy nodded. Yeah, it's early, he confirmed before turning to Masira. Do you think we can make it? I don't know, Masira replied, looking to Shuju. Shuju, do you think we can make it? He asked. Shuju didn't respond but instead barked orders to his crew. Dispatch the divers, he commanded, and 3 men in wetsuits climbed onto the side of his ship, preparing to dive into the water. Find me those currents, he ordered before they jumped in. Moments later, Shuju used a microphone to let out a sonar call. A minute later, the divers resurfaced, shouting their findings. Sonar waves detected. There is a large current at 12 o'clock. Diver number 1 reported. Large creature detected at 9 o'clock. It could be a sea king. Diver number 2 added. There is wave activity detected at 10 o'clock going against the current. I believe it is a giant whirlpool, sir. Diver number 3 concluded. Luffy was impressed by their skills. That's the one. Head for 10 o'clock. Masira shouted. That's where the knock-up stream is going to erupt. I'm sure, he said, prompting Nami and Nojiko to adjust their course. As they sailed toward the direction of the knock-up stream, the waves grew larger, forcing everyone to hold on tight. Hold her steady. Luffy yelled, anchoring himself in place with lightning. It is a pre-eruption tremor. Masira pointed out as clamps from both his and Shuju's ships latched onto the Going Merry. We will lead you to the outer edge of the whirlpool. Position yourselves on the floe and head toward the center. Then you'll be fine, he said, causing Luffy to nod his head. As the Going Merry emerged from the giant waves, the whirlpool came into sight, and it was a big one. When they were on the outer side of the whirlpool, the clamps came off, and the two ships sat some distance away from the Merry as the two captains and their crews waved goodbye. "Alright, take us in," Luffy yelled, causing everyone to look at him as if he were crazy. "What?" he asked after seeing their expressions. They all just sweat-dropped before Nojiko adjusted the rudder and steered the ship into the giant whirlpool. "Come on, Luffy," Usopp said with a terrified look on his face. "It's not too late to turn back," he added, causing Luffy to smirk. "Okay then," Luffy said, making all of them fall silent and stare at him. "I mean, I will just have to tell Kaya how the great Captain Usopp chickened out," he teased, seeing Usopp freeze. "You hear him, men. Take us in," Usopp yelled while pointing toward the whirlpool, causing everyone to chuckle. As the ship hit the currents of the whirlpool, it went airborne and began to head directly toward the center. After falling for a few seconds, it suddenly landed on calm water, and the giant whirlpool and turbulent seas turned so calm that there wasn't a single wave in sight. "What happened to the whirlpool?" Zoro asked as he looked around. It was then Luffy felt small vibrations at the bottom of his feet. "Everyone, hold on to something. It's going to erupt any time now," he yelled as he walked forward and held onto the rails of the balcony. Everyone else scrambled around trying to find something to hold on to. Suddenly, the ship was being raised into the air by the water below it, looking like a giant bubble about to burst. After being lifted for a few seconds, the water finally erupted, sending a powerful stream of pressurized water straight into the sky. After being shaken for a few moments, the crew got their bearings and realized that the Going Merry was sailing up a huge pillar of water. "This is amazing!" Chopper exclaimed in excitement. "How are we doing this?" Usopp asked. "We're going to Skypiea," Chopper shouted. "I don't think it's going to be that easy," Sanji said, getting everyone's attention. "The hull is starting to float, and if we don't stop it, we're going to fall back down to the ocean," he warned as the front of the ship began to rise into the air. "Well, Ms. Navigator," Luffy said with a smirk as he stared at Nami. "What do we do?" he asked calmly. "Release the sails and catch the starboard current," she replied immediately, causing Luffy to smile. "You heard her. Release the sails," Luffy yelled out, prompting Zoro and Sanji to comply. "Nojiko, catch that current," he added. Soon, the sails caught the wind, and the ship began to rise in the air. "We're still rising," Chopper yelled in panic. "Relax, that's supposed to happen," Luffy said, putting everyone at ease. The ship then completely lifted off the water pillar and began flying toward the clouds. "We're flying!" Usopp and Chopper shouted in amazement. Luffy smirked as he stood at the door of his private quarters, staring up at the sky. "As long as the wind keeps up, we can sail as high as we want," Nami said with a huge smile. "I told you," Luffy said while looking at Nami. "This ocean defies all logic," he said as they soared into the sky. "Are we close to Skypiea?" Robin asked while looking at Luffy. "No," he replied with a smile. "But we are close to the white sea," he yelled for all to hear. "What's that?" Nojiko asked from inside the kitchen where the rudder was. "You'll see," Luffy said before turning his attention back to the front. After flying upwards for a few more minutes, the ship finally entered the clouds. The crew, except for Luffy, had to shield their eyes from the high winds and water vapors hitting their faces. Soon, the Going Merry broke through the clouds, landing on what seemed to be an ocean. Everyone except Luffy was lying on the floor, gasping for air. "Are we dead?" Nami asked while lying on her back, soaked. "Welcome to the white sea," Luffy announced loudly, arms spread wide. Navy HQ. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was sitting behind his desk in his office with his arms folded. He was looking at his two longtime friends, Garp and Tsuru, who were sitting on couches on opposite sides of the room. The three were discussing what to do about the open spot in the warlord position. They had just come from a meeting where they were supposed to choose the next person to take Crocodile's place, but sadly, they couldn't decide on anyone. The meeting wasn't a total loss, however. Just as it began, they were interrupted by a man named Lafitte, who recommended his captain, Blackbeard, for the warlord position. No one had ever heard of Blackbeard before and were puzzled when this man infiltrated the Holy Land to nominate an unknown pirate. Sengoku didn't dismiss the idea of letting him join the warlords completely. He would just wait and see if this Blackbeard was worth his time. Well, that was a waste, Garp said, knocking Sengoku out of his thoughts. I agree, Tsuru said with a nod as she crossed her legs. It's not like we expected to come up with a solution at that meeting, Sengoku added as he got up from behind his desk and walked to the center of the room. It was a meeting with pirates, can't really expect them to come up with a logical plan of action, he said. Another thing I didn't like was how easily that man Lafitte infiltrated Mariewa, Tsuru said, causing Garp and Sengoku to nod in agreement. Yeah, the last thing we want is another Fisher Tiger incident, Garp added. We are going to have to increase security around here, Sengoku said before turning back to his desk. As he reached his desk, a knock came on the door. Enter, he said loudly in a commanding voice. Just then, the doors to his office pushed open, and in walked a female marine officer. She was a slender woman with red lipstick, long curly black hair tied back, and a mole on the right side of her face below her mouth. She wore her marine coat on her shoulders like a cape, with pink cuffs and epaulets. Underneath, she had a short-sleeved pink shirt with a frilled collar. Her dark brown shorts and black heels complemented a black spider tattoo on her left thigh. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, she addressed them, excluding Garp. The scouting division has something to report, she added. Hey! Garp yelled, drawing everyone's attention. How come I don't get a hello? He asked, crossing his arms. Oh, you're here too, Vice Admiral Garp, she replied with a hint of sarcasm. Didn't notice you, she added, leaving Garp momentarily speechless. Ignore him, Gion-chan, Tsuru said with a smirk, causing Garp to sulk in the corner of the room. Of course, ma'am, Gion said before she began detailing the scouting division's findings. There isn't anything too major to report, just the usual rookie pirates causing trouble on the Grand Line, she said, her tone reflecting her disinterest. However, there was something that caught our attention, she continued, her serious tone drawing in all of them, including Garp. Well, what is it? Garp asked, getting up from the corner to rejoin the group. Recently, a certain organization has come to our attention, she said, passing reports to each of them. An organization called Hell's Company first caught our eye in the South Blue, but we initially dismissed it as just another fool trying to get rich. It wasn't until reports of the same organization appearing in the West Blue and the Grand Line that we took it seriously, she explained. How many people do they have in each ocean? Tsuru inquired, looking at Gion. From what we can tell, there are about 200 members in each ocean, though some reports suggest there may be many more, she replied, surprising them. This isn't anything small time, Sengoku commented as he read through the report. This seems to be something significant in the works, he added, and everyone nodded in agreement. Considering where they already have people stationed, it's safe to assume they likely have operatives in the remaining oceans as well, Garp said seriously. We're talking about close to 2,000 personnel in total, he added, astonished. Yes, we are operating under that assumption, Gion confirmed with a nod. What do we know about them? Sengoku asked. Not much, she sighed. From what we've gathered, Hell's Company supplies a variety of goods, both legal and illegal, she said, causing Tsuru to chuckle. My, they're quite clever, Tsuru remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. They're cashing in from both markets, she added. What are they selling? Garp asked, looking at Gion. Everything, she replied, raising their eyebrows. Weapons, antiques, medicine, rare collectibles, jewelry, information, and if the rumors are true. Devil fruits, she said, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Devil fruits? Sengoku asked, and Gion nodded. But that would mean they have a lot to sell, he said. We do not know for sure, sir, Gion replied. But for now, we believe the information to be accurate, she continued, causing Sengoku to sigh and rub his beard. From what we've gathered, they do not care what it is. As long as it can be sold, they are selling it, she explained. Do we know who is running this business? Garp asked, prompting Gion to let out a frustrated sigh. No, sir, she replied, raising their eyebrows. All we know is that there seems to be one person in charge. We do not know what they look like, where they are from, or even where their headquarters is located. All we know is that this person goes by the name Lucifer Morningstar, she said. Lucifer? Garp said, placing his hand on his chin in thought. I've never heard of anyone with that name before. It may not even be their real name, Tsuru suggested, gaining their attention. It could be an alias, she added, and they nodded in agreement. Let us gather more information about this Morningstar before we act, Sengoku suggested. Yes, sir, Gion replied. Cipher Pole has already been dispatched to every ocean with orders to infiltrate this organization and gather information for us, she said. Good work, Captain Momosaji, Sengoku said, looking at his marine. Thank you, sir. Gion replied, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Dismissed, Sengoku said, and Gion nodded, making her way out of the room. It's always one problem after the next, Sengoku sighed. I have a bad feeling about this Hell's Company, Tsuru said, looking at Sengoku. Me too, Garp agreed, nodding. The fact that they are selling devil fruits means whoever is running this organization is powerful in their own right, he added as he sat back down on the couch. I agree, Tsuru said, crossing her legs. Usually, people with more than one devil fruit try to give them to their subordinates to strengthen their forces, but this person is selling them instead, she noted, narrowing her eyes. Either they are too obsessed with greed or they are someone to be reckoned with, she added seriously. Or both, Sengoku replied, sitting down behind his desk. For now, all we can do is wait for Cipher Pole to gather valuable information, he concluded, and the others nodded in agreement. The Straw Hats. Welcome to the White Sea, Luffy exclaimed, arms spread wide as he gazed out at the sea of clouds before him. When he looked down at the main deck, he saw his crew lying on their backs, coughing up water, their clothes soaking wet. What happened to all of you? He asked, staring at them in confusion. That's a good question, Zoro replied, coughing. What happened to us? He asked, looking at his fellow crew members, who were in no better condition than he was. Could you all pull yourselves together and look at where we are? Luffy urged, glancing down at his crew. They all got to their feet and looked out from the ship, their eyes widening in amazement at the sight before them. There was nothing but fluffy white clouds as far as the eye could see. Sanji stood in awe, his mouth slightly open. What in the world? He muttered. It's clouds. Chopper exclaimed excitedly. But how? Nami asked, bewildered. Why aren't we falling? Clouds float, boats float, it's the same thing, Zoro shrugged, causing Luffy to chuckle. It is basically an ocean in the sky, Luffy said as he walked down from the upper rear deck towards the bow. No way, really? Usopp asked, astonished. Luffy, Nami said, catching his attention. The log pose is still pointing up, she indicated, showing him her wrist. Yeah, we are only about 7,000 meters up. All sky islands are 10,000 meters up, he replied, surprising everyone. So that means we have to travel even higher? Chopper asked cutely. Yeah, Luffy said, but then something caught his eye. He turned to see Usopp standing on the side of the ship, preparing to dive into the clouds. Cloud swimming champion Usopp. Usopp yelled before jumping off the side of the ship. Just as he was about to touch the clouds, a rope of lightning wrapped around him and pulled him back onto the ship. "What do you think you are doing, idiot?" Luffy shouted as the lightning dissipated. "I just wanted to see how far the bottom was," Usopp said, looking confused. "The bottom is 7,000 meters back down where we came from," Luffy exclaimed, causing Usopp to go pale. Before anyone could respond, 3 giant sea kings emerged from beneath the clouds, ready to attack the ship. Zoro, Sanji, and Nojiko sprang into action, easily defeating the 3 creatures. "I don't understand," Nami said, staring at the now defeated sea creatures. "How can there be fish up here in the clouds?" "As I said earlier," Luffy explained as he walked down to the main deck, "it is basically a big ocean in the sky, and those creatures are sky fish that evolved to live up here." "That could explain why they are so thin and balloon-like," Robin commented, observing the fish. "Guys, there is a ship out there," Chopper shouted excitedly, looking through binoculars. "H," he yelled, grabbing everyone's attention. "Chopper, what's wrong?" Nojiko asked. "There was a ship, and then it split in 2. Chopper said, panicked. "And there was a man, and he is coming to attack us," he added dramatically, causing everyone to sweat drop at the little reindeer. "I think the thin air up here is getting to him," Nojiko said, and everyone nodded in agreement. "No, I think he is right," Luffy said, drawing their attention. He pointed off the starboard side of the ship. "There is a man out there, and he is headed our way." When they looked, they saw a man wearing a mask, holding a rocket launcher in one hand and a shield in the other, racing towards them. The man leaped into the air, poised to attack the Straw Hats. "Hey, stop!" Sanji called out. "What do you want?" "To destroy you," the man replied, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. "Oh, is that all?" Sanji said sarcastically, preparing to defend against the attack. "He's all yours," Ryuma said to Sanji, Zoro, and Nojiko as he turned to head to the rear deck. As the man approached the ship, the trio predicted his attack with observation Haki and acted. Zoro drew 2 swords and blocked the man's kick, while Sanji performed a handstand and kicked him into the air. Nojiko then pulled out her 3-section staff, coated it with Haki, and delivered a powerful blow to the man's torso, knocking the wind out of him and sending him flying back. "Nice job, you 3, Luffy said, sitting down on his throne. "But he is coming back," he noted as he poured himself a glass. The trio turned around to see the man speeding towards them again. This time, instead of attacking, he leaped over them and headed towards the rear deck where Luffy was. "How foolish," Luffy said, shaking his head and sipping his drink, unfazed. Just before the man could reach Luffy, Ryuma and another man in knight's armor wielding a lance intervened. The knight struck the attacker's shield, pushing him off the ship, while Ryuma kicked him away from Luffy. "Cease your attack," the knight commanded, landing on a large pink bird with a red polka dot pattern. The crew was completely dumbfounded. It was hard enough to grasp that their ship was floating on clouds, but now there were knights in the sky riding strange birds. The Grand Line never seems to disappoint, Luffy thought, watching the knight. The attacker growled and sped off on the clouds in the direction he came from. "Who are you?" Nami asked bluntly. "Miss, you may call me the Sky Knight," the old man in armor replied confidently. "Who was that guy anyway?" Nami pressed. Before the knight could respond, a loud thud drew everyone's attention. They turned to see Sanji, Zoro, and Nojiko lying on their backs, breathing heavily. "Ah! What happened to you guys?" Chopper exclaimed in a panic. "Relax, Chopper," Luffy said calmly from his throne, gathering everyone's attention. "The air is pretty thin up here. It is why they feel so tired," he said, causing them to understand. "Oh yeah," Nojiko replied between breaths, trying to regain her composure. "You all must be Blue Sea people," the Sky Knight remarked as he walked up the stairs towards the upper deck. "Blue Sea people?" Robin asked curiously, tilting her head. Blue sea people are those who live beneath the clouds, the knight explained. You are currently 7,000 meters up on the White Sea. The White Sea, where I assume you are heading, is still further up, about 10,000 meters, he added, hopping up to sit on the rails of the second deck and looking down at the crew. Yeah, we are heading to Skypiea, Chopper said happily, causing the knight to flinch slightly at the mention of the island in the sky. He quickly masked his reaction, but Luffy, Zoro, and Robin noticed. That's all fun and whatnot, but we have some business to discuss, the knight said, changing the subject. Business? Sanji asked, confused. Ordinary blue sea people like yourselves cannot survive up here where there are dangers lurking around every corner, he warned, startling Chopper and Usopp while Luffy raised an eyebrow. I am a soldier for hire, I can protect you from these threats for a small price of 5 million extals, he said proudly, causing Luffy to chuckle while the rest of the crew exchanged confused glances. Huh, they all exclaimed, tilting their heads. Now, I assure you that it is a reasonable price, the knight insisted, gesturing animatedly. I have to make a living too, you know, I cannot lower the price even a single extal, he added, further puzzling them. What is an extal? Zoro asked, staring up at the man. The knight's expression shifted to surprise. You don't know? He asked, astonished. You came here from the summit of High West, didn't you? Surely you must have passed an island or two, he continued, looking down at them. Oh yeah, Luffy told us about that summit back on Jaya, Usopp said, prompting the others to nod. We came up via the knock-up stream, Luffy chimed in from behind the knight, speaking for the first time since the knight appeared. That monstrous current, the knight exclaimed, clearly impressed. So, there are still souls brave enough to ride upon those things, he said, astonished. Did you lose any of your crew along the way? The knight suddenly asked. No, we all made it, Nojiko replied. Then you can consider yourselves fortunate, he said, looking down at them. If you had taken a different route, only a few of you would have survived while the others would have surely perished, he added, causing them to nod, recalling Luffy's words. By way of the knock-up stream, either everyone survives, or everyone dies. Those are the only two outcomes, he said grimly. Not many are willing to accept these odds, especially these days. If nothing else, I can see now that you are navigators of exceptional bravery and skill, he remarked, making Nami blush. Oh, stop. Nami said, flustered. The knight then stood up and took out a whistle. This is the one whistle, you are free to use it as you see fit, he said, dropping the whistle onto the main deck where the crew stood. Should you find yourselves in danger, just blow it, and I will come to your aid, he promised before preparing to hop onto his strange bird to depart. Wait, Nami called, stopping him. We still don't know your name, she said, prompting the old man to turn around. My name is Gonfall, he said as the peculiar bird horse landed next to him. And this is my partner, Pierre, he added, causing the creature to screech. Gonfall then mounted Pierre and rode off into the clouds. May luck be with you, brave warriors, he called as he disappeared. That was interesting, Luffy commented, and the rest of his crew nodded in agreement. In the end, he really didn't tell us anything, did he? Robin sighed. No, he didn't, Usopp replied with a sigh. Which way do we go from here? Zoro asked, looking around. Hey, look over there. Chopper exclaimed, pointing to the port side of the ship. Is it a cloud? It kind of looks like a waterfall, Nojiko said, standing next to Chopper. That settles it then, Zoro declared. We go that way, he said, pointing towards the waterfall. They all looked to Luffy for confirmation. Luffy turned to the waterfall, then back to his crew, nodding. Once they received the okay from their captain, the crew adjusted the sails to catch the wind, and the ship began to sail towards the waterfall. Luffy and the rest of the crew moved to the front of the ship to take in the beautiful scenery of sailing across the clouds. It was a sight none of them had ever imagined, sailing on a sea of clouds in the sky. "Wow, it is absolutely beautiful," Nojiko said, gazing down at the white clouds brushing against the ship. "Yeah," Chopper agreed. While everyone admired the scenery, Nami wore a worried expression, glancing at the log pose. "Stop the ship," she suddenly yelled, causing Zoro to drop the anchor. The ship gradually came to a halt some distance from the waterfall. "Those clouds are blocking our path," she pointed out. "Those big clouds look like they are floating on top of the ocean, sort of like icebergs," Sanji observed, hands in his pockets. "I wonder if I can grab a piece," Luffy said, stretching his rubbery hand towards the cloud. Just as his hand reached the cloud, it transformed back into his palm, and he tried to grab a piece, only for his hand to bounce right off. "Well, that's new," he remarked before turning to Usopp. "Come here, Usopp." Confused, Usopp approached Luffy, but before he could ask what was going on, Luffy grabbed his shirt and playfully tossed him off the ship toward the cloud. "Ha!" Usopp yelled as he soared through the air. The rest of the crew watched in shock at Luffy's unexpected action. To their surprise, Usopp didn't fall through the cloud, instead, he landed on top of it. "I'm alive!" Usopp exclaimed, standing up and bouncing on the cloud like it was a trampoline. "You guys have to try this," he called out joyfully as he bounced around. "How does this work?" Nami asked, standing between Robin and Nojiko, staring at Usopp in disbelief. "It's a mystery," Robin replied. "We obviously can't sail through those clouds," Nami said, deep in thought. "Usopp, try to look around and see if there's a route the ship can take," she suddenly shouted. "Right." Usopp replied, starting to scan the area as he jumped. "I see a giant gate," he shouted after a moment. "A gate?" Nojiko questioned. "Yeah, it's up ahead just under that waterfall," Usopp said before jumping back onto the ship. The crew began sailing between the giant clouds, with Usopp directing Nojiko, who was at the rudder. After weaving through the clouds for about 5 minutes, the gate Usopp had spotted came into view. "We're here," Nami announced as the ship approached a giant gate with a sign above it reading, "Heaven's Gate." "Heaven's Gate?" Usopp asked nervously. "That sounds like a place you go when you're dead." "Maybe we are dead, ever thought about that?" Zoro suggested. "That would explain this strange place," Sanji added, only to have Nami smack both of them on the head. "Would both of you be quiet?" she yelled. "Hey, look!" Nojiko said, pointing to the platform of the gate. "There's someone coming out over there." When they all looked, they saw a little old lady with wings on her back taking pictures of them. "Oh look, she's got wings!" Chopper exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the sky races all have angel wings," Ryuma said with a nod. The ship came to a halt by the platform in front of the old lady. They all stared at each other for a moment until Nami decided to break the silence. Hello," she called out. "I am Amazon, Heaven's Gate Inspector," she introduced herself. "Please state your business. Sightseeing, warmongering, or other?" "Sightseeing," Luffy replied, choosing the peaceful option. "We need to get to Skypiea," he added. "It makes little difference," she said, studying them. "However, if you wish to proceed, you must pay the entrance fee of 1 billion ixtals per person. It is the law," she added, surprising them. 1 billion. Usopp and Chopper exclaimed in shock. "What is the exchange rate to belly?" Luffy asked the old woman. 1 belly is equivalent to 10,000 ixtals, she explained. If I did the math right, that should be 100,000 belly per person, Luffy said thoughtfully. "And there are 8 of us, so 800,000 belly," he added with a nod. He walked over to his throne, reached in, and pulled out a large bag filled with their cash. After taking out an empty bag and filling it with the necessary amount, he returned the large bag to the cloud and brought the smaller one back to the front of the ship. "Here, that should cover it for all of us," he said, tossing the bag to the old lady. It landed in front of her on the platform. "Very well," she said. "You may enter." As she finished speaking, two large claws rose up from under the ship and grabbed onto the side of the Going Merry. "Aw! What is going on?" Chopper yelled. "It is the White Sea's famous express lobster," the old lady explained. The lobster then lifted the Merry onto its back and took off through the gate, climbing up the waterfall. "Everyone! Hang on tight!" Nojiko shouted as she held on to the rails. As the giant lobster ascended what turned out to be a road leading further into the clouds, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leaned against the rails, gazing up at the tunnel of clouds they were speeding through. After about 10 minutes of a thrilling ride, the crew could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. "Look, it's the exit!" Nami yelled as they approached the light. As they got closer, they saw a sign on the side of one of the clouds that read, "Godland Skypiea." "What is Godland Skypiea?" Robin asked, reading the sign. "It's not an exit," Luffy said with a smirk. "It's the entrance," he added, causing them to grin with excitement. The Going Merry and the giant lobster then went airborne as they exited the cloud road, landing on the white sea, while the lobster returned to the road. "Well, there it is," Luffy said, walking forward to admire the beautiful sight before him. "Sky Island," he said with a smile as his crew gathered behind him, taking in the view as well. "It's beautiful," Robin commented, gazing at the magnificent island. "I think it would be better to admire it from the shore rather than the ship," Luffy suggested, turning to his crew. "Take us to the shore," he ordered, prompting them to angle the sails to catch the wind as the ship began to sail forward. "Luffy," Zoro said, getting his captain's attention. "There's no seabed, how are we going to drop anchor?" he asked, approaching the anchor. "Just drop it, the clouds should hold it in place," Luffy replied, leading Zoro to drop the anchor into the clouds, only for part of it to sink down. "It's pretty shallow down there," Zoro warned, causing the crew to nod in agreement. As the ship came to a stop, Luffy hopped onto the rails and addressed his crew. He encouraged them to join him as he leaped off the ship and made his way to shore. Luffy and Ryuma were the first to explore the island of clouds, landing on the shallow sea of clouds, followed closely by the rest of the crew. Usopp and Chopper began playing in the fluffy water while the others made their way to the beach. When Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Nojiko reached the shore, they suddenly froze, a strange sensation washing over them. Nami, noticing their stillness, asked what was wrong. Before the others could respond, Luffy calmly explained that he was simply surprised by the size of the Sky Island, noting that the ones he had seen before were much smaller. Nojiko agreed, expressing her awe at the place. Usopp, eager to start their adventure, exclaimed that it was time to relax and ran onto the beach, followed by Chopper and the rest of the crew, except for the four who had sensed something unusual. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared concern that someone was observing them. Luffy advised them to stay alert and watch out for one another, and they nodded in agreement before joining the others. As they walked, a strange bird call echoed above them. Looking up, they spotted the south bird they had encountered on Jaya, flying overhead with a disdainful look. Sanji wondered how it had escaped, while Zoro dismissed it, stating they no longer needed it. The group shrugged and continued to the beach. Upon arriving, they found Usopp building a sandcastle in the clouds and Chopper rolling around in the soft ground. Robin was reading against a palm tree, while Nami lounged in a cloud-made cabana, having changed into a bikini top. Sanji wandered off toward some flowers, Luffy leaned against the palm tree with Robin, and Nojiko joined her sister in the cabana. Zoro decided to investigate something on the beach, while Ryuma settled into a cloud chair. As Ryuma picked up a fluffy object from the sand, it startled him when it began to move. He quickly dropped it, revealing a little white fox that looked up at him curiously. Just then, beautiful music filled the air, capturing everyone's attention. Luffy lifted his hat to listen, while Zoro pointed toward a figure standing on a tall cloud in the distance. The crew watched as a silhouette of a beautiful woman with wings played the harp. Usopp, feeling nervous, exclaimed that it might be another monster, but Sanji, astonished, insisted it was an angel. The woman finished playing and turned to the crew with a warm smile, greeting them with a word that confused everyone. Nojiko asked what the word meant, and Chopper speculated that she might be saying hello. The woman then called to the fox, who trotted over to her. She welcomed the crew to Skypia's Angel Beach, introducing herself as Konis and the fox as Su, a cloud fox. She offered her assistance with a genuine smile, though Luffy sensed something was off. Nami stepped forward, expressing their curiosity about the island, while Zoro suddenly warned that something was approaching. Konis smiled and reassured them that it was just her father. As they looked out, the group spotted a man approaching on a peculiar contraption gliding above the clouds. "Konis," Nojiko called, drawing her attention. "What is that thing your father is riding?" she asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, that's my father's sky waver," Konis replied, impressing her friends. "That's so cool!" Usopp and Chopper exclaimed in unison. "Get out of the way!" Konis' father shouted as he neared the beach. "Stopping this thing is tricky." The waver began to wobble, and with a loud crash, it skidded onto the beach, colliding with a palm tree. "Is everyone okay?" he asked, shakily rising to his feet. "You're the one who crashed," Nami and Zoro retorted. "That must be the boat we read about in the Nolan the Liar book," Nami remarked, gazing at the waver. "A boat that can sail without wind," she added, astonished. "Did you make some new friends, Konis?" her father asked, beginning to gather the waver. "Yes, they just arrived from the Blue Sea world," she replied, causing the old man to chuckle. "Oh, still adjusting, huh? There must be many things that puzzle you about the White Sea," he said apologetically. "No need to apologize," Ryuma interjected. "Forgive me for not introducing myself, my name is Pagaya," he said warmly. "So, father, how was the fishing today?" Konis inquired. "Oh, quite successful," he answered, noticing Nami's interest in the waver. "You all should come over for dinner. We'll fill your bellies with the tastes of the island," he suggested, sparking excitement among the Straw Hats. "Sounds good to me," Luffy agreed, though he and Ryuma felt a hint of skepticism about the situation. They decided to go along for now, wary of any potential threats to their crew. Nami's voice pulled Luffy from his thoughts. "This boat," she said, examining the waver, "doesn't have sails, and you weren't rowing it. How did you get it to move?" "Oh, that's right. You people from the Blue Sea world don't have dials," Konis explained, looking at Nami. "What are dials?" Chopper asked, prompting Konis and her father to explain the various types of dials to the crew. After the explanation, Nami expressed her desire to try riding the waver. To everyone's surprise, she proved to be quite skilled. "Is it okay if I stay out here and ride some more?" Nami asked. "That's fine, just be careful," Pagaya called back. "And don't cause any trouble," Luffy added. Afterward, the group followed Pagaya and Konis up a giant staircase made of clouds leading to the island. Pagaya shared fascinating details about the different types of clouds in Skypiea, captivating even Luffy, who learned that the island's clouds were made from special particles found in sea prism stones. Upon reaching the top, Nojiko pointed out the breathtaking view, and they all paused to admire the beach below, where they could see Nami riding the waver. They then entered Pagaya and Konis' home, where Sanji followed Pagaya into the kitchen while the rest of the crew settled into the living room. After about 30 minutes of conversation, Sanji and Pagaya returned with the food. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you sky lobster with special sauce and a side of island fruit," Sanji announced, placing the delicious-looking dishes on the table. "That looks amazing," Usopp exclaimed, drooling slightly. "Let's dig in," Chopper added. While everyone enjoyed their meal, Sanji stepped out to the balcony for a moment. "Hey, do you guys know where Nami is?" he asked, glancing around. "She's out there riding on the waver," Usopp replied, mouth full. "I can't see her," Sanji said, continuing to look out. She probably just went too far, Zoro suggested. However, Luffy noticed that both Konis and Pagaya appeared worried. Do you think she's okay? Konis asked her father, concern evident in her voice. I have my concerns, Pagaya admitted. Luffy set down his plate, focusing on the two Scipions. Why are you two so worried? He asked calmly. On the clouds, there's a place called Upper Yard, Konis explained, her expression serious. No one is allowed to go there, and it's not far from here. I'm afraid your friend Nami might have gone there out of curiosity. Nojiko's worry for her sister grew. What's so special about this island that no one is allowed to go there? Robin asked, taking a bite of her meal. It's a sacred land, Konis replied, surprising them. But more importantly, it's the island where God lives. Everyone except Luffy and Ryuma widened their eyes in shock. Luffy, however, appeared thoughtful. I knew I forgot something, he exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. On Skypiea, you Scipions call the ruler of this place God, right? Yes, how did you know that? Pagaya asked, intrigued. Some friends of mine came here about 20 years ago, Luffy revealed, surprising both father and daughter. I had heard their stories about this place and its people, he said with a small smile. I'm sure you all saw the sign when you came here, Godland Skypiea, Konis said, still sounding a bit worried for Nami. This land is ruled over by the almighty god Enel, she continued, causing Luffy's eyes to narrow slightly. Could it be this Enel guy who knows Haki? Luffy thought to himself. He knows and sees everything, Konis continued in a slightly scared voice. He is truly omniscient. He keeps his all-seeing eyes focused on everyone, always, she said as she looked down slightly. So, what you are saying is... He is watching us right now? Zoro asked, narrowing his eyes along with Sanji and Nojiko. Yes, Konis replied, turning to look at the swordsman. So Konis, if this god is really named Enel and this upper yard is so close to here, you must have seen what he looks like, right? Oh no. Konis replied in a slight panic, raising both of her hands in the air. Upper yard is sacred ground and a place only for our god to rest. We are not allowed to go there, she said quickly, hoping not to anger this god. Do you know the punishment for going to this forbidden place? Robin asked, looking over to the duo. It is our belief that if you break the rules and go to the upper yard, then you won't return back alive, Pagaya said grimly, causing the crew to narrow their eyes. It is why I am just as worried about Nami as the rest of you, he added. Luffy, Sanji said, looking at his captain. I know, he replied, standing up and placing his plate down. Let's go, he commanded, causing the rest of his crew to stand up as well. The entire crew then began making their way back to the beach where their ship was docked. When they arrived, they all got onto the Going Merry except for Pagaya, who stayed on the beach. Let's set sail for this upper yard, Luffy commanded. I think that is going to be a problem, Pagaya suddenly said. Getting their attention. When they looked over at him, they saw he had his finger in the air as though he was checking the wind. There seems to be no headwind blowing. If you were to set sail at this time, you would spend an extraordinary amount of time getting to the upper yard, he said apologetically. And how long exactly is that? Nojiko asked. It is exponentially longer than it would take if your ship was powered using our dial energy, Pagaya replied, causing Luffy to sigh in frustration as he looked at the old man. Luffy, can't you just fly over there? Nojiko asked, looking at her captain. I could, but before I do that, I need to know where there is, he replied before turning his attention back to the old man. In which direction is this upper yard, old man, he asked. The old man thought about it for a few seconds, contemplating whether it was a good idea to tell Luffy. However, just as he was about to give Luffy an answer, someone shouted from the giant stair, getting everyone's attention. You there, someone shouted, ordering the crew to stay put. When everyone looked up at the stairs in the distance, they saw a group of men marching towards them. Are they talking to us? Sanji asked as he lit a new cigarette. When the group of men reached the beach, they laid flat on their stomachs and started to crawl towards the crew. What's up with them? Zoro asked, staring at the group of men crawling towards them. Are they soldiers? Nojiko asked with a bewildered look on her face. Whoever they are strange, Usopp added. When the men got in front of Pagaya and Konis, who had hopped off the ship when she saw the men, they held up the index and pinky fingers of their left hand and placed them in front of their foreheads before they spoke. Hizo, all of them said in unison. Hizo, gentlemen. Pagaya and Konis replied. Well, look what we have here, a man in front of the group, clearly their leader, said. You must be the Blue Sea dwellers who have been breaking the rules of the sovereignty that is Skypiea. Prepare to have the weight of heaven's judgment brought down upon you, he yelled, looking at the straw hats. Luffy and Ryuma just raised their eyebrows and stared at the soldiers before hopping off the ship along with the rest of the crew. Oh, and what rules have we broken? Luffy asked, walking up to stand right in front of the man. Yeah, please tell us the so-called punishment that we have done to get that heavenly judgment. Ryuma asked sarcastically. You have illegally docked your ship on Angel Beach, that is a Class 8 offense, the leader said. Seriously? Luffy asked, looking at the man. No one said that we couldn't dock here, he added. What's the punishment for this crime? Robin asked. 10 nights in the local jail, the man replied, causing everyone to start laughing. He thinks we are going to spend 10 nights in jail. Nojiko said while laughing. Yeah, a total idiot, Ryuma said, wiping his fake tears. Let's forget these guys and go find Nami, Sanji suggested, while Luffy nodded in agreement and began walking away from the soldiers. We still have the problem with the wind situation, Chopper said as the crew huddled together, trying to come up with a plan. Are we even sure she is at this upper yard place? Zoro asked. Yeah, what if she is just taking a joy ride somewhere? If we leave now and she comes back, we might miss her, Usopp said. The crew continued to discuss their current problem with Nami in detail while ignoring the soldiers, causing their leader to become very angry. Ignoring the white berets, the leader suddenly shouted. That is a 9th-class crime, he yelled, causing Konis and Pagaya to gasp in shock while the entire crew just turned and narrowed their eyes at the men. Why don't you shut up over there? Nojiko said to the leader. Before we come over there and shut you up. Ryuma added, placing his hand on his sword. Threatening the white berets. That is a 7th-class crime, the leader said. Luffy was about to say something, but before he could, the voice of Nami got everyone's attention. Hey! Nami yelled out. I'm back, she said as she rowed closer to the beach, carefully placing the waver in front of Pagaya. Thanks for letting me use it, it rides great, she said with a grateful smile before he joined the rest of the crew. Who are these guys? She asked. A couple of individuals trying to accuse us of some ridiculous crimes, Nojiko replied. How dare you, the man exclaimed angrily. We are part of God's guards. We answer directly to God Enel's priest, he said, causing Luffy to chuckle slightly before stepping in front of the man. You make it sound as though I should be afraid of your god, Luffy said in a serious tone. Just then, a loud thunder boomed overhead, causing everyone to pause. The Scythians looked fearful, while the Straw Hats appeared confused. Was that thunder? Luffy asked, turning to his crew, who nodded in response. It's God Enel. Konis said in a frightened voice. Well, that is interesting, Luffy said with an excited smirk. Okay, God Enel, now I'm intrigued, he added before releasing a wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking the white berets out cold. Was that such a good idea, Luffy? Nami asked, a hint of fear in her expression. Having seen what God Enel could do while on the waver, she felt uneasy. Normally I would say no, but this is far too interesting for me not to, he replied, looking at his crew. Was that you just now, Captain? Robin asked, questioning Luffy about the thunder they had just heard. No, that wasn't me, he replied, surprising them and confusing the two Scipions. Is it possible for two of the same? Sanji began to ask before being interrupted. No, it is not possible, Luffy cut in. He wanted to keep his elemental devil fruit a surprise. It is likely similar but not the same, which is why I'm interested, he said with a smirk. Before he could say more, Coney spoke up in a panic, drawing their attention. Don't you understand what you've just done? She asked, her voice slightly trembling. This is a serious crime, she said, trying to make them understand. If you're found guilty, Almighty Enel will banish you to the land of the drifting clouds, she explained softly but urgently. That doesn't sound so bad, Sanji said, casually smoking his cigarette. It's a death sentence. You die, she yelled back, worried. They'll leave you on a drifting cloud with no chance of escape, and you'll eventually perish, she said, alarming Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. I've known you for only a short time, and I know you're not bad people, so you should take this chance and get out of here. Coney screamed before running off. I must get these men to a doctor now, Pagaya said as he approached the unconscious soldiers. I think we should take her advice, Nami said, turning to Luffy and the crew. While I was out on the waiver, I saw it for myself, an island filled with monsters, she added, frightening Usopp and Chopper. Great, you did the one thing everyone expected you not to do, Zoro said, folding his arms. You mean the island where God lives and we aren't supposed to go near? Luffy said with a smirk. This isn't something to be excited about, Luffy, Nami scolded. If we stay here any longer, we could get Pagaya and Coney's in trouble, she warned. What difference does it make if we stay or leave? Luffy said seriously. There's no guarantee that if we leave, they won't still be charged with a crime. They might even be accused of helping us escape, he said, causing a few crew members to nod in understanding. The world isn't black and white, Ms. Navigator, Robin said, looking at Nami. This god doesn't seem to be someone who values fairness. Just look at the ridiculous charges against us, she added. It's almost as if they're trying to pin a crime on us, Nojiko added. So, there's a chance that if we leave, all the accusations against us will fall on Coney's and Pagaya, Luffy said, making Nami look down. Besides, I want to have a little chat with their so-called god, he added quietly. The crew stayed on the beach discussing their options for a few more minutes before heading toward the ship, leaving Luffy, Ryuma, Zoro, and Nojiko standing on the beach. So much for a nice relaxing vacation, Nojiko sighed, causing Luffy to chuckle. Don't worry about it, he said, patting her on the shoulder. This shouldn't take long, we should be done with their so-called god before the log pose resets, giving you guys enough time to relax, he assured her before walking toward the ship. Don't jinx us now, Captain, Zoro said, turning to leave with Nojiko following behind. As they made their way toward the ship, the voice of the captain of the soldiers they had encountered earlier caught their attention. Great Captain, those individuals are coming again, he shouted as they turned to see the soldiers. Trying to escape, criminals, he yelled, drawing the attention of the three of them and the rest of the crew already on the ship. When everyone looked over, they saw the same group of soldiers standing on the beach, along with Coney's and Pagaya. I don't know what it was you did earlier to knock us all out, but I can assure you that it will not happen again, the captain said confidently, causing an amused smirk to appear on Luffy's face. For someone who doesn't even know what happened to them, you sure are confident, Luffy replied, amusement evident in his tone, which made the captain growl lowly. I hereby find you guilty of committing a crime of the 5th degree. In the name of Almighty Enel, you are banished to drift in the clouds for all eternity, he yelled. I'm so scared, Luffy mocked, his tone bored, which only made the captain grit his teeth before he ordered his soldiers forward. Oh please, leave us now, Ryuma said mockingly, further irritating the soldiers. Men! Arrest them, the captain commanded, prompting the soldiers to step forward with arrows and bows. Luffy raised an eyebrow while Nojiko, Ryuma, and Zoro stepped in front of him, weapons drawn. Fire the milky arrow, the captain ordered, causing the soldiers to release their arrows. As the arrows sailed toward the three straw hats, they left a trail of milky white smoke behind them. Nojiko and Zoro leaped forward, skillfully dodging the arrows, while Ryuma cut through them. Luffy simply stepped aside, allowing all the arrows to miss him completely. As the arrows flew past, the trio realized something was off about the smoke. It wasn't until Nojiko and Zoro landed on the supposed smoke that they discovered what it was.